Live, fellas. I'm gonna keep on this. Oh, the filter's off. All right, let's go ahead and start with the recaps. We're on 96 right now. We're getting to that sweet triple digit soon, and I'm gonna have a thing on episode 100, but we'll see what it is.
Any hints, or you just have?
It's gonna be a survey.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be a fucking massive dragon survey. Gonna come out on
Yeah, no, so we still have a Secret Santa bot in the Discord.
We do.
We haven't had an actual Secret Santa in like 2 years because no one wants to participate.
No, it was just this past year.
Yeah, we didn't do last year.
it?
That's it.
Yeah, we did 2 years ago.
Okay.
This year.
I don't participate in them because I feel sorry for anyone who gets me because I don't put anything on my wish list.
Well,
I'll
that's
just get you
that's the
something
goal
cool.
is that you know people and you get
Oh,
them.
yeah,
What
that-
you
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't
I
even.
got
Is your name what?
Kristen,
Madam?
I got
Right.
Kristen some, what was it, Pat? Some like little figurines that she likes.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, Rob got me Guacamelee too, and I was just like, damn.
Well, anyone who knows me is gonna be realizing that I already bought the games that I want, so
Oops, I can't get him a
I
Skyrim
can't get
mod.
Skyrim again. He already owns.
I know what you like. I got you.
You fucking heathen.
I'm gonna not hold my breath to see if you get it right, because sometimes your aim it might be off, because I'm an enigma.
Clearly want a new Fire Emblem.
No,
The workings of my mind.
God no, that
are
looks
but
so
of
shit.
enigma.
But they say it has the
Battle
best
for Bikini
gameplay in the
Bottom.
series.
Yeah, but then I have to look at all these shitty fucking VTuber ass fucking looking characters, because the
VTuber
actual
looking
artist who was
ass.
working on it was actually an artist for VTubers. So, alright. Recap 95. We're gonna go all the way up to Dagoth over here and scroll past that because the first person to post is Dan. This is 95, Laszlo's recap. 1. Magically manifested an imp, possibly my son, during... Andrew, is your cap still on your thing?
Yep, I'm eating.
Okay. During a fight with a riddling beast, as it was a bit warm, Laszlo reluctantly resurfaced a facet of his past in order to secure passage out of there confidently. In most saying things, I would ask you to specify where there is. A heat-frazzled canoe bound Princess asked Laszlo to look, why is that capitalized, in on Alexander and found them to be safe and traveling with Jumanji. Jumangi is how you spelled it. It's GIF, not GIF. The perfume man hatched a plan through a social minglings with hopes of getting us to the nearby settlement with via a well-decorated pneumatic leader. Edited for something. Probably emboldened the word perfume man or something.
Embiggened.
Well, we got a nice image of a four-way panel. A child looking deadpan into a camera saying, "Oh, you're a stoner? Name every stone." Spoken by a fire-bearded guard in Warm Place to a slave. We got Tyler Crater saying a group of souls after being tricked by an old man, so that was a fucking lie. In response to Laszlo tricking a group of wayward souls into being captured by a spider demon. We got The Office, Avernus motherfuckers with a steel drum feeling hot. Well, honestly, to them, it probably doesn't feel that hot. It's used to it. And the last one is nice Dane DeVito wearing very high-cut shorts. Laszlo, upon leaving Avernus, the shame is kicking in. Alright. That is Dan's. Alec is... the League fought a Sphinx Manticore little bitch, ending with them spending the afternoon in the first circle of hell. I don't think you gotta call him a bitch, but, you know, he's not here to defend himself,
Kill him,
so...
mate.
Henry's is, we fought something that could be best described as a little bit... Why is it...
Legitimately, as Alec posted that one, I was writing mine up, and I was just like, oh man, this is fucking funny.
Well, it does say, yeah, it's 5 minutes after on the timestamp, and you did edit it, so I'm guessing this is just a running theme here. So, it was getting salty that we were going to kick its ass. Oh, and how can I forget my new devil daddy, I mean boss? I kind of wish I didn't read that out loud. It's on the internet now, folks. A couple of funny GIF images about salt. Let's see. Go down to Andrews. This is Dauntless Inferno, parentheses, out of order in attempt to fit the motif. The 9 circles of hell.
I was not going to do the Malibols and all the fucking sub-circles and all that bullshit.
Well, I didn't expect you to. And considering some of them are just like
I was
an entire
expecting that
layer of
anyway.
filth, that one's great. Limbo. The place of checking the spelling.
It's wrong, probably.
Yeah, no, it is. If it helps you make a mnemonic device for it, it's a breakup of 2 vowels before the next consonant, and then 2 vowels again.
Actually, Alec pointed it out to me, and I never realized why it was wrong. But, like, I don't know. It's just, again, it's like how, like, I pronounce it radiator, because that's just how I've always called
It's
it.
rad.
Rad. It's a rad.
I think pronunciation and just blatantly misspelling it, though, are 2 different things.
Here, how about this? It's League. So the U goes.
Ligu.
Legume.
Liagu.
Actually, not the good phonetic for that.
Yeah.
The League, the place the League went to after the Sphinx stopped camping, and pulled the D&D equivalent of Scavenger Pro Danger Close Noob Tube Tactical Nuke.
What the fuck?
I get
That's
him.
how
I
I
get
got
it.
mine.
Camping motherfucker.
We're really piling on this fucking speech.
Get these off, bitch!
Considering there's actually a spell called Contingency, I think that would be the equivalent of what you just described, but we're not at that level that people will have Contingency plus 5th level Fireball procced.
Well, my thought process
can get
was
that.
like, oh, okay, that's how we want to play things. I'm gonna end this real quick, and that's how I got my nuke. So
Danger Close Pro. At least you didn't have Martyrdom. We didn't
Well,
kill
Nah,
Martyrdom
that's not
implies
fourth.
that you die.
Yeah.
I
that.
die.
Little bitch.
We've already fought some guys at martyrdom, so
Yeah, it's just assumed at this
second
point.
layer, Lust. Dauntless's incessant thirst to solve the mid-combat riddle. I'm not sure if that's lust or not, but
I mean he kept it up
nothing
after.
sexual about it. But
Oh,
Lust
the
doesn't
violence.
have
third layer, Gluttony. Kalos at. Did you edit this one? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Kalos at campaign's end will have promised at least half the planes of existence some form of magical item. 4. Greed, our new desert guide, not dessert, God, you didn't spell that wrong. Desert guide attempted to pawn off plundered, scratched out, procured goods on the Morjamoth in exchange for services rendered. With our luck regarding caravans, he's worm food by week's end. 5. Anger, my own personal feelings, that's sure. 6. Heresy, what Dauntless heroically avoided by not becoming a soul cowboy. In some cases, by just witnessing a murder, you will become accessory to murder, so you're not exactly
Like
exempt
you're
by
in
just
jail.
sitting there and doing nothing.
Yeah, well, take me to court.
Your patron might. 6.
Like,
There's,
those souls were for me.
7. Violence. What the League inflicted on the aforementioned Sphinx. Yeah, that's true. 9. Fraud. What we were all afraid of when we met the guy whose literal name was Morgoth the Deceiver. And treachery is Laszlo, and then it has the edited tag, but that's for the whole post.
Treachery? I'm not treacherous. What do you mean? What do you mean by anger? What's that one?
Oh, I was getting pretty fucking tilted at all the fucking
Exhaustion points, yeah.
concepts.
How many
well,
exhaustion
yeah.
points did you get down to?
Learn how to
I have
breathe.
4.
Oh my god.
Just breathe air, dude.
The rest of this is not recap, it's just other things talking about D&D stuff. And we're going to go and close that Discord for now. We'll check out that by the end of the session to see how everyone's
Andrew's gonna write
feeling
his
on
recap
the...
now.
I mean,
Don't.
let's go ahead and let me grab my whiteboard. So we're looking at today's thing. We left off on the evening of the 6th of June, 7:39, same year. You did check on an NPC when you guys got back to check if it was the same year, and the time dilation
June 4th,
is
right?
not... Yes. The time dilation is not that large an amount that you guys need to worry about sudden end of the world catastrophes being just completely over your guys' head now, if you long enough time skip.
Not a problem anymore.
That was in campaign 1. Could have been. But, let's see. We are looking at, how many tallies is this? 18 on the tally mark.
Tally ho.
Travel time did get kind of skewed because of the fact that our wagon is in a different, not time zone, but just different location in the desert. We are currently at an oasis that is occupied by not just yourselves, there's a couple of other travelers who have parked their camps here. They even set up a miniature little cafe for travelers to get some food and water. In the meantime, let's see. While you guys are relaxing and just doing idle chatter, or some people just relaxing inside of a magically folded out canoe, your perfume man went about and did some mingling and found that there is some sort of chieftain of a nomadic tribe that is currently here. He has offered, his name is DeCarlo, and has offered to take you guys to the nearest civilized location that actually has a established infrastructure, for no cost except for an audience with the Morjamoth family. Speaking through the princess, more or less, this is the best chance of you guys getting a quick and speedy way to the nearest town. Otherwise you'd be legging it, and considering how tired some of you are, it would not be a very fun time. Just remember that one point of exhaustion at level 3 is half movement speed, so that would be a very bad thing.
Wait,
to
this
walk
is an
it.
important distinction. My canoe is magically folded?
Well, it's a magical canoe. It like compresses itself via magic. It's not like just a really, really ornate origami piece.
Okay, I need to mark that down.
Don't at me about the law of conservation of mass. Just,
Man.
it's
No,
magic.
it's magic. I just thought it was like a physical thing, like it folded down.
Who's got the? Is it you on a 4? What's your exhaustion?
He's on 4.
Yep.
Okay, so you got half HP, disadvantage, attack roll, saving throw, speed half.
Everything hurts.
Basically, even a minor combat encounter occurs, he's basically
He's
useless.
gonna cry. You can just lay on hands. He could be a little lay on hands vending machine,
Well,
like
I'm
Medicaid
just gonna sit
station.
in the canoe and I'm gonna learn a dragon.
But we're probably not gonna be in the canoe.
So again, we're on the evening of. We haven't passed over to the next time. According to the perfume man, from here to the nearest town would probably be about 3 to 4 days. And maybe even faster with your new escort. So it's just also assuming that you guys already did a looky-loo onto the wagon itself, specifically Alexander. They are on the road, so to speak, so they didn't linger around where the Sphinx's territory was. So whatever happened during your time away from the wagon, they booked it because they are not torn to shreds. So if anything, it's most likely that they took that more roundabout route that the perfume man had suggested was a potential option the first time we got to the Sphinx encounter. And they're probably on their way towards something. Unfortunately, no one has the capabilities to magically message any of the members of the Soft Peaks Perfume Company, so it's just a bit of assumption on everyone's part as to whether or not we can reconvene at this particular town that DeCarlo is going to be escorting you guys to. Before we go ahead and see about changing over into a new day, does anyone want to do anything in particular before... It is relatively late evening at this part, probably about 8:30 p.m., and it is pretty darn dark, because even in this hemisphere at this time of year, it still gets sunset around 8 o'clock, so the sun has been past set at this point.
No,
I think I asked this last session, but the Scryball, it resets in the morning, right? At dawn? You
Dawn
said?
specifically, yep.
Okay, then. No, I got nothing.
And the
I would
transitory
just-
period between night and day is that when it recharges.
I would just be sprawled out in the canoe with the blanket over my head
Mm-hmm.
and the elk grazing nearby or doing whatever the
On
hell.
sand?
It's a spirit elk. It doesn't need to eat, I guess. I
Well,
don't
then
know.
why is it grazing at all?
It's pretending to graze.
Act natural.
Yeah, it's like
It's
trying to
sad.
keep it. It's the elk equivalent of keep your hands busy.
It sounds like the elk equivalent of
What are
Dauntless.
It's
Yeah,
the fucking penguins in Madagascar smile and wave, boys.
Yeah.
eat sand, guys, quick, go.
It's in my teeth.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
I actually do have something, DM.
Oh, wait.
Checking the jewelry that we found that I have. Is
On
there
the mummy?
any? Huh?
On the mummy?
On the mummy? Yeah, the jewelry that we found on the mummy. Is there any necklaces that are plain looking, like plain, like just a golden chain?
Nah, everything here is decked out.
Okay.
You already checked and none of them are magical.
No, I know. I'm just looking. I was looking for nothing non-magical, not bougie.
No, they're all very, very much so. High price tag on these things, nonetheless. Anyone else? Okay. So, with that, you guys go ahead and find a nice location. You don't have your wagons to sleep in, but you always have other capabilities of finding shelter. It's ill-advised to just sleep out underneath the stars in the desert, as the sudden change in temperature from cold night when the drop in temperature is actually very enough to actually form frost on certain locations. You said the name. To when the sun suddenly pops up over the horizon will cause a decent amount of discomfort. There are no for-rent tents or shelters here. Everyone has their own shtick. Any of the people who have set up these little mini cafes collapse the overhanging tent before they go to bed, so there's nothing but the stars above. If you want to use your hut, if you have the capabilities to cast it, if you have the spell slots, you may do so. Or, if not, you risk potentially adding on to... Well, Andrew's not here to hear this, but he'll deal with it if he
He'll
does.
die.
There's a potential that you do get points of exhaustion if you just sleep out on the sand.
Elements. What do you want to do? What do you think? What do you think?
Do you have the level 3 spot to burn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We use many low end shit. Yeah, I roll a funny. I got 65. We're okay. Yeah, I'll do tiny hut.
You set up the tiny hut somewhere nearby, in such a way that you have a bit of privacy from the other tents or the denizens who are camped out around here. For the most part, everyone keeps to themselves once the cafe is taken apart, only occasionally dipping down to the actual body of water that is surrounding here to refill canteens and either that or just get a cup full of water and just kind of swish around their mouth. On occasion, you see a couple of smaller critters pop out as soon as the sun is fully down. Small desert rodents, not so much rats, but they mildly resemble that of what happens if you took a flounder and mixed it with a rat. It's a very flat, fuzzy creature that...
A flat.
It's almost like a... Yeah. A flounder and a rat does make a flat, it does. But in such a way that they emerge from the sand, they have a texture on their body that resembles sand itself, so they have highly adaptive camouflage and can bury themselves to a point where they are completely indistinguishable. So you could be stepping on one right now.
It's all one big flat.
But they emerge from the sand as soon as the coast is clear of most humanoid activity, skitter their way over towards the body of water, just get a couple of mouthfuls, and then resubmerge themselves underneath the sand before disappearing entirely. Knowing that, it is entirely possible that, you could be sleeping on top of one tonight.
Big one.
But in either case, as soon as you guys have the hut, you can all pile in. What kind of temperature is in there is up to the caster, but I'd assume
Old
that...
is it? Old is Rutosh.
Old is Rutash.
No, a nice stable temperature.
An idle room temperature that makes it so that you're not hot, sweaty, or otherwise. You all pile in and eventually feel a bit of comfort, knowing that you are not going to be accosted by some devil creature trying to ask you for a contract of some kind, or something that wants your immortal soul to be cast into a wall of screaming other souls. That's for later. Let's go. Is anyone gonna stay up watch, or y'all gonna just pass out after just going through the first layer of hell?
I think we'll split the watch like we do. I don't think there's any.
Yeah, have you changed the way that watches are done, Adam? Because you sort of equated it now into like just one person does a watch, or are we still splitting it into like first watch, second watch? What's the...
In instances where you guys have traversed a location already, we're doing the not adhesive version, advanced version where it's
Can't move.
quicker. But in
Okay.
places where you haven't gotten a chance to explore it yet, and there's a potential for unknown dangers, you do the split.
Okay, yeah, split it is then.
All right. So
I'm
who's
not
taking
very
first?
tapped, and I don't have exhaustion.
I could take the first half of it.
Do you have any exhaustion?
I have 2 points, but like nothing that's gonna.
I'll take the second half then, because I don't have any exhaustion.
I got slower move.
Wait, I don't have
but
exhaustion
most of
points.
you
I'll
do,
take the
yeah.
first one.
But yeah, who's doing what? Is it we doing 2 people at a time? Like I want to know. 'Cause
I mean, it would just make sense that Varys
Who-
would rest on the first watch since you're fucking exhausted. I don't have any
I-
points of exhaustion, so I can stay up.
I don't think my elk needs to sleep, so if you guys need like a second,
We also have
they're
Krios, who doesn't need to rest and has like the highest passive perception.
Yeah, but I don't like to use him because he takes away from players. What's that?
doing things.
agency.
Yes, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, I got the elk. The elk is up, and it doesn't go away until it dies, or I tell it to leave. So.
Just go to sleep. I'll take the first watch and I'll tap. I point to Laszlo.
Oakley dokley. As you all settle down, some faster than others, during the night watch, around midnight-ish, you see a couple of people going down to the body of water that is the oasis. They appear to be wrapped up in similar garb to that guy who offered you to escort the Carl man. They don't have as many wrappings around their person, so they have a bit more exposed skin, specifically around like the arms, the shoulders, and the you can see their ankles. Ooh, sexy ankles.
Sexy.
They are carrying large containers, presumably for water, and one at a time they form a little assembly line of one person passing down a barrel or keg, empty presumably, one passing it down the line, another person dipping it into the oasis before passing it back and repeating the process for a total of 5 different containers. As soon as that's done, they just turn around and go back to their encampment. They have set up their own tent. It's one large one that is relatively low to the ground in such a way that you would need to duck just to get through the entrance, and you surmise that taller folks would need to be crouching the whole time unless they want to be up against the ceiling. The exterior is decorated in such a way that really resembles what you would assume would be synonymous with a desert nomadic group. The upper portions of the tent are camouflaged so that if you were looking at it from a top-down perspective, it would be very well blended in with the sandy surface below it. And the sides are sloped in such a way that sand won't accumulate too badly in certain key locations as to make it so that the tent would collapse in on itself as a result of the weighting sand all around the base. And the coloration also makes it so that if you were looking at it from a distance, it almost has this almost mirage-like effect of that shimmering, heated air in such a way that also, from a horizontal plane, would be relatively well camouflaged. The only thing about this tent that is enough that you could even spot this thing in the first place without a highly perceptive mind or keen vision is the fact that they have a big red flagpole that has just a bright red flag on it. Otherwise, it would be nigh indistinguishable at certain distances. Their caravan itself is consisting of mostly these creatures that are not camels. In terms of what they are, it is a somewhere cross between a centipede-like creature that has somewhat rodent-like features to them. Not just a giant version of the thing I just described before. They're approximating the size of pack mules, and are, for those of you who are not very accustomed to looking at large insects, can be very off-putting, considering you could probably fit your entire head within their mandibles. So, in any case,
Thankfully, we've had our fair share of giant insects.
true. But in either case, these creatures like to curl in on themselves in a way that they form almost a complete ball shape, like those roly-poly things that kids would flick. I don't know the scientific name for those things, but
Woodlouse.
is that what they are?
Yeah.
Well, roly-poly it is. But they resemble those with a bit of, in the intersecting plates that form their exoskeleton, there's a bit of something that resembles fur around the joints, and their faces are relatively flat with only a couple of beady little eyeballs to denote where the face is, plus the mandibles. It seems that these might be their beasts of burden, and for all intents and purposes, probably could take a hit better than an actual camel, considering a hard exoskeleton. Go ahead, punch it, I dare you.
Before we change over, I would like to say I would have changed out of my armor at some point.
Yeah.
Like, because I don't want to accrue more exhaustion
Oh, why not?
and die.
Yeah, I guess that's a penalty for that. That process happens relatively late in the night, and all in all, for the most part, your watch, Laszlo, it's the most eventful thing that really happens.
That's Callus in the first watch.
Was it? Whatever.
Yeah.
In the other case, you guys pass it over once the 4-hour mark, and you want to switch over, and the next person goes on for the last half of the sleepy time.
Me. And
Now
or
it's you.
someone else.
And my elk.
During the process, you notice that more people get up in the middle of the night just to do things. They don't, thankfully, you don't see anyone like taking a leak in the oasis. They just do it far off in the sand somewhere else. And I'm sure the idea of runoff could be a thing, but there's nothing to transport it there except for wind, so, you know, you might be drinking piss.
Don't pee against the wind, okay?
Man who spits in wind
Yeah.
has a wet face.
Even worse, man who pisses in wind. Not good.
Man who pisses in wind smells like piss.
Exactly.
Ancient Chinese proverb. A couple of people just waking up to do nighttime activities. One person gets up extra early in the morning from one of the caravans that is going to be your transport later on in order to do some maintenance on the weird bug centipede looking things. It involves like brushing them down with a specialized tool that is very abrasive looking. It almost looks like it's a steel wool toothbrush, but he uses it to get in between the layers of plating between this thing as to prevent sand accumulation, although you presume that's what the actual bits of fur would be used to do so. It never helps to get the little tiny bits out, just for the creature who doesn't have the capabilities of reaching and actually scrubbing themselves out themselves. Maintenance in terms of food and water as well. What the fuck is D-Gray playing?
What is he playing?
I don't know what the fuck that is. It looks like a file name. Whatever.
He's hacked it. He's done. He's not. I'm level 200.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't blame him. In either case, what happens is that goes on relatively early, and everyone here is very much an early bird. Morning breakfast is taken care of by a single individual, probably about the equivalent of about 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning. Everyone has already gotten out of their tents and has gone about their business before the worst parts of the desert sun come up, so it's nice to get all those things done before the sweltering heat kind of just makes cooking unbearable, because you got the heat of the fire plus the heat of the desert.
Eggs just cook.
You guys go ahead and you can mark off a long rest.
Your boy's down to
One-
3.
Subtract
yeah.
a level of exhaustion for those of you who have it.
I guess I would put my armor back on and fold up my canoe, because we don't need it right now.
As soon as the morning rituals are taken care of, your guide DeCarlo comes over and greets the perfume man first thing in the morning. As soon as the sun begins to show its face, which is where most magical items would begin their recharge process. It's not a process, it's more of just an on and off switch. It's either it has charge or it doesn't. Comes
Start
over.
like glowing.
They don't just immediately glow, depending on the nature of the item, but in some cases it could. Either way, they take themselves away from the party just to talk next to the oasis. You can see the perfume man is refilling one of his canteens as he begins speaking with DeCarlo. You can see a couple of motions going back and forth. The perfume man points over to their caravan. Maybe a couple of exchange questions regarding the number of overall capacity. Although you guys don't have much luggage, it's just you, so in that regard you should be fine. The two of them come over as soon as the canteens are filled and the tiny hut dissipates during the time that you guys are doing your morning rituals, eating breakfast, which in this case is presumably going to be...
I look to everyone. Gruel.
No gruel. We'll do Goodberry.
No gruel.
No gruel, good berry time. As you're popping your berries in your... I don't like the phrasing of that. As you're eating your breakfast, I'll just say that.
Yeah.
As you eat your breakfast, the two of them come over. You can't see DeCarlo's face, but you can see at least the slits of his eyes. They are attempting to warmly smile at you from, you can presume, those of you who have functional face recognition software.
I have those.
In any case, you go overhead and see that he has come over. The perfume man is currently unloading a variety of things from his over-shoulder pack and is kind of just dumping them onto the sand, just doing a bit of inventory management in his regards. The first thing that DeCarlo does is he goes over towards the princess and gives a very deep bow, making sure to make zero eye contact, and is staring hardily at the sand around your feet.
I guess the bags under my eyes would have bags under my eyes at this point, and I would just kind of like, yeah, okay, whatever, sure, thumbs up. Yeah, morning to you too. I continue chewing my Goodberry.
If everything is in working order, we would like to depart as soon as possible. And, we might need to have a couple of you in separate caravans. They are tight quarters, so please designate to whom will be going in the first and second wagon.
Look at
folks.
Varys. Assuming no more statues attack us, can we get back to my book learning?
Of course.
Okay. Do you guys need an extra animal? Then I kind of motioned to my elk. The elk can help you.
The DeCarlo looks over at your animal. We have enough for our caravan. If anything, the presence of that beast will rile the primal instincts of our jumpers, so I'd recommend you keep it far away lest they attempt to tear its throat out.
Okay. Say no more. Now I have a telepathic link with this thing, so what I tell it is...
Fuck off.
No, I'm just like, hey, keep, like, some good distance, and if you see anything, just, like, ping me, and I do, like, tap my head while staring at it. Does it tap its head with its hoof?
No.
I think you're overthinking how much you have to like communicate with this thing. Like it's telepathic. You don't need to like have
Force it to try and like.
Well, I'm curious because it's like a fey spirit that's kind of forced into the shape of an elk, from what I understand.
It doesn't have to be just Fae. It could be any.
I choose fey because
Okay,
I'm
there we
lazy. Does it nod?
It can do very simple things. I don't think it has a capability of sign language.
Well, I give it non-verbal mental instructions. Just kind of be an outrider and ping me if anything happens.
That's easy enough to do. In any case, the rest of you, let me just get this desert Let's see.
Man, all the desert caravan vehicles look the same.
Yeah, it's almost as if I
Oh, that's
Control
racist.
C, Control V.
Caravanist right here. Like,
They all shop at the same stores.
Best Buy.
That's racist.
Best Buy's not a
JC
race.
Penny's brand over here. Like, peace.
As soon as the sun begins to rise up over the horizon, you are all issued towards the caravans. They are a very, very sleek design in such a way that they do not catch too much of the desert wind blowing against a flat surface. The previously mentioned close quarters that DiCarlo mentioned are indeed true. It is almost like going into a tube. You almost have to enter the actual rear entrance of the caravan by almost crawling on your stomach. There inside you can see that there are a variety of things that have been stowed away, wrapped up in burlap blankets or sacks, and have been tied thoroughly as to prevent them from wiggling around back here. It resembles the cargo storage of a flight. If you've ever seen what it looks like when they shove your stuff in there, it's kind of just like a semicircular shape and everything's just lining the interior.
We're the stuff.
There is room to sit and designated locations to sit, many of which is just boxes. So you are, kind of looks like what happens if you were a stowaway. So you're just kind of, you are the cargo. In any
Who's
case,
going where? So,
we do have to split.
Yeah, who's going where?
I'm with Varys because I got to learn.
Yeah, how many people can fit in which bit and all that?
Oh yeah, that is a good question.
You can fit, presumably, as long as no one suddenly grows in size, 3 personnel per storage facility.
I guess
Okay.
we should we have the perfume man sit with us, I guess? Because I assume Kalos and Krios would want to be together.
Well, counting the perfume man, then that means and Krios. That means there's 7 of us. So
Is it dark in these caravans?
Yes, you're essentially a cargo storage. There are no windows.
I'll stay with I can fit, guys. Don't worry.
But there's 3 of them and 3 times 3.
I was gonna go if anyone is what I'm.
Okay, I mean unless someone really wants to ride the elk.
I'm going to say no to that.
Lastly on the back. Yeah, I'm catching up. I'll just
though
go
he's
with Zen. Wherever Zen goes, I'll go because I want to keep tabs on him. So.
Old bros.
Old man crew.
Old man
Man that
vibes.
had like a fucking episode recently. I want to make sure
Old
he's not gonna have
man.
another one.
Considering the number of you guys, you're gonna have to have a person sit not inside the storage facility that is your taxi, essentially. They can either sit alongside the driver on the exterior of your respective caravan, or they could run.
Wait, is it 2 or 3?
I'll have myself next to the driver.
You know what? No. You could fit. I'm finally gonna use this thing. I go inside the caravan.
Bat cloak.
Ordered a cloak of the bat.
Oh my god! Wait, what?
Bat. I
Bat?
teleport and then I transform into a bat and go.
Wait,
into
we
a
have what? I was actually kidding. I was thinking like Batman's gliding cape thing with rope and hooking you up to the back of the wagon. We have something that turns you into a bat.
At it for
Yeah,
me.
your husband. Can I speak as a bat?
Unfortunately, no. You take on the properties of a bat, both physically and mentally.
Well, no, I think it says you
Does
keep
it?
your.
I'm a
I
bat.
mean, do you?
Does
wanna
he have a
just-
big beard as well?
If you want to just become a bat, do you want to just perch on the elk?
Why? I don't
Oh,
want to be
didn't
on
you
the
just
elk.
have? Did we
Good
just
with
have a
you and this
long
elk.
No one's on
conversation?
the elk.
Did we just have a long conversation explaining that the elk was going to have to like walk like a mile back just to not to rile up?
You do
the-
retain, by the way.
There's
Well, I
the
can't. I
normal-
still can't speak though. I'm a bat.
You got a
the
beard.
elk
I know
can't
it's you,
get more
buddy.
than like 1,000 feet away from me.
Owen is
so-
riding with the elk. I'm making that executive decision for us right now.
He's done it. He's done
He's
this.
done it. He's did it.
Done it.
Staying together.
I'll go shotgun with the driver.
I'll
You
chill
don't have
with
to
Bat
anymore,
Zen.
but okay.
Yeah, you can chill
Little
with
Bat Beard.
Bat Zen.
Bat Beard.
The bat
Alright.
does not come with a beard.
It does,
Oh,
in my eyes.
Crack my fingers. All right, let's get learning.
Okay,
I have
so
so
let's
much
just
more
put our
space now,
characters
is what I'm
in
thinking.
which wagon we're gonna go on. So, Bat, the Bat one. Come on,
Yeah.
Bat Zen,
Some
over
sort
here.
of vehicle with a bat in it. A mobile, if you will.
Bat.
Well, there's not enough room on these things for everyone to stand on, so whatever. Okay, let's see. First day's out. Let me get the whiteboard and my eraser.
Well, wait, I would be with Varys.
Well, then move yourself. I'm not gonna do that for you. We have the technology.
Henry, if you wouldn't mind, you gotta be there.
Oh, sorry.
I think you're thinking about it too much, Andrew.
Yeah.
A little bit.
You gotta be specific.
Okay,
I've drawn a.
let's do
Oh,
some
Bat
rolling on dice to see if we hit a snag. By that I mean an encounter roll. Starts off with a D100. We're looking for anything 25 or below to trigger an encounter.
Does anyone else want to?
I can do it if no one else wants to. Right
Well,
here.
I've got the die for it, but like, I don't know.
Did you
if
get
it's
a receptacle yet or no?
Fuck, no, I forgot.
I'll do it. I'll do the first one.
All right.
Right here. Right here in the Tailspire. For all
Ow.
to see.
Is there a D100 in here?
You have,
No.
yeah.
They have the respective dice that have the digits to make the pseudo D100, but you know.
I know. It would...
One of the D10s stands in for the 10 spot. You can, and then I'll roll these, and it'll just watch.
No, I know.
Just
I know.
you watch. Just
Wow,
you
83.
38 E. Graphics card.
So it does tell you what it looks like. That's great. And we can go ahead and get rid of those, but that is going to be one free day for you guys.
Studying.
Nothing crazy happens. On occasion, you can hear a bit of tussling and bumbling as some of the cargo is not secured enough. Bat Zen almost gets crushed by what appears to be someone's bedroll.
Oh, yeah, watch out!
But all in all, everything around here is, for the most part, secure. A couple of bumpy roads when a dune is not as flat as it could be. But you notice that there is some sort of interesting, almost suspension system on these wagon wheels. A series of springs around the axles of the wheels allow for a smoother ride than, say, a rigid one. This comes at the cost of there being a lot of bouncing. But relatively speaking, they have lower peaks but higher valleys in terms of the smoothness of the ride. Let me see. How does this turn out? So that is one free day. Let me mark off a
Give it
separate
up to
tally.
day 19.
And this is the first day on to travel into the town over. Presumably could take only maybe 2 days to get there, so considering everything, it is a very short trip before you get to your destination that DeCarlo is taking you towards. All in all, if there's anything you guys want to say to the caravan here, it is now the time, as the travel time has allotted. The caravaneers here, or rather the nomadic tribe, is very quick about, as soon as they park the wagons, they get out, begin to almost tactically disassemble everything that needs to be disassembled. The wagons here act as essentially the framing devices for their tents, acting as the walls and somewhat of the ceiling. There's a collapsible component to it that can be reconfigured into a almost complete housing structure. The jumpers, as they call them, are a series of different mechanicals, components to get rid of them from the wagon. They have type of chassis that keeps them on the wagon themselves that is significantly more complicated than just the bit and bridle on a horse. That process is quick, but you surmise that an untrained hand would probably take upwards of about almost 20 minutes to disassemble this thing from one of these jumpers. In any case, the rest of you can crawl, because you need to physically crawl out of this thing, out of your wagons and get a good stretch. Those of you who are taller than 5'10" are
Oh,
essentially
loving it.
crunched in there the entirety of the trip.
Compact Laszlo right here, chilling. Hey, Dauntless, you got that Kopesh blade still carrying that around with you?
Yeah, you want to take a look?
Yeah, pass it here.
Alright, I hand it to you hilt first.
Stab you with it. I'm gonna go and approach DeCarlo, nomadic
And
leader.
then you stab the girl.
You're dead, bitch. No, I'd like to say, well, Princess here picked this up long ago on another continent. Got Gilgamesh here working on it. I know a little bit about it, but is there anything you could tell us about the legend? Is it true? Did they really unify all of the clans?
Old folktale for the most part. What I believe and what you believe are completely different. You... we would call you the equivalent of, lead-footed. People who live in established locations, essentially.
Outlander
So no triple humped camel. Is that just not real? No chariot.
I am unfamiliar with camel anatomy. We do not use those, as they are
Okay.
too fickle. Maintenance for them is too high
Okay.
compared to
Well,
creatures that we use. Although they require little water, they do
User left your channel.
defecate
User joined your channel.
a lot.
So you sand people, you use these camels, I see. Funny
Well,
looking bug
yeah,
camels.
I
was
hear
just,
you sand people walk single file to hide your numbers.
Oh no.
And Laszlo is a racist.
I'm not racist, motherfucker. Listen here.
I'm just making wild assumptions about an entire group of people.
I was just saying.
If that's
I wasn't-
racist, then fine.
I didn't make a wild assumption. I was asking about this sword. I'll have you know. This Alibaba blade.
It belongs in a museum.
Oh my god.
We have our own folk tales for many things. While many of them might overlap with you lead-footeds,
Don't like that phrase, but okay.
it could be more offensive if you want.
Sure. I would like a little bit of a jest.
I'm not going to do that. We are
Okay.
here on business.
Professional. I like.
In either case, go ahead and settle down. Our tent is large enough for the rest of you folks to cram on in if you don't mind a bit of snoring. Many of our members here are quite loud when they're unconscious. Or you may go about using that miniature circular thing you were using last night.
Sure.
Are any of you going to be joining us for food, or do you have your own source of nourishment?
It can't hurt, I suppose.
It is up to you. If you have any kind of known eating disorders or things that you can't eat, then by all means feed yourselves, but if you don't mind eating bugs, not the ones that we ride with, smaller ones, much smaller. It is the main source of protein out in these parts. Are any of you adverse to cannibalism?
I personally have never eaten someone, but I'm not throwing it out the window.
Well, that is
yeah.
not something that's going to be on tonight's palette, but for ritualistic purposes, those of you who are not familiar with our culture, when you cast someone into the sands at their time of passing, it is customary to take a morsel of their flesh as remembrance. You do not just eat through the whole body, though. It's just small amount for the purpose of ritualistic tendencies. To many folks from the outside looking in, it is barbaric and disgusting. But to us, it is a sign of great respect for the life that they had with us, and before departing them into the sands, where they will find their immortal afterlife.
Did you
No.
lose someone recently?
Yes.
Okay.
But we are too far away from the sands at this moment. But we do have their body with us. And come the time that the great, larger sandstorm that you might be hearing about in these local areas, once we are closer, we will cast their body into the path. But if none of you folks want to be bearing witness to that sort of thing, then by all means, stay out of the tent.
You mentioned the sandstorm, or if you don't mind me asking, are you all also ardents of Osiris?
We do not cast our prayers to one specific deity. You need to be remaining flexible. Come certain days when the weather is good. Come when the weather is bad. Food supplies are low. Is sort of thing like that.
Okay, yeah, I don't mean to offend or anything. I tap my forehead with a glowy thingy. So, just asking. So.
Whomever is listening to receive our prayers is the one that will get them. And in times of need, we will maybe beseech one in particular if the context is appropriate. Now, in your cases, we would be wishing for safe travels, so if any of you folks would like to join us for those kind of prayers, and don't mind seeing the dead on display, they will be present.
It's a natural part of life, so if you don't mind, I would...
To some people, it's not much so. So, I'm giving you fair warning, as this is not our first escort job. And many people have exercised their ability to vocalize their disgust. Especially Outlanders, lead-footeds. So, just as a forewarning, don't say that I didn't warn you. And if you do so, then I see the ignorance behind your words. In either case, we will be there most likely 1.5 days from now. So, and once that is concluded, I suppose we can, if you'd like to now, we can speak about your side of the transaction. It is very brief on your end. I would just wish to have a professional audience with a patriarch of your family, princess.
I will see what I can do about that. I'm in a unique circumstance myself right now, if I'm being more than frank.
Is that something that would be potential for a hard no on the end of your family?
No, I don't believe so. And I give him the official league version that we have typed up of brain damage, relearning dragon language, going to just stop by, say hi to the folks.
I see. You are a unique individual, even among your family. This prestigious house that you hold your head under is very important around these parts, I'm sure you know. So
Yeah.
if you do not remember that much, then there may be some waiting lists on our end. If we cannot have you, how I say, in the highest of esteems within the ranks of your family. I do not mean to presume about your political standings within your own family, but it seems that you have your own eggs in your basket that are jumping out.
Well,
That's a good metaphor.
Failing that, I am married to a to the head of a trade company who does do business on continent. So, short of that, I can guarantee you some way or another to call it sell your wares.
If we keep it within the guise of economic benefits for both of us, and I will allow you to formulate how you speak to your patriarchs, I feel that a business-orientated conversation and not so much a "this guy saved me from the desert winds" is going to be the best way to approach that. In my opinion. I don't mean to press.
No, I understand. I'm for your knowledge, there are backup plans, assuming something does not go well with the family I can't remember. So, I will repay you one way or another. And I kind of pat him on the shoulder.
He looks over at your hand as you pat him on the shoulder. He kind of stares at it and then back at you, not making eye contact, just like at your chin area, before looking back at the hand and taking a step back.
Oh, Papa?
You are definitely not in the right head.
Massive brain trauma. And
I understand that.
Traveling in the woods for months.
I'm not sure what your etiquette teacher, if you're being re-educated, has taught you, but they have missed a few chapters.
I look at it this way. I'm the only Mordremoth for miles around, and unless I report on myself, no one has to find out. And you did save us from death in the desert, so...
We harbor no snitches around these parts, so on my regards, you are safe. The rest of the companions here, I'm assuming that they will also hold that information close to the chest. But I would recommend that you personally, as a member of a prestigious family, there is a social distance that you must put between lead-footed and non-lead-footed individuals. Me, of course, being the non-lead-footed individuals. Sort of caste system, if you will.
Fair enough. When we get into town, I'll keep that in mind. But I kind of shrug and just like, all right, I kind of want to eat.
Those of you who would like to attend their tent, you can find them holding a almost ritualistic-like dinner. There involves all sorts of prayers in the beginning, middle, and finishing parts of the meal, all of which end with some sort of prayer to a deity, although many of the participants are doing all of their prayers in their own heads, and there is simply one guy, typically DeCarlo, who is leading a prayer. Whether or not the people listening in are doing the same one, that is entirely up to your imagination. In that regard, you can see that they have set out a very nice platter. It is very many foods that don't require a fire to cook them. Either they have been already pre-preserved, cooked, smoked, or preserved in other ways. They don't want to light a fire in this tent because 1, very low-hanging ceiling, 2, everything's flammable, 3, it's hot already. Desert.
Even hotter. Adam,
I'm Adam.
would I be able to not be inside the tent, but I'd like to try and sneakily cast Detect Thoughts? People are doing prayers and stuff. Just to get a gauge of what range of people they may be praying to, and if there's any names I recognize.
Let's see. When you say sneakily, what dost thou meanest by that? You want to?
I'd like to do it not inside the tent and to see if there's any like essentially not like, hey everyone, I'm doing a spell, but just like, I'm outside.
Well, let's see about Detect Thoughts, because it is a persistent effect. So what you could do is cast it far away from the tent and then approach the tent later. Let's
Yeah,
see how
something
long it
like that would be-
lasts. Detect thoughts, but not those kinds.
They're all here, all around me.
I'm thinking about the other spelling of thought, the one that's banned on Twitch.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I try my
Can't call
hardest, but
people
sometimes I
thoughts
can't help
anymore?
it.
You can't
Uh,
use it in a malicious manner as to insult someone.
It lasts for a minute. Concentrate on it, yeah. So I can read the thoughts of certain creatures when I cast it.
It is only one creature, though. So we cannot just have a blanket mind reading session on all of the people inside of this tent. So you can cast it elsewhere, run up to the tent, not the actual flaps.
You can
but like,
switch targets throughout, though, I think. Yeah, I can just sort of like do a blast minute and just siphon around different. Each
okay.
turn, and every 6 seconds, I can focus it on a different creature that I can see. So
Well, you'd be outside the tent, though.
yeah, well, I'll do that and then go in, and then I can. Doesn't take me more than 6 seconds to walk in.
You cast
Would that
and
be
just
okay?
sprint into the
Yeah,
tent
you
and start
can cast
staring
it,
at
sprint
people.
in, stare at everyone, and run out. That's definitely a social faux pas, but alright.
Ah, we're
I
weird.
won't. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not running in.
Well, it lasts
I
a
won't
minute, so
cast
if
it
you
then,
want,
don't
so
worry.
if it lasts a minute, so if you want to get this thing done and cast it on as many people as you can,
Don't worry. I won't cast it.
I'm actually inside as well, just partaking with the ritual, whatever they're doing. I'm just following them.
the dinner
Taking in
takes
the
part
cultural
in several.
I would sit
parts.
outside.
When
Do
in
you want to do?
Rome.
But like you resolve your thing. I'll pipe up.
You see, the meal consists of a variety of different steps. First ritual to open it is a ritualistic prayer. The context of the prayer, verbalized by DeCarlo, is essentially the equivalent of "thank gods above" for the meal we're about to eat. Very traditional, but also very commonplace as a pre-meal prayer. The first step is essentially the appetizer, and takes form of several of the individuals here taking a small ritualistic knife and carving into what is essentially a bound up corpse that is displayed more or less in the same way you would a rotisserie chicken, just dead center inside the dining hall / tent here. They take very small amounts. You see the mass that they remove from the body is like only the size of like a raisin. It's not just a whole slab of meat.
Well, here's the fingers.
They take a small amount and place it on the tip of their tongue, and in the same way that you would, say, consume the Eucharist, you clasp your hands in front of your face, allowing your mouth to close, and you chew very solemnly. Not a large smacking sound as you go, yeah, that's very inappropriate. There is another prayer afterwards, as soon as everyone has a bite to eat, and then the actual entree of the meal comes out, and it is not a person. However, it is not a full course meal, and it consists of dried fruits and vegetables like figs and certain tuber-like things like dates, and very tiny potatoes that have been dried out to almost resemble that of like wedges that have been
Alright,
heavily
wait,
salted.
Now that we're in front of like the rest of the caravan, I do the right-handed eating thing and try
Applying all of your etiquette skills. After that, there is another prayer before the equivalent of a dessert is passed around. These are essentially crystallized hard candies, in the same way that you would put amber is used to preserve like mosquitoes. They have these little bug snacks, essentially, not the game, but it's essentially like bug parts, like mandibles or chitinous layers of plate that have been essentially broken down into small bite-sized pieces and essentially caramelized in a solid block of sugar. They are then broken up into small chunks in the same way you would like peanut brittle and eaten in a similar fashion. And finally, one ending prayer, at which point the people gather around the body of the soon-to-be cast into the desert sandstorm. They don't eat anymore, but they just give a solemn prayer before exiting and going about their business in the tent. After that is concluded, you see that everyone puts away their dishes and presumes to get ready for the actual sleeping part in the tent. When they unfold their bedrolls, some people are on cots that are highly portable. In any case, you may linger around here. There's not much else to do outside because it's a desert slash Badlands area, so there's a lot of rocks and sand. Not much else.
For us that are doing things like learning and enchanting, can we mark it down as a full day?
As soon as we conclude this day, yes. If there's anything
Cool.
you're going to do that would potentially interrupt it, like getting into a fight for whatever reason, you can do that now, I guess.
Not a fight. I would like to use the scry ball though.
Okay. Target is
Let me see. I have a small list, and I want to. We'll start in character. I want to
Not-
scry on
Yum
Thea.
Boom, yeah. Okay, sure. Let me just bring up a couple of things on what she would be doing.
Hey babe, I stalked you when I was gone. Missed you.
Just take in mind that it is not guaranteed, and unless she knows that you are scrying on her and want to willingly
No, I think the only thing I get is like her roll gets a -5 because I do know her. So like that's the
Yeah.
only benefit I have.
you can choose to fail if you want, but in this case she is gonna get some benefactions from
Do you have a piece of her? Do you have like a bit of her hair or something?
No.
Fingernails.
I have the
Overhead.
memories of her. Does that count?
well, let's see, it is familiar, so it's a -5 connection. You do not have anything of hers on yourself, unless I don't know, do you?
I don't think we did. Nah, we didn't.
Here, take this toenail.
Ugh.
Toenail clipping.
Hey babe,
We,
I don't want your.
Dovey's been gone for a while. We haven't been doing that for.
Hey, take this.
It's been a few
mole's foot.
Hey
Classic.
babe,
I
I'm
forgot.
gonna
Uh,
take a
you
piece
You could
of your
scry on that
toenail.
guy. Who he's dead.
Alright, so with the modifiers, it brings it down from that to a 6. So, scrying on your significant other. Not intrusive at all. I was just doing it for us, babe.
Well, I
What are you
think the
talking
time
about?
skip is also this is the middle of the day, so it's not like I'm. Right? Am I getting the time skip? Is it 8 hours behind us or 8 hours ahead? Is what we said was the.
I believe that because this one is on the East Coast, you guys are ahead by that time frame. So it would be even earlier for them, so probably only about, like, if you're doing this in the late evening, probably about 1 o'clock p.m. for those back in Rutash by the time that you're doing this. So it's not going to be, oh, she's just asleep. So it's the midday, and what Thea would be doing at midday presumably be various errands.
Okay.
You can see her accompanied by at least 2 other people of the conclave, are going about and currently gathering up bundles of firewood.
They all look relatively healthy considering where they're staying and living. They're not.
Make a perception check.
I-
You can also compound that with, or sorry, substitute that with an insight check if you want to get a blink twice if you're, if you're being held hostage,
Okay.
even though you can't say
Excellent.
anything.
Advantage because I'm still got. Yeah, I got 1 point left. So we're gonna roll and see what happens. Oh, not that different. 16 total.
Specifically on Thea's face and then everyone else afterwards. On her, you see that before, when you were doing your whole shtick in the over in that neck of the woods, she did have a bit of a disheveled look to herself. Her hair wasn't properly combed or groomed. A couple of wayward straying hairs that stick out even if it's taut into a ponytail. Her eyes were relatively not baggy, but just looking a little sullen. Now she has a bit of a healthy glow about her, very as if she's like moisturizing or something, and even has a bit of almost a whistle to her step as she gathers simple sticks for firewood. all the people around her that are helping gather, you notice that they are the youngest members, the literal children and adolescents of the group. It's a very easy task, and in terms of what she likes to do, is still helping her community that was so much part of her lifespan for this almost decade, and if not more. But she seems to be happier, and considering the fact that you got everyone's who needs to be get their shadows back, although those people aren't present in this current scry, those people are, the other ones, but she seems to be pretty jovial. Everyone else is, picking up sticks again. They're not old enough to go out the hunters, so their chores are literally just going around the woods picking up things. So mundane, menial labor that is very much required for society to work properly, but they're kids. They're, picking up sticks is boring.
I would
Pause your
basically
game.
watch and listen for the duration of the 10 minutes, kind of just casually, not actively looking for anything other than are they not dead? Are they not dead? So, but then, yeah.
Very much so, not dead. On occasion, Thea is able to corral all of the younglings into a location and begins teaching them a couple of woodland knowledge, identifying plants, poisonous or otherwise, tracks from animals that could be useful for their future when they begin hunting, if at all, and doing very woodsman things. Woods lady, in this case. But yeah, that's the entirety of the scry. It's chores.
Okay. Cool. All right, that's it for me for today. If we need someone to keep watch, I'll keep watch. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in a minute.
Alright, so let's see. Blah, blah, that's the meal. If there's anything else you guys want to take care of before we end this day, which is the 5th, let me just mark that down here. 6-5, and then leading into 6-6.
Actually, I want to use my ghost vision and see if the dead guy is there. That we just ate.
Sure. You go ahead and would you do this at what particular junction in time would you have used this?
Well, the body is still there after we eat. Everyone kind of left, but the body stayed.
Yeah, they didn't eat him entirely.
Yeah, no, I would blink after most of the people are gone because I'm just curious.
Let's see. As soon as everyone gets whatever they're going to eat. By the way, did any of you get some?
I ate.
Okay.
Yeah, I did.
It tastes very salty and not very nourishing.
I would imagine it tastes a little bit like pork because I've read that it tastes like pork.
Long pork is why they call it that.
Yeah.
In any case, it's heavily preserved and dried out, so it's chicharrón.
Oh my god.
I don't know about the crunch, but
Would it be a faux
taste.
pas to say that it tastes good, though?
I mean, that's personal preference, but in terms of what it tastes like salted pork. Dried salted pork.
You vocalize like, yummy. It's like, no matter...
No one went and like did like a tummy pat and like go nom 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 when they got the fucking food.
Like, no one is pleased with that. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You fucking sicko. But no, no one did that. It was very ritualistic in nature and preserved a essentially moment of silence during the entire procedure. So even the younger ones in this nomadic tribe who look like they're maybe like in their 15 to 16-year-olds, they don't just, what do 16-year-olds do? Dad?
Chewing berry with your mouth open is a faux pas. Come on, guys.
Basically.
You wouldn't want...
But in that case, none of you just suddenly turn into fucking ghouls. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna suddenly start eating humans now.
Ooh, I'm a cannibal.
I've unlocked the cannibalism perk.
I mean, let me see. So you you activate your ghost vision sight sometime after Echo, by the way.
Oh, sorry, my bad. 1 second.
Yeah, no
sometime during the We good?
Is that better?
Testing. Good.
Blah 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 blah. Yes, we're good.
Sometime during this first part of the meal, you activate your ghost sight, and you look around. None of the people partaking in the meal are undead themselves or ghosts. Around the body, you can see that there is a... it doesn't take any humanoid shape. It is simply a wisp. A ball of energy surrounded by almost fire-like appendages that flicker in and out of intensity. It hums and glows as if something is like fluctuating power levels. But it rests there just a couple of inches above the actual body itself. Every time a person goes over to get a piece, it kind of gently swats over to their direction before, almost as if it is on a choke chain, being yoinked back to a particular location a couple inches above the body.
Huh.
It does not take any humanoid shapes or forms, nor does it vocalize at all. It is simply there.
I would just watch it because, like, I mean, I know I was a spirit at one point, but like, I'd never actually got to see what that me.
I
never
can
got to see what that
sympathize.
looked like. I can.
In any case, it doesn't do anything radical. Does it glow incessantly? Doesn't it increase or decrease in size despite it taking people physically taking from it? The spiritual side versus the actual corporeal body doesn't shrink as people begin to take and consume it into itself. You do notice, however, that as people take into this partaking in the ritual, all of them, for a brief moment, in the short period of time when they consume the flesh, give off a almost, they don't give an undead hue themselves, but you get this weird, almost very split millisecond instance of some sort of energy coming from them. But it quickly dissipates as fast as it apparates.
When they're chewing?
Sometime in the middle, maybe like when it hits the top of their stomach. If you had to presume where it is in their esophagus. But it does not linger. It just kind of snaps in, out, done. And then by the end of it, the spirit eventually kind of stops trying to move at all and kind of just lingers there until eventually your spirit vision runs its course in terms of time. Okay. Anything else anyone wants to try doing?
I do sleep in the tent with them.
Okay. If anyone is going to not be in the tent, you should let me know so that we know who is in and who isn't in the tent. It's not going to cause you any exhaustion because you do have shelter. If you want to lay out your bedroll, they also have these really nice mats that they have that they put their bedrolls on. It's like an extra cushion so they're not making direct contact with the sand, as that saps your heat when you sleep. Otherwise, it's the hut for the Ladia. Let me see.
I'd
Double
probably
check
sleep
this.
in the hut. If we have the hut, I would sleep there.
What seems to be the consensus in the group? Because I'm not gonna.
It's also going to be, you can, they do have a decently wide tent itself, and if you wanted to, you could, if you asked some people to move their shit, deploy the tent, the Neelamin's tiny hut in the tent, but otherwise it would be, by default, assumed to be on the exterior. But you would have to ask them to, like, hey, can you move this dead body?
I think it's up to the group and also mainly the caster if it's even worth it. So, does anyone actually actively want to use the hut, or are we all comfortable just with?
I mean, I'm comfortable in there, but if the hut does exist, I'm gonna go sleep in the hut.
I think that's going to be up to our caster to determine whether or not it's going to be a thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which in this case is...
Well, we only got one that can do
Does Zen and Callis not have an opinion?
What for what?
Kalos never came out of the tent.
It's fine.
It's just-
We're in a People,
Hut.
I think we're fine without the
I'm gonna
hut.
hut them. Got 2 on the wild magic.
Yippee-ki-yay. That means that we get to
Um,
roll on this chart. Hold on, let me bring up
And
the
then
chart.
it's a D20.
D20 to see the intensity,
Yeah,
and then
hold on,
D100.
hold on, hold on.
I'm not holding for any man. I am not a man, says...
Got a 10 on the D20, and then a 81 on the last D100.
Have we got this one before? No. For 1 minute, one creature of your choice within 30 feet gains a -1 penalty to attack rolls, damage rolls, and their armor class.
Barris.
As Laszlo deploys the Lehman's tiny hut, he looks at you for briefly a moment, and whether or not it's on his own fruition,
I grin.
you kind of just grin at him.
Kind of. I feel like I have to feel it though. Like you wouldn't just like,
There's
oh,
a
now
bit of there's a bit of malicious intent, whether or not you intended that, Laszlo. You kind of
Right.
give a slight Joker smile,
I found
and
the diamond.
there's a temporary penalty to you. It only lasts for a minute, so in regards to the time span, it's not a big deal. Unless it was in combat, that's kind of a big deal in combat.
That would be, yeah.
you see me flexing my hands and like moving, like feel a
I
little
feel
stiffer,
weird.
feel like numb a little bit in like my fingers, and I'm looking at you like, is everything okay?
Yeah, I'm just setting up the thing, dude.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Any issues setting up the hut?
What fucking issues could we have? Look at it. Beautiful.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
The hut looks normal, and it is normal, because the only thing abnormal is Varys.
It's you.
You're the weird one, bro.
You're the fucking odd guy. I'm not letting you in. You're
What the
staying
fuck?
out.
Get the fuck out of my tent, motherfucker.
Everything goes back to
no,
normal
yeah.
relatively quickly, not but a minute later. As you deploy that, let's go ahead and say that those of you folks who are doing passive activities, you know who you are. We can
How does
mark
that book
down
reading
another
thing
day.
work, Adam, by the way? So if I start it and then it stops, I just lose it?
It needs to be, you need to read it in a certain time span, and if it passes the allotted time before you can complete it, you lose everything in terms of progress.
So I just have to start over again? Does it like blow up?
Well, and the book also goes inert for a century.
Oh, good thing I haven't started again. Yeah, alright, I'll wait until I'll wait until a time skip if there is one. Get a sanctum and read.
How
for
long do you have
fucking
to, like, what are the restrictions? You gotta
8
read it
hours
every...
a day for 5 days, I think.
You need
Yeah,
to
certain
read
amount
it
of hours.
for, hold on. I think it's like a 6-day period, but you need to read 48 hours worth, I think. So that
Yeah.
comes to 8 hours a day, essentially. But there's a lot of things that could step on your feet in regards to getting that full
People,
8
right.
hours. Interactions, yeah.
Totally
So in
forbidden.
terms of if you had nothing but downtime for that
Yeah.
6 thing, but all it takes is, it just takes one bad day.
Yeah. We don't have any of those ever, so.
X is one bad day.
Alright, so that's another day of travel. According to DeCarlo, you should be getting there in from when you last spoke a day and a half, so the next day would be another day. Yeah, big deal. I'm bumping my microphone.
What of it? I'll do it again.
So we wake up on the 6th. You can scratch off another point of exhaustion if you have any. If you're cleared, then good for you. If you still have some, well, you got more days to rest, so
Last one, I'm back to normal-ish.
congratulations.
I'm only down to 2.
Normal.
Scratch 1 on this one or on another days of travel. As you guys, those of you who are in the tent to witness their extremely polished breakdown of camp, everyone wakes up at an ungodly early time. That would probably put Gronk to shame. Actually, no, he wakes up at 3 o'clock in the morning. He's
Gronk. He's a Gronkster.
but they all actually know. If anything, Gronk beats them because he wakes up earlier. Because they wake up at they wake up at like 4:30 at night. In the morning, excuse me, 4:30 in the morning, and begin to break their tents. It involves stowing things away and packing them away masterfully inside of the tent, in such compartments that when they collapse it back into caravan form, all of the things that were attached basically fall into place. So it's a very, very interesting looking system. If you guys have ever seen those like deployable RV houses in real life, it's basically that. The caravans are all set up. The jumpers, as they call them, are fed. The rest of you folk can do about your morning rituals, set your spells, if any, and we can move on with the next part of our journey. Of course, that involves a D100 roll. And if you
I'm
don't-
gonna do it.
He's doing it.
Swooped in.
I have to say, guys,
Yep,
being in
okay.
bat form is really comfy. Imagine having so much space to yourself.
There's so much room for activities.
Pat in real life was just hung upside down by his feet. It's just so good, guys. Bit of blood rush to my head.
Guys,
but
what are you
I'm,
doing?
Percentage die. Percentage die is the
2 D10s, one designated for the ones place and another for the tens place. Double zeros can change depending on the context of the other dice.
okay. Percentage die is a 9.
Okay.
Cover die is a 4, so 94.
Okay. In that case, then it is another free day for you folks.
Day
Whoop-de-doo.
21, June 7th.
Free day, free day, free day.
We're gonna go ahead and have you guys queued up for another days of getting all of your stuff done. How are you looking over there, Daedalus? I'm sure you still have hundreds of hours to work on this, but
Well, today would be 16.
woo! Give it up for day 16 out of 120.
Hey, Rome wasn't built in a day.
I'd again sleep in the nomad's tent.
You notice that on this day, they do not partake in the consumption of the flesh of the individual that is to be buried. If they did this every single day, they would run out of meat. So, it seems they might have a schedule on when to and when to not consume, but this is not one of those days. Or maybe they just did it previously just to show you guys what it looks like.
And this is
I'm-
what eating dead people is.
I'm actually gonna ask.
Can I have some?
Carlo, if you don't mind, I'm sorry if this is a disrespectful question in any sort of way, but
You got
when's
more?
the next time you get? Is the ritual done more than once, or is it once and done?
There are certain key times when you are to participate in the ritual. Some of them can be overlooked due to factors such as our distance away from the sandstorm that is to be their final resting place. Phases of the moon, their birthday, if there's their anniversary of their death for whatever reason that we've been keeping them for an entire year, which has been the case in some people. And, if they were betrothed, their spouse, if still alive, would
User
partake.
left your channel. User joined your channel.
Oh. Who that?
Gronk left and came back.
Okay. Welcome back, Gronk, even though you're muted.
He's just here for the ride.
The day before, we cast them into the sandstorm, and on nights like previous, that was just to show you folks a bit of our culture.
I appreciate the culture.
That would have not normally been a day that we would have consumed. The next full moon is in approximately 9 days, so that is when the next time we are guaranteed to consume the flesh of the deceased. And they were not betrothed to anyone, so nothing of that sort. And their birthday is, not until 4 months from now. So, in either case, you were all very respectful during the situation. I have seen many people wince, grimace, and verbally show their disgust, typically by going, ugh.
No, I come from a place where people are as diverse as they can be. So
And cannibalism?
no, I've never met anyone that ate cannibalism. That was the first time me trying human flesh, actually. So it's an experience. I think it's going to be an experience that I'll keep forever. So I'm thankful for that.
There's a very interesting outlook on that sort of thing. there are different things that people go through when they consume knowingly the flesh of another sentient being. Retching and vomiting is usually the first thing that happens if they are unknowingly consuming the flesh and then knowing later. Alternatively, there are sometimes long-term ramifications of consuming human flesh. Mentally and emotionally, that is.
Yeah, that would make sense. Constantly eating friend or
It does matter
acquaintance.
the context of the situation, however. Seeing as we don't do this in large quantities, and not very often, the ritualistic tendencies tend to make it so that it is seen as more of a sacred ritual and not so much a means to survival. Those of the latter group are those ones I would be more than willing to call them savages. Pot calling the kettle black, sort of thing. I feel I'd be appropriate in saying that.
I mean,
Oh, you are. I feel like you are. Oh, well, I'll tell you, it is going to be an experience that I will remember, and if next time you're doing it, hopefully I can participate one more time, so I can gather the experience more and more.
I give Callus a very weird look because
No, you're not fucking there because this is inside of the tent.
Oh, I thought we were all eating
Nope,
dinner.
this is inside
This
of
is
the
in the
tent.
tent during the thing. The rest of the meal, if they skip over the first part where they consume the flesh of the dead, it is instead replaced with regular appetizers.
That look like
Oh wait, are those baby carrots or are those just fake? Oh wait, nope, those are baby carrots.
like, oh yeah, fingers.
In any case,
Flashbacks.
Oh, I know. God.
I will say that there are some instances of people having very vivid memories that they presume to be from the point of view of the deceased recently consumed. This is not exactly something that is written down in hard history, and we presume that it could be simply due to the fact that you're reliving a memory associated with the person consumed. Whether or not it's just your head making up the perspective is to be seen. Nothing has been delved into too deep as simply nothing that would be regarded very well as a respect to their memory. So if you see anything vivid, it would be actually a decent method of gauging whether or not, seeing as you don't even know who this guy was.
Ooh, I go to the bathroom.
Ooh,
Yeah,
If you
would be
do indeed,
interesting.
then
Your lore dump makes me have to urinate.
Is that like memories you can see sometimes when you jump? Spicy memories.
first time I shit my pants.
Don't
smack your lips at
horrible
that,
memories.
Jesus Christ.
Horrible memories.
Jesus.
Key memory unlocked.
Trauma.
And Carlo, as we were before we met you, we actually came upon a couple of weird I'm assuming the word pyramids is the same as pyramid that we saw, right? If I was to say, oh yeah, we saw these pyramids that were like underneath the sand, he'd get it.
Starbucks.
But
Yes,
It's,
pyramids are a universal
weird,
phrase
yeah.
for
okay,
a
all right.
three-dimensional triangle.
Perfect. Awesome. I just wanted to make sure. We came upon a pyramid that was underneath the sand. And the perfume man didn't really give us more of a explanation of just weird places that just pop up. But seeing as you as nomads are, from my understanding, are right behind the storm. Have you seen any more of these objects, or is it just like once in a lifetime type of thing?
Well, let me see. Well, just to differentiate us, by the way, we are not the type of nomads that are behind the sandstorm. We are the ones that follow in front of it. That is why we cast our dead behind us as we go. Otherwise, they would be lingering there for a whole year before anything caught up to it, and before then, many of the desert critters would get to it first. And if you're wondering about the things that I'm trying to sell to the Morgemoth family, you find a lot of knickknacks in the desert, regardless of where you are in the first place. But to answer your question about these pyramids, as you say, we are not one to witness them very often, but it is not impossible that we have seen them. Desert winds are arguably more malleable than the ocean waves, and uncover and hide things more frequently than not. To us, they are, most people would say temples. We do not have any permanent places of residence, and we usually typically bring our altars and figures of faith with us. Small statuettes, usually carved of wood or made of clay. The ones that you're referring to, when we do have the pleasure of witnessing one of them before being reconsumed by the sands, typically take a few moments, and by that I mean the rituals are usually about 2 to 3 hours to offer our prayers to the deities. They do not answer back before you ask.
No, well, if you ever do want to hear, from my understanding, there's a mountain in Rutash that you can, if you make it to the top, you can ask a god a question. So if you ever wanted to, that's way too far.
I've always
It's
been
cold.
curious about lead-footed temples and whatnot. They are, I guess the word would be heavy, in multiple senses of the word. They cannot be moved, and people go to them rather than the other way around, in some cases. And what you do in them is similar to what we do, so in that regard, persons of faith have universals. But, there are even temples here to the same deities that we pray to by people in permanent settlements. We tend to not try to make our way towards those anytime we do happen to pass by any civilized locations, as we are typically not welcome. For your context, our people, to what we would refer to as lead-footeds, we're seen as dirty in the bluntest of senses. So, the reason why we need to ask your princess permission is because we would never make it through the front door without someone putting a blade to our throats. So, if we can get our foot in the door and not get it slammed in the doorframe, then that is preferable. We do need some sources of exterior income. While we can live in the desert by ourselves and sustain off the land, there are some luxuries that are only provided in permanent settlements. For example, perfumes. We cannot have the facilities to create perfumes in large quantities. We can make them drop by drop, but considering we have about 15 people in our caravan, it's not going to be enough. Considering the plants and other stuff used in perfumes, it's also a gamble as to whether or not they'll be available in our travels. So, certain luxuries are required that cause us to go back and forth between towns. I feel I went on a bit of a tangent there. We were talking about
No.
pyramids.
To be quite honest with you, it's a culture shock for me. To be quite honest with you, because I grew up in a university where I didn't really go out that much, and so just hearing your experiences and seeing how similar they are towards mine, whether I'm lead-footed or and you not, it's still the same side of the coin, but just different flavors, I guess. But yeah, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to keep up your time. It seems that you're about to set up the bed.
Well, we usually go to sleep pretty early, but I can go on for only a few hours of sleep before actually needing to be,
Yeah.
in tip-top shape, so.
Oh,
In
gotcha.
either case, the rest of your friends have not partaken. I am not going to fault them at all for that. Whether or not they want to participate is up to them, but for those of you who are willing to put your nose into another culture's business, I commend you for being so polite.
Of course. You haven't shown me an ounce of distrust, so
Not yet, as some
Not
people
yet,
like to
exactly.
think.
Yeah, I actually witnessed that recently.
I do keep a knife in my boot, so.
And I keep an axe on my back, so.
In any case, I do notice that you and one of your companions, I have a nose for this sort of thing. But you have a large amount of accumulated magical wealth. Do you not fear for your own safety, carrying such a plethora of items on yourself?
Well, at this point, some of the enemies that we have are much larger than any threat that regular people can pose. So it's carry these and be able to defend ourselves when we need to, or be woefully unprepared for.
I ask
whatever
what
comes
types
to
of
us.
threats you folks are facing. You're escorting a princess, and putting her life in danger is not just a hazard for your own health, but those of them who are associated with her and her family.
Oh, she told you about the her little faux pas back in Rutash. So some of those enemies that we have over there seem to be not that far behind. And whether or not she is a princess or she is, fortunately those enemies don't care, and they don't care what family she comes from. So we always have to be on ready, unfortunately. And seeing how the whole culture faux pas of her being able to, wear armor and defend herself at this point. So the rest of us have to pick up a little bit extra to make sure that we can be ready when we need to.
I see. Well, thank you for telling me that. This is a very interesting conversation. Many people that we escort across the desert in times when we do are not as talkative, especially if they're locals. Again, they see us as dirty, so don't so much give us the time of day, and the conversation that we have is asking for payment upon delivery.
Not to give you my whole backstory, but I actually get that too. It's
Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
Hecafates in Dominus.
Well, I've never left this particular continent, so everything you say to me is coming from a fresh pair of ears, having not known any of the cultures outside of my own. I am in that regard isolated, despite my freedom of movement.
I don't know,
miss
what
anything?
could I tell you of Dominus, and specifically Hecafates? It's you say that the iron lead-footed call you dirty, all of that. That's something that I've dealt with for so long there. I was fortunately, since I was born, I was basically a servant to what the higher ups like to call themselves, as they learned. So I've always been looked down upon. I've never been really trustworthy of people. So leaving the place that I was in, and unfortunately the loved ones as well, taught me to open myself up to new experiences and make new friends. And some of them are great, but unfortunately some of them have, without knowing, lost my trust within them. So it's been a rough couple of days, and to be quite honest with you, months. So, but the city itself, though, is you take away the power struggle between the ones not in power and the ones with power, it's actually a beautiful city. It basically creates a sort of a figure eight, sort of. The bigger part of the eight being the city, and then the smaller part being of the eight, the top part being the university. And a lot of people there suffer, fortunately, like all over the world. But it's a beautiful place. people, they are really closely knit, and the friends that they do have, they make sure that they keep them close because we never know when they're not going to be with us anymore.
You look quite young, but your words carry much wisdom. Trust in these parts is especially a very, very valuable thing, considering my way of living compared to those of the Leadfooteds. You're traveling with them constantly, and if there's someone who is at your back that you're not sure whether or not they'll drive a stake into it, is a very, very harrowing thing to have, so broken trust around these parts is a critical breach of societal contracts as almost as bad as murder, mostly because they can lead to murder in some extreme cases. But I thank you for teaching me of your offshore ways.
Of course, and I thank you for teaching me and your ways. I very much appreciate it.
What is it that you folks will do once you finally get to where it is we're taking you? According to your friend calling himself the Perfume Man, this is not your final location that you're going to be stopping at.
No, final location is the capital, actually.
I see.
So I know you said that you wanted to. I overheard anyway, not when I should, but I overheard that you wanted to speak to one of the patriarchs from the princess's family. Probably your best bet would probably be at the capital, seeing how her family members might be more understanding of her illness than closer family of her anyway might be more understanding of her illness than let's say an uncle or a cousin that might not. I don't know if she's going to introduce you to someone there where we're going. I honestly haven't been paying attention where we're going. I'm just at this point just following.
I see.
So in my mind, if the family does have a heart, maybe the family that's in the capital, the one that's closest to her, well, most understanding, maybe, are more understanding and would probably agree to your help since you helped us out when we were down on our luck.
Well, the location that we're taking you very soon is going to be a location that does have very small amounts of Morgemoth family presence. They do not have a designated patriarch to sit there and act as their liaison. Just a couple of people who act as their second pair of ears. So, in that regard, if I was to go through another person to get through the Morgemoth family, I would not be speaking to them directly. And considering, although we are not taking you all the way to the capital, and if you do intend to hire out our services to get there to the capital, that could be arranged. Might need to renegotiate some of the costs, considering it's a much longer trip than what we're about to finish up later tomorrow evening. But we will most likely get there before you folk. When we are not traveling with a larger number of people, we can probably go about 20% faster than what we are right now. It is nothing on saying that we are going slower on purpose, but your bodies have mass to them. That is not a fat joke.
No, I wear plate the entire day, so I understand.
Yes, you are heavier on whole than the sum of your parts.
Is that because of the beast of burden, I'm assuming? We only traveled by camels last time.
They are very, very different than camels. They can be left to their own devices without proper treatment longer than camels. Although they do not have the same capacity for water storage. That is the one disadvantage compared to camels that our jumpers have. But I will take a jumper over a camel any day. Their loyalty, despite them looking the way they do, they are comparable to, say, a dog in terms of loyalty and companionship. I would highly recommend, however, you do not let them do the same activities that you would do with dogs. If you allow one of them to lick your face, you will no longer have a face.
That makes sense. And these beasts of burden, are they? I'm assuming they're just natives in here in Root Sanctus, but could they survive anywhere else? Have you know that?
They require large amounts of heat, in the same way that many lizards require heat to maintain their proper body temperatures. You'll notice that during the nighttime when it's cold, they essentially go into a hibernative state. They curl in on themselves and around each other to maintain what body warmth is still available. For the most part, we were suspecting that we would try to build small campfires around them, but all that would do is keep them up at night, as if they were perceiving it to be the day. I'm not entirely sure how they perceive the actual amount of light in terms of comparing it to what is day and what is night, but I suspect that they use temperature rather than the same kind of internal clock that we people do. So we elected to just leave them alone while they sleep, as to keep their natural habits under control. But yes, for the most part, I am very aware that these things will not live very well outside of this climate. Have they seen outside of this particular continent? I do not know. Again, I have never been off continent.
No, I ask because certain beasts of burden, are able to adapt in different places. So. And plus, sure, they look menacing, but if they have loyalty like a dog, then those are the most loyal animals out there anyway. Besides, cats sometimes.
Yes. Well, in any case, when they curl in on themselves, it is a very interesting thing to look upon. It almost makes them look like a large boulder, and people like to, while they are asleep, roll them around as playthings. That is a game that we play.
I was just about to say, are you serious?
Yes, they are very, very smooth in that regard. And in times when we need to transport them while they are asleep, it is very convenient to have them roll around in such a way. They are also very, very, intelligence is not high, is how I would describe them, but they seem to understand certain instinctive feelings from creatures outside of their own species. And, if you were to ever own one, and you found yourself, let's say, feeling lazy one day, they would happily take you up and transport you on their back without you saying a word. It's almost motherly instinctiveness to them. That being said, I'm not entirely sure if that would apply to the males of their species, because they look a bit different.
Are the beasts of burden that you have now, are they both females?
All of them are females, yes. The males of this particular species are different in many regards. For one, they are not nearly as long, and they fly. They resemble that of what you would probably call a mosquito. But now take that mosquito and probably scale it up to the size of a human adult.
I fucking hate mosquitoes.
I'm sure you do, and people have good reason to do so. The males of this species are incredibly aggressive, and especially during mating season, we need to have the jumpers in our presence essentially hid away from them as to not have them do inappropriate things. They would have a high mortality rate during mating rituals.
Yeah, I know some species of spiders, the female is the one that eats the male. In this type of situation, it's different. It's the male that eats the female. And how does the baby come out?
It is a very interesting bit of their species. When one half is hypothetically severed from another, the lower half that contains the actual eggs and whatnot can sustain itself essentially like a portable incubation tank. There's nutrients stored in the lower abdomen of this creature that essentially the lower half can sustain long enough to gestate the eggs, even after death.
That is so trippy. Holy crap.
It
That's
is
like-
not good for the health of anyone involved, as the female will try to defend herself during the process, injuring the male, and the male in turn tries to, I'd guess, decapitate, although from your waist up, the females. This is a interesting concept, as it is somewhat preventative in making it so that the female does not consume the eggs upon, or the newly hatchlings, not the eggs themselves. They have a difficult time differentiating their offspring from food. So, in this part, it is favorable for the species for the female to perish as to not consume the babies. But at the same time, you're killing the mother. An interesting species to say the least.
I was just about to say, nature is a weird place, man. Holy crap.
But
It's
I'm
wild.
familiar with, from speaking with outside Leadfoots from outside the country, that there are creatures beyond our shores that have a mild resemblance to these creatures. Centipedes, as you call them. Bigger
Yes. But they're definitely not as big. They're definitely small. Maybe long, sure, but they're definitely smaller than these guys. Wow. Quick. Carlo, hey, listen, I know we just met each other, but I do want to give you something. And DM,
My heart.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
You see, I can make magic.
I go into my bag of holding
This
and
is what I call my V card.
Take it,
Here,
please.
take it, Carlo. No, I have because DM, you know my thesis of trying to distribute the knowledge and everything. I gave
we're
one
just two
to
dudes in the
the
desert.
Ivory Crown. So I'm gonna take out another book of those and say I'm trying to make enchanting and helping people out with magical items a tad bit easier. That's actually what I originally joined these folks with. I'm actually not. I might seem like a battle hardened warrior, but I'm actually just a researcher. And one of my things is I'm trying to make, like I said, magical items and helping people out a little bit easier. So this is for you. It's I like to call it a overarching book of what I'm trying to push out there. You go ahead and read it if you'd like. It'll definitely take you a couple of months to understand it, but for those folks within your retinue that are keenly aware of the arcane or any magical inklings like that, please go ahead and share this book with them. Or if yourself is one of those people, please go ahead and take it as from me.
Thank you for sharing this. Although many of our, what you would call shamans, are, illiterate.
Oh.
I am learned in that ways, so in that regard, I can take this upon myself, and if any information here is useful to them, I will pass on the knowledge orally.
Right. I appreciate that. But here, I'm gonna go ahead and set up my bedroll. Thank you for talking with me today and sharing your culture with me.
Likewise. There is typically a thing around these parts that extends to both Leadfoots of this country and our people. To, many people who are not within our tribe. They refer to us as those with too much sand between our toes. It is not a very rolls off the tongue sort of
Very
nickname.
long title.
But in any case, there is typically an association of exchanges that one does not do things typically for free. So, I will reciprocate your gift with another.
Oh, thank you.
He goes over towards a small storage facility. It is built into the wall of the tent, kind of like a cabinet that is nailed to the wall. However, instead of a wooden cabinet, it is a series of leather flaps that have been stitched together to make a boxy, lumpy shape that kind of resembles like a cyst, I guess.
I give you the gift of long sleep.
He goes over to it, unbuttons a couple of things, and you can hear a little sound as some jingly bits. Well, it sounds like maybe jewelry or metal on metal begins to jump around. He fishes out a item and clutches it close into his hand in such a way that you can't see what it is as his hand is balled around it. He walks over to you and issues you to, I'm going to hand you something, hold your hand out.
Hold my hand out.
He places it into your hand, and it feels heavy at first, and you look down at it, and it is literally a leaden ball.
Thank you. I kind of like
he
knock
gives you
on
like
it.
he just like gives you like a little grin. He's like, "You like it?"
Um,
I like a grandparent getting their kid the wrong version of a Nintendo 3DS.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Lee
It
Marvell
looks plain, but I've always thought that plain things always bring the best type of entertainment. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. And then he goes over towards his little corner of the tent and begins to kind of sprawl out. He does not take his bandages off as he sleeps. This is kind of his shtick. And he kind of just lies there and looks at the ceiling, and he takes the book and has put it to the side. He's not going to read it right now. There's not enough lighting right now. It's bad for your eyes to read in low lighting. So, then he goes to sleep, and you have a lead ball.
And one lead ball.
Do not consume.
Elephant foot segment. All the calories.
Okay.
A gram of plutonium has over 1 million calories.
Think of the bulk, guys.
It's enough calories for the rest of your life, because you eat it, you fucking die. Alrighty then, folks. With that little conversation taken care of, anyone else want to have a chat, or else I'm gonna mark the calendar with some...
Varys wants to try and spy on someone else tonight.
Cool.
I'll be right back.
Who is the location or
Okay,
target?
this will be a fun one because this one probably has a few more moving pieces to it. I wanna try to spy on our other old pal, Lubosic. See if he's still on the material plane.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna do some rolls. Basically the same idea and penalties as Thea, because you do know him very
An
well.
ex-lover. No.
What?
I know,
I've seen
I
his
know
dick.
it's pretty much a done.
Dude, that's crazy. I rolled an 11 minus 5. So that's a 6. And the DC on that thing is not a 6. So he loses. Alright, so you're gonna find a really cool image as you look for Lubosic. Again, time span wise, couple hours behind, so it's not done at night. You find that he is located inside of, well, something's stomach.
Oh.
He's dead.
How did that? Well, we like.
Unfortunately, the scry is
nature
highly.
check, see what-
Unfortunately, the scry is highly localized inside of something's stomach. So you get bones. And
Do you know the inner workings of a stomach?
Yeah, is this a
Whose
beast that
stomach
I
is
recognize?
that's gonna be a tough one. So let's
You're
see.
gonna-
Let's narrow it down to 1, beasts that could swallow a man whole in the first place, so that does narrow it down a decent amount. The next would be, considering the fact that he's nothing but bones and the undigestible parts of his person, like weapons and whatnot, it is something that has relatively high acidic properties in its stomach, but not enough that it can dissolve bone. And then something that is native to Rutash. So go ahead and make a nature check. With
Household
advantage.
cat. It's the snow hare.
I mean, but then again, considering where I was sending him, who knows?
It should have been a milk run.
18.
Let's see. Considering the interior contents of this stomach, you've never seen it firsthand yourself, and nor necessarily has your training in this class of thing told you exactly in a textbook, this is what the interior of its stomach looks like. But you surmise that this type of creature that would have dispatched Lubosek and more or less swallowed him whole is, with that, you don't get a definitive answer, but you just have a couple of ideas on what it could be, and you can try to dissect which one itself is the one that you could assume it to be. So option 1 is something akin to Old Blubbery.
Big.
Option 2 is something draconic.
Mm-hmm.
And option 3 is he got shrunk and eaten by something that's normal sized.
Not impossible with the way we did
Fairies, drunk people. You go in near a portal.
I'm not going to linger on this vision then, in that regard.
Hey, I'm sorry, I came back. So Lobosik's inside of a person being digested?
I guess
Or
so.
a thing?
I think he's.
Okay.
And it's him doing that with the scribble
Gotcha.
somewhere.
Now the fact that he's
else.
dead already, or is he?
Realistically speaking, I didn't need to roll on that because he's dead. You can't resist if you're dead.
Guys, I'm
don't-
not dead. I'm just a skeleton that's dead.
Okay.
Or a shrunk down. This is a funny note to write.
So are we? Did we do the
He
hut? Or
shapeshifted
are we
into a
in?
dead guy.
Are we in the big tent today?
That depends on where you want to be. You have both options.
Well,
and
I would basically wander to where the majority of the group is, with like a not necessarily distraught, but like kind of a blank surprise look on my
fucking
face.
so happy over the moon. Like this guy's woo. No, well, so
And
all
I
of
wouldn't
that
say anything.
Kalos thing was last night, or what was that? What was that conversation? Were you settling down for the night, Henry? What was the
What are you talking about?
when you were having your like little lore drop?
Let
moment thing?
my
Were you in the tent,
my
like-
nature drop. I mean, I'm just assuming that was happening at the same time that Varys was doing his shtick,
Okay,
or like
so I'd
a couple
I'd
minutes
be
before we
setting
went
up
to
the
sleep.
hut, and that would be. With that said, yeah, I got a 1 on my D100,
Wow.
boy.
and then a
That's
7,
Moderate.
Welcome, moon and stuff.
and then a 73. So whatever that does, Varys is getting it. I won't define that before.
You
it
and
hits.
all creatures within 30 feet of you gain vulnerability to psychic damage for a minute. This is when all of the fucking mind flares swoop in and fucking...
beams.
I imagine that would just feel like an intense headache.
Well, the source of
Well, I
pain is
don't-
not there, but it increases
I am the source
essentially...
of pain.
It increases your sensitivity. Kind of like, you know, the...
With that said, do we sense anything more
A migraine.
psychic?
That's not what the thing does. It just increases your
Alright.
vulnerability to psychic damage.
Okay,
And everyone around you for 30 feet.
nice. For how long?
It's a minute.
Okay.
Most of these things are a minute, unless it really wants to screw you over. Actually, that was 73. That was for a minute. Some of these can last like a day.
I
I
would
feel
say
like
like
the
the combat
intent-
ones are a
yeah.
minute, but then like out of combat ones. are
But in
probably,
combat,
like,
that's fucking. You wouldn't want that if we were fighting a squid, you know.
Yeah, no,
We didn't go 10 rounds last time, and yeah, that would have fucking
yeah,
sucked.
it'd be like one round.
You do not want that.
Yeah.
10 rounds of brain battering.
You had vulnerability to psychic damage, and I don't think it would last 10 rounds, because
Oh, you get fucking popped, yeah.
like a pimple.
That'd be in your brain. Yeah, I mean, that would be as Varys arrives as well, I guess. I
Ow.
would.
You wouldn't necessarily feel it either, because
Yeah.
it's a vulnerability. You don't feel a vulnerability unless
My
it
brain,
actually.
my brain's exposed.
Yeah, like, just remove your
My
skin.
wrinkles. They're gone.
Smooth.
I'm smooth brain.
I don't have my camera on the way because, like, I think I'm gonna get food.
Smooth
soon,
brain.
so,
I'm winning again.
Yeah, so that's the hut up.
Big
for the-
brain am leaving for no raisins.
No raisins.
Let's see. So if that's gonna be all for that, you guys are gonna be spending presumably the last night with these nomadic tribe,
Lads.
because you'll be ending up in your settled location sometime halfway through tomorrow's travel.
Okay.
So we're gonna go ahead and scratch another tally mark. We're going to the 7th of the month.
Whoop, whoop.
Although it is only half a day's travel to get there, we can still have some fun encounters. So let's have, first of all, if you haven't already marked, that's another night's rest. So scratch exhaustion
Barry's back,
points.
full
Well, he's been
power.
back, but it's mostly Douglas.
That's only 1 point.
He is not back.
But let's have a percentage dice.
Giggle.
Can I
Or-
roll my
Do it,
baseball?
Andrew. Do it.
I would be insulted if you didn't.
That's all.
Because
$8.
$8 worth of rolling, yeah.
Alright, let's see if I can just roll it and it'll stop.
That you get to use once a week.
You have to full pelt overarm at 100% into the door behind you.
If I don't
What is
see
it?
all of the books on your shelf fall down from the impact,
Like a Rube
Well,
Goldberg
it rolled,
machine.
That
it
is-
rolled off the desk.
And it landed
It
still?
landed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it stopped moving. 54.
It's
All right.
hovering.
So that is, now it's a free day, but just take in mind it's only half of a day so far. So that's going to be not enough for you folks to do your full thing on your passives yet. Just take that in mind. But it is another free day, so your entire travel with these people has been completely free, more or less. Not in terms of expenses, but just encounters. So
Free.
the guys in the wagon, you can't see the town as an approach, but eventually you guys do feel the caravan come to a stop. Eventually, you are hearing a knock on the frame of the wagon, and you are asked to vacate as you have arrived at your destination.
This is June 8th, by the way, Adam. Double check.
7th.
June 7th.
Oh, shit, we're
You
here.
sure?
Yeah.
Jarvis, would you mind stepping out? I'm going to change into normal clothes so I don't insult anyone or everyone or everything. So,
Fair enough, dude.
so I changed from full-on combat gear to, like, normal people clothing.
I guess I'll turn into.
It'd be really
Ulrich.
hard to change, and
I'll turn into Ulrich again. Hold on, I'll roll 52. Okay, good.
You get
We're
to
almost there. We're almost to that 50-50 where it's like that's a close.
I guess I'll turn into human.
I'm no longer. Yeah, we all have to ditch all the
Being
fun
bad
stuff.
anymore.
all the fun stuff gets
What,
turned off.
myself?
Well,
I imagine it's uncomfortable having to be someone else. Well, I
It
know
is
it's
hard, yeah.
uncomfortable having to be someone else.
The implications are horrible. I speak
Actually,
like
that's
me.
kind-
I don't get to speak like a cool old man anymore. I got to speak like
That is
regular
kind
man
of funny.
Dan.
We're all,
Yeah.
me, you, and Zen are all doing the imitation
Yeah.
game.
Dan, don't talk down upon yourself. You're not just a man, Dan. You're the Dan man.
Whoa.
well, I'm not going to load up another city map because those things are
Thank
hard on you
you.
folks.
Oh,
But
do
You're a
it.
saint.
I have a new PC. I'm good.
Oh, is that a challenge, Pat? Is that what you're saying? Right. Load up Minecraft.
Pat's like,
right
stop
now.
being a bitch, Dan, and just take.
I actually haven't
Pat's
played
saying.
Minecraft.
That's what you bought it for, right?
well,
Oh,
Bob,
bro.
Bob was trying to get us to play Minecraft.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
zombie
Like,
mod.
I
Let's-
started
let's-
one.
Minecraft.
I play
let's do
Minecraft
it,
for like
guys.
a week at a time, and then it's like, why am I doing this? And then I just stop.
I'm not a child, man.
I think I get
I like-
to the Nether, and then I'm just like, okay, I'm
what
not
do I
a
do
child.
now? What
That's
do
for-
now?
Dude, that's further than I get. I build the house on a cliffside with a waterfall going over it, and it's like, wow,
Has
this
to be a
looks
waterfall.
nice. Well, it keeps monsters away.
What about fish monsters? You need to go for that.
I mean, true, but they won't explode and destroy
Squid
the
man.
house.
Bob
Mm,
just builds his wall around his
On-
village and then
On
stops.
his wall. Bob's wall.
Gronk builds dirt
let me
houses,
see.
right?
Gronk chops trees.
Well, the dirt house is a very respectable house, honestly.
Well, if we
Humble
are going to do
abode.
this, I am going to have to step away for a second because I got a leak. You're in?
You gotta fix a leak. Get
Yeah,
plumbing.
yep, got a lot of tea. I should stop drinking so much tea before we start these campaigns.
Alright.
Well, no, it's
Yeah.
it's really bad.
He's good. He's running. He's not caring. He's leaking.
Andrew,
Shoot, what's up?
when you were playing Morrowind, what house did you join?
I didn't.
Oh, you
There's
did.
6 houses.
I tried doing some of the side quests, and like, there's a lot of filler.
No.
Like the more impressive, like Oblivion, the quest lines are shorter. Yes.
Yeah, I just took a brief look. It looks like all the starting quests are like do this, do that.
Yeah, and to be fair, that is important. But again,
when did you join the houses, you get to build a stronghold.
That's
Ooh.
true, but at some point, Crassius Curio, or not Crassius Curio, the
Yeah.
the old
Crassus
man
Rex,
just
wasn't
gives
it?
you his house.
How I
His
went up with
skooma
this,
den.
Mr. Pat.
Yes, his
What?
shit shack.
Yeah,
Is that what it's called?
Literal shit shack.
Oh,
it's his
hell
crack
yeah.
den. No, it is.
Oh,
I
his
know,
crack
it is
den.
his
Skoomaville.
crack den.
But,
Hey,
like,
humble beginnings, right?
It's funny because I never got a high enough lockpick to actually open the one chest in the crack den, so I would
Is that
just
the
go
crack
into-
chest?
It's got like a lock
you
of
were
75.
amazed. You didn't have a lockpick spell?
No, because you
Crack
don't really
spell.
need anything that high, so I
Crack,
would just
scuba
throw everything on
fight.
the floor.
Pat, who did you side with on the Fallout 76? Did you go with the Foundation or with the Raiders?
I went with the Raiders.
I'll be
'cause they're
back. I
cool.
should go to the bathroom too.
How do I
Hold on.
I'm confused.
Go on.
I don't know which one to pick.
I don't think it matters. Just pick whoever you like more.
The ghoul that tries to commit suicide that can't do it.
I'm sorry, what?
These are some of the characters that I've got to pick between. Some girl that. What did they fucking do? It was.
I think if you look at a wiki, I think there might be some exclusive items. Depending on which faction you
Raiders
pick.
or found better settlers. Because the settlers have got like the ultrasite miner thing, like the mother load. I don't know where the cutoff point is. Settlers you get
There's a pretty clear cutoff point from what I remember.
water well, cattle prod, Gauss shotgun, pump bow, Chinese stealth armor.
You should definitely work with that ghoul though.
He's like, I can't die. He's like gone to a mine and he's tried to like make all these Rube Goldberg machines to kill himself, and he just.
Oh,
doesn't-
yeah, that was actually fun.
Yeah, it was a good quest. Gauss minigun, ammo auto constructor. Okay. The verdict. Both a ton of good stuff. Get all the rewards before the final quest. The only rewards you won't be able to acquire immediately are the weapons. It doesn't really say where the cutoff point is.
If I remember it being pretty clear. But I might be wrong. I remember the game telling me it's like, okay, choose.
Cheers. Yeah, I wasn't sure on. It's just like I think it was like side with Meg or something like that. Like, so maybe I might just go to the other place and see if there's any quests for me.
My guy.
The
Not
Raider
Yeah.
Settler quest in 70.
Oh, yeah, I don't know why anyone would want to fucking side with the settlers. This is boring as hell.
Like I said, there are some exclusive items, so it kind of depends what you want.
Then they get the farm plot or something. Or that might just be behind the status that you need to level them up to, like the reputation.
Maybe, yeah.
I
Or you
think
can
that's
just
related to
buy
that.
a farm plot.
Like the settlers, they get the mother load thing to get them in there, and that sounds really cool. I like all that stuff. But blowing it up, getting does sound kind of cool as well.
Get the cool Raider dude.
Oh yeah, there's that like that fucking super mutant as well. That.
Yeah, there's a super mutant on the Raider side, I think.
It's like child labour as well, because there's that like kid that
Yeah, there is a kid.
climbs through vents.
Child labor, huh?
Mm-hmm. Oh, show.
This one's not that intensive, so it could be worse.
Something happened.
It says that the GM tried to summon you, but we could not find the specified board.
Damn, I got that.
What?
Yeah, so hold on. Let me just restart I keep calling this thing tabletop. Tailspider.
If you want that menu music, we'll go back to it. We'll do it.
Listen, I'm good with the music, but the physics, though, I don't know.
Coming back.
Hey, session 100, tabletop sim.
That's a surprise.
Back.
We're dropping everything and going back to this.
Why? Damn, why?
A GM tried to summon us. Yep, I'm gonna reload as well to see if that.
I think it's because I literally just downloaded this map.
Oh. Here, do you want to try summoning me one more time? See if it works. Yes, it did work.
So should I leave and join back?
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, try
just went to the-
closing.
Did you completely close
Yeah, I
Tailspire, or
completely
just-
closed, yeah.
Okay.
Let me try just main menu.
I'm just gonna close the game.
Do you see me? Can you summon me? Oh, just going to the main menu worked. Dude! Cacti! We've
We
gone-
finally made it,
No way.
boys.
You know, those are two different types of deserts, Adam. I'm unsatisfied with the level of unrealism.
There's actually a lot of types of deserts. I'll have you know, buddy. Okay.
I am
High altitude
desertist.
desert.
I'm a desertist. I don't believe in color. What was it called? I don't see
Ice
colors.
or
I don't see type. It's, it'd be types of
grains of
deserts.
sand are the same to me.
Right, I'm gonna go ahead and assign player permissions, but as I do that, you guys get out of the wagon, and you are greeted with a walled-off settlement. Not a whole city, as is what your final destination is going to be, but a very nice settled location that would be referred to as a lead-footed establishment by your caravaneer here. Let's see. You guys get out of the wagon, and the first thing that you do is not enter the city. You kind of loiter outside of the entrance. It is guarded, but you don't see a huge line of people like you do in some towns, because this is an outpost that is not seeing that much foot traffic. And population around here seems to be relatively low. Probably about like sub 150. Which is still a decent amount of people to get the job done. Or various jobs done. But, there is still the matter of payment. Now, the payment here doesn't necessarily need to be money, as your previously issued, conversations with said peoples involves an audience, and as there is no actual patriarch here, there's just a couple of stand-ins to make sure that business related to the Morgemoths goes over smoothly. Might not necessarily be what the guy is looking for. However, there is an establishment owned by the Morgemoths here, and he does want to make a stop by here to see if you can at least put in the word for future business transactions. That being said, though, as soon as he gets to the front gates, they kind of stop you guys from entering immediately. And one of the guardsmen here, who is typically dressed for guards of this particular side of the country, and looks at all of you for the most part, but then turns his eyes over towards the for DeCarlo. Is that one with you?
Yes.
Keep him on a short leash, ma'am. His kind is very unwelcome around these parts. Known for nabbing things and stuffing it in their pockets. If you know what I'm saying, lad. He looks over at DiCarlo. You can see that DiCarlo is used to being, dealing
Racially.
with forms of prejudice, so I'm bringing it back!
Racism!
Please don't take that out of context of this D&D campaign. Thank you.
We haven't
Clipped
been
and
racist
shipped.
since
Sorry,
like
guys.
since
It's-
10th episode, so we're back, baby.
It's over for you. You are now a racist. But he looks over at DiCarlo and then back at you guys, and then kind of gets out of the way of the front gatehouse here, and allows you guys to enter the city. Now I can do this really neat select all, and highlight, and here we go.
I glance over at DiCarlo as we're walking. You wanna fill me in on what that is?
Stereotypes about my people. They're well known for being swindlers and taking things that don't necessarily belong to them. It is a unfortunate transactional crossover in our community outside of the walls of Leadfooted's. There is no concept of personal property.
In his voice, am I getting the indication that yes, this is just a bad stereotype, or is there like, or is he holding back maybe a little more than he'd want us to know? As
Make an insight check.
I'll actually do that one too, because I'm actually curious. Ooh. Getting the natural 20s out the way, boys.
I rolled an 18.
20s. What's my insight? 25.
You surmise that while he is not lying, he is, boy, I love dealing with prejudice.
Boy, I love prejudices.
If I could be frank, DiCarlo, I'm curious. Are you, if this is known about your people, are you attempting to go legitimate as like a business person yourself, or?
It is
Report
easier to do
caravan.
things above the table, as they say. There's a an expression not unique to my people, but a man who lies does not need to remember anything. So, I prefer to be honest in most of these transactions. Sometimes I need to fib a couple of things in order to get me through the door sometimes. But I have never hurt anyone as a result. You can promise that my word is completely true on that.
Well, that's the nature of business.
But in either case, we have gotten to the front door. And there is an establishment that you can find your family crest on. If at possible, sometime during our trip here, if you're done with any of your business, I would like to drop by there to see about your side of the transaction, if it needs to be continued from this point or otherwise.
Well, I look around. Do we see like a bar or like a restaurant or some place where we could sit down and hash out details? Which we probably should have done on the road, but
Much like other very many other places here in Sanctus, outdoor cafe-esque situations that allow you to sit underneath the open sky or with an overhang are present. You can see that the type of personnel that are around here are mostly of the mercantile variety. They do not all have guild crests, although you do see a number of them displaying it very proudly, as you should, because it just means you're official. In any case, besides the mercantile folks, a couple of people who look very road weary and are just going about doing anything they can do to relax while they are finally not in the most intense part of the desert. Take in mind, we are getting closer and closer to the east centermost location relative to the embrace of the Crescent Dial mountain range, so the amount of direct desert wind is actually reduced. Overall topography of the land is becoming more rocky, and although it is still sandy, it is not open, bleached nothingness with no signs of elevation changes save for the occasional dip as a result of a sand dune being moved away by the desert winds. It's a bit more rocky around here. So in order to get back to the original point, yes, there are restaurants around here.
Okay. Let's go get a table and let's work some things out before we make any more actual moves, and so I don't come across like I have no idea what I'm talking about.
As it is not as comfortable to sit on rocks as it is plain sand, there are locations that do have miniature stools and chairs that you can sit on as opposed to sitting on the bare ground with nothing but a carpet and a pillow to sit on. Around these cafes, they have a specialty of that type of coffee that you make by heating up sand and moving the little metal thing around in it. In these kind of cafes, and also various other foods that may or may not have been imported from elsewhere on the continent. As from around these parts, it's not very easy to grow crops, if at all. So, any kind of goods that can be made from agriculture are brought here by traders or have been imported just to keep the town running with things that aren't just eating bugs. You go and find a table, and you are addressed very politely by the waiter. They are dressed in fine, bright colors that denote a sort of color coding to the wait staff versus like the manager or something. In either case, you guys find a sit and down a table. The perfume man and DeCarlo all gather around the same table as you guys. Those of you who are present need to grab an extra chair from elsewhere in the cafe, but either case, everyone is around this nice rounded table. Food and drink are brought, and some of it is paid for by the perfume man. He offers to pay for your end of the tab if you'd like to accept, or if you want to pay for yourself, that's entirely up to you. He offers it, but doesn't push it any more than that.
Much appreciated. Alright, I take out my little pocket notebook, and I'm going to start taking notes. Okay. DeCarlo, to get down to brass tacks, what are you looking to sell?
One of our wagons has been storing all sorts of goods that we have found throughout our travels. Now, many of them are valuable in their own right, through their either utility or otherwise. Some of them are cosmetic purposed only, jewelry specifically. Now, I know for a fact that we did not steal them from any persons, living or otherwise, to my knowledge. But someone I'm selling this to, considering who I am, who my people are, might not think the same way. And in my case, I wouldn't even probably get to the front door for negotiations.
So for this wagon in particular, you're just looking to sell the lot sum of what you've collected. This is not like a long-term business transaction.
If that second part can be negotiated for future transactions, I don't expect that I just come across these things every single day. This is almost a decade worth of goods.
No, I understand that. I'm trying to think about multiple parts here.
But if that is the only case you're able to get us in terms of selling to your family, that would be best case scenario. If we can get more than that, I won't try to squeeze more out of this rock than I can.
No, understood. And to be fair, you could have killed me and just taken what I have on me in the desert, so.
Not sure how that would have helped me sell my goods, but okay.
Well, because if these were stolen, I mean, what's one more set of stolen goods?
But they're not stolen.
Exactly.
Yes, well, not everyone is going to be inclined to believe me. So, consider how people see my people. But I would like to sell off these goods so that we can buy things for the tribe. As I've described before, things like perfumes and a couple of luxury goods that we can't make on our own. And these things would be a hefty amount of currency.
I look over at Laszlo, but I do not call him Laszlo because I'm not supposed to call him Laszlo. But I don't remember his name currently. If you remember, how do the pearl divers travel or sell their wares across continent? Basically, is it just handed off or?
They have a liaison. Handle all that.
Well, okay, more like physical transport. Is that something?
On a boat.
So there's no like cross-continental travel. It's mostly port city to port city.
Pearl diving, yeah.
Okay.
Boats.
No.
So-
Yeah.
What are you looking for, Princess? What are you trying to do?
Well, what I'm thinking of, short of helping to sell random things that you find out in the desert, if we could find a spot for you with the pearl divers for guarding shipments going cross country, because traveling with the perfume man, and I kind of point to him, what he told us last time is, or what before we fought the Sphinx. That you have to hire someone generally to just be smart enough to outwit the Sphinx versus just hiring someone who's good enough at hiding your tracks and getting you quickly through the desert.
I still don't. I'm still not understanding. Honest.
Basically, if we can't get them or if we can get them, or if we can sell the wagon that they have, then at the very least, the follow-up step I would ask is, could we secure you as caravaneers for pearl divers or Mordremoth goods?
Working for a large business like that has some tendencies to...
Legitimize.
Yes, but I was going to say, lock you down into a certain type of lifestyle. We're a nomadic people, as you can already know, and those types of things will cause us to essentially have to always be available in one spot for potential future transactions. Hypothetically saying that they have a shipment that comes every so often, let's say every 4 months over in a particular port town, we would need to essentially break off of our typical route that is in close proximity to the sandstorm to make it there on time. And if that's the case, then we're going to be crossing 2 different travel times of getting to and from settlement to settlement, and then also being close enough proximity to the sandstorm that we can properly dispose of our dead or any other things that we need to properly get rid of. And there's also the religious aspect of being that close to it.
Okay, I understand. I look at the perfume man. In your experience, how large of a challenge is navigating around the sandstorm?
Getting around the sandstorm is pretty easy if you know exactly where it is. If you've been living in the country for more than a month, you'll know exactly where it is at any given time. There is essentially just a local know-how. In the same way you might ask someone for the time of day, you could very easily ask someone where the sandstorm is at this time of year. So, that part, all of us are locals. We'll know. Especially them. They follow the damn thing. No offense.
Understood.
So what my thing is that we would usually take jobs of escorting people across the desert if it happened to coincide with our general location at the time during sandstorm movements. Now, where we are right now is very much out of the way of the sandstorm currently. The only reason that we're out here in the first place was because, well, we wanted to try to sell these goods. And, where the sandstorm is right now, there is very little to any civilization, let alone Morgemoth influence, so we decided as a tribe to break our usual route just for this one time, to try to make some money that we can live off of.
Mm-hmm.
So if anything, we would like to return back to the route as soon as possible. Hopefully with a bit more Samir. And what we can buy with it.
And that would be if
Typically,
you have anything specific.
well, I gave your friend here some of our examples. There are a couple of perfumes that we would like to use. We actually didn't have that long of a history of using perfumes, as we kind of deemed that as a lead-footed luxury, but a couple of our members have taken a liking to it, so in order to keep everyone happy, everyone deserves a bit of luxury every now and again, and that's part of that. Alongside that, there are a couple of bags of salt that we would like to get for preserving foods. Other things that you might imagine a nomadic tribe would like. Things to patch holes in the tent if at all, etc.
Okay.
I could also use new harnesses for the jumpers. They're getting a bit worn down.
At the very least, if you wouldn't mind, and I look between the perfume man and our guide, could I take a look at the wagon next?
The wagon
selling the
itself or the
contents
contents of the
inside
good?
the wagon.
I apologize. The contents of the wagon.
I certainly don't mind. If you have an eye for appraisal, then even more so, it could potentially help if you do intend to persuade or convince your family, rather, to take on our goods and sell them, or buy them, rather. That would be most equitable. And, just in case you want to ask, we did consider selling it to just random store owners, but for the most part, I believe we can get the best prices from the Morgemoth family. And, yeah, that's why we don't specifically sell to your family.
Well, I mean, also, it's fairly safe to say that any competition would be seen as a threat, so that's probably smart in and of itself.
That is also correct. While we do not exactly fall underneath the hoof of the local laws, we are still very much aware of them. And your family is not alien to sending out, collectors.
I
Of
nod
bounties.
without looking them in the eyes. Okay. I would like to view them, and if you wouldn't mind, Perfume Man, I think we could take care of their perfume thing if you see something, and I, acting as a Morgemoth, would be able to facilitate that deal, so we could take care of the perfume thing. I mean, I know you don't have your stock on you, obviously, but if they do decide to come with us to when we reconnect with Jumanji and the rest, that's one thing taken care of. And then looking back to our guide, and then once I've done appraising it with one of my men here, and I motion to Laszlo, then we can work out getting this bought and sold, and we'll take everything from there. Well, take everything in the metaphorical sense, not take your items.
I'm hoping to sell them off, so essentially, I hope that you do take them off our hands. Some of
Yeah,
these
but
things
they-
don't have much value to us in their direct line of use, so... But, if the perfume man here can facilitate one half of our transaction, and we can get our other goods, or rather the money to buy said goods, by selling to your family, then that would be great. Now, unfortunately, I am well aware of that fact that you do not have an actual patriarch here in this town, settlement, as you call it.
What is this settlement, by the way? And the name of it?
We've been taken into the
Radiant water, be right back. I'm gonna run to my fridge.
Drywatch Fortress. It is mostly a fortress, but that it has a civilized residential area that has been built around it. It acts as typically a checkpoint for, in previous times, mostly militant use, but has seen use and has been bolstered by the Morjamoth family in order to make it more livable for people besides soldiers. So there is essentially a donut shape where the interior of the donut is a large fortress and the exterior ring is housing for civilians.
Sorry, can you say the name one more time?
Drywatch Fortress, or rather Drywatch Settlement, as the fortress is in the middle, and if you want to take the whole thing as a whole, it would be the Drywatch Settlement. Paid for and brought to you by the Morjamoth family.
And Dominus.
Let's see. So with that taken care of, let's go ahead and have you guys move back as soon as the perfume man pays for some of the meal and most of DeCarlo's. Actually, almost all of it. Well, yeah,
You
he
let me know
paid
when
for-
an hour is up in game, or I want to make sure I'm keeping tabs on my guys.
You're gonna go ahead and go back towards the wagons. The wagons themselves, the ones that you guys were riding in, are different than the ones that have all these stuff that he wants to sell off in it. They have a total of 4 wagons, 2 of which were the ones that you guys were in, and 2 others for miscellaneous other things. Large storage capacities, as they have a bit more of a hull integrity and don't have seating arrangements that people can come comfortably, I say comfortably, air quotes, sit down on. Mostly just shelving units, and either that or just completely empty space, so you can shove as many things as you can as possible in there. He takes over to one of the wagons, that is the one I'm describing, and hoists over the flaps and compartments of the storage facility in the back. There is a small stepladder that goes down, and you'd still need to crawl into this one, but he begins to shuffle in, and with the help of some of his other members of his caravan, taking out the goods that are what he is trying to sell off. For the most part, all of them seem to be well worn from exposure to direct sunlight, sand erosion, and wind erosion as well. Anything made of metal is relatively oxidized, not rusted over completely, but it has lost a great deal of its luster if it were to be polished. The metals vary from iron, steel, silver, and for his purpose of jewelry, gold. But they are well tarnished and do need a good polishing. Although for some people you could simply melt it down, get it the pure gold. Well, it's an alloy, so not pure gold. Get the gold out of it and then make it into a regular bit of jewelry, but either way, selling raw metal is still a very venture capitalist kind of thing to try to go into. Other things involve ceramic pottery that is chipped in some places that you can imagine. They've already emptied out the sand that would have gotten in between there, so they're not just carrying jars of sand. A couple of items. One of them looks like a very beat up shield that is presumably made of bronze or copper or something like that. Judging by the coloration, hasn't been as well worn down by the desert winds and such. He even pulls out what appears to be some sort of magical staff that is very crooked. It's not completely straight. It almost looks like an unstrung bow, but it is not a bow shaft. It is a staff because it has this little nice crystalline thing at the top. Almost has the same curvature to like a boomerang. And a couple of other, I wouldn't say pieces of shit, but eye and beauty beholder, yeah, trinkets and odds and ends, that sort of thing.
So are we essentially just given this like a once over to sort of appraise it?
For the most
God.
part, seeing as the perfume man is going to be the first half of the transition to... They don't have his perfume now, obviously. It's in the caravan that you guys were so rudely taken away from. He was basically just going to rummage through these things and set aside anything that he would be like, yeah, I want this, or have what have you. Considering this is a barter system and none of the transactions here are directly in Samir, at least for the perfume man's side of the transaction.
Old school.
It's a bit
It's
of dialogue
old
between like, oh, how much can I get for this? I'm like, oh, you can get, I'll spit in your mouth.
About 350.
Jesus Christ.
Dude.
As they're like displaying all of it, I'm just gonna crush a little gem. I know you said that the staff was magical, but is there anything else that stands out as magical?
As you're doing that, and the two men are having conversation, picking up things, showing them, putting it into direct sunlight so we can inspect it visually. The perfume man, while is a perfume dealer, he is quite a keen eye for identifying things and their estimated worth. So a lot of that is conversation between those two. None of it is being actually transcribed or being handed over because the perfume man doesn't have anything. And as you do that, you look over the staff itself that looks like a curved walking stick. Is indeed magical. You get varying classes of so-and-so. It doesn't have any one particular, because this thing is not only one type of spell class, because that would be boring.
Crazy necromancy staff.
Don't say the N-word.
I'm not gonna, because it's the E word.
Evocation.
Yeah. But it also has little hints of abjuration.
Got it.
That's a type of spell school
To
that has
abjure
like,
things.
To protect things.
yeah, like
I
shield
protect
spells in
this.
there. So it's
Alright.
got those things in there.
Do I see anything that would be up my alley?
What does that mean?
Yeah,
Random
what is it for
garbage.
you? Weird
Sorry,
shit.
Random garbage
Okay, so souvenir shop bullshit.
that may or may not have some sort of deeper purpose. Yes.
Okay,
That's
let me
very,
think.
very ominous.
So, let's see. The next thing that would probably catch both of your eyes simultaneously, because one, magical item, two, it's a random looking piece of shit that you'd find
Voodoo
in like...
doll, voodoo doll.
No, it's not a voodoo doll. It is
Manifesting
it is a miniature sarcophagus.
How many? Like a couple inches? Couple like.
The
Uh,
basics in there. No.
Baby or
Let's-
toy?
Well, let me get my ruler.
Uh-oh, he's got actually a mini sarcophagus
I'm
right
just
here
saying,
in
is
my
it
room.
action figure sized or?
Adam's getting
the.
the reference sarcophagus he's been waiting to show.
It is 7 inches tall and 4 inches wide.
Action figure, got it.
Yeah, it looks like an action
It's
figure.
Action Man. A voodoo doll, you could say.
Yeah, it looks like this Gundam that I'm about to... I don't want to pull that off my shelf. Because that thing's gonna fall apart, because it's not held in with anything but fucking hope and friction.
Gundamness.
But it is a miniature sarcophagus that is very, as previously described, well worn and pocked with desert
Yes.
corruption, not corruption.
Weathering,
Corrosion. It is a magical item that gives off the N-word vibes. Jesus Christ.
Ooh, N-word.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Coffin
Yeah, it
of
would be.
racism, got it.
Well, it's the
Jesus,
campaign.
no, it's
in
not
a-
a coffin of racism. But it gives off necromantic vibes, and it looks like a miniature sarcophagus. Those of you from not around here, you will not be familiar with this type of burial method, so it kind of just looks like a dude with his arms crossed, and
He's
like,
not happy, guys.
he's got the drip,
I know this.
as the kids say.
Yeah, he's got the drip. I say ad
A
verbatim.
well-decorated, what looks to be humanoid-shaped box. There is a little lid that you can take on and off, and it is held on a hinge that is at where the feet would be, so you can open it like a clamshell.
I would just pick it up and start doing that. Like open, close, open, close.
Okay.
You want me to identify that,
as he goes to open, I'm like, hold on.
Too late,
Don't
Princess already opened it.
Have
you been,
hold on.
Sir,
I look over.
Roll
I look
a
over. At,
D100. You did it a spell.
I did, yes. I was gonna let you know, but you didn't let me talk.
Oh, okay. Yikes.
29.
Life, death, life, death.
29. Well, you don't have as big of a range, so you need to roll 10 or below, so you're safe.
What was
I
the
look
range
at
for each over attunement?
10%
10%.
for every fourth and
Fourth.
above item above the cap for attuned items. Excuse me.
I'm gonna look at Carlo and say, some of these are giving up magical vibes. Do you want me? I could identify for them, and I could raise the price that you were thinking in your head might have not been the actual price of what it's worth.
As I'm opening and closing the
Stop! Don't!
Already opened it.
Wait, which one's magic?
Well,
Uh,
the
well-
thing that you're holding in your hand.
Pandora's box
I just-
have, of course.
Well,
I told you not to open
So
it.
the first time
shit.
you open it, I'm gonna have to, before you can close it again. The first time you open it, a series of black wisps begin to emanate from them and fly directly into the air. They kind of resemble those Death Eaters from Harry Potter,
Oh no.
and then they kind of just disappear.
Oh, princess,
Ta-da,
princess.
And then you close out the clamshell.
It's
Why-
confetti
why?
of
I
necromantic.
just told you.
Look
And
at the
I'm
princess
assuming
whip.
the detect magic is a 10-minute thing. I'm assuming as soon as he closes it back up, non-magical.
No, it's still magical.
Oh, it's still magical.
It
Oh,
still
okay.
holds it, but whatever was holding inside of it is now free to roam.
Impulse.
I will.
Now all have cancer.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
I just look at you and I say, Daedalus, this is why you don't touch shit that you don't understand.
Looking over at DeCarlo, in the event that was really bad, I will actually buy this from you directly.
That looked pretty bad.
Uh,
Whatever it was with those, they looked like spirits that just were released from that box.
I did the deed, so I will pay the price. How much do you want?
Well, your friend said there was a magical item, and considering it is now, I don't know if that should be considered more or less valuable now that those things are not inside of it anymore. I was hoping to, for that one, its cost alone would be relatively high as it is made of a gold alloy according to what I've tested it. I was hoping for that one to get around the ballpark of approximating 1,500 Samir.
You said 1,100?
1,500.
500. Okay.
Good try.
No, I
Well,
actually
free.
just didn't hear you.
I look it over. I look over at these two, the Laszlo and Kalos.
Spot me?
What's the appraisal look like on that, fellas?
I look at Carlo, with your permission, will you let me identify it?
No.
Carlos. These love these.
Carlos.
The Carlos.
Last name Ramirez.
Carlos Santana. DVX.
Well, we're doing the transactionals for some of them and the appraisals right now, while we're waiting for the potential of your perfume man's caravan to show up, if at all. I have nothing but time on my hands.
All right,
And
if you wouldn't mind. Telling
As soon
me.
as he says time, I go ahead and grab both of the things. Laszlo, did you want to help, or do you want me
I'll
to
do the staff, yeah, buddy.
I
It's,
pass you the sarcophagus and I do the staff?
Okay, so let's start with the N-word box.
Hold on.
Really gonna
Because I'm
call
casting
that?
identify. Wait, would my
you've given
thingy
me the N-word box.
No, yes, I gave you that.
I got the pass?
But DM with casting identify as a ritual, would that affect my?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
The only thing that's
Anything
exempt.
above
The only thing
anything.
the only thing that's exempt is cantrips, so that you can't infinitely
Yeah. Get rolling, buddy.
check.
89 for my shit.
Boo!
I have the staff, by the way.
I mean, so you got the staff.
27, let's go. Get it activated. 27, 17, and 84. What I got on mine.
I feel like we got 84 before, have we? Your strength is increased by 2 for a minute.
Nice little flex his
Wow,
muscles.
aren't you at +0 now?
Yeah, I'm regular Joe. Yeah.
All right, so that's for a minute. So that goes away by the time you finish identifying
I
the thing in the
lift the
first
world.
place.
I'm Atlas.
All right, so which one do you fine gentlemen want to hear about first?
After you, Henry, what doth the staff reveal?
Yeah, make me wait on the evil potential.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. Listen, I told you not to open it, and what the fuck is the first thing you
You
did?
told me not
bitch?
to open it while I was opening it.
Eyes already open.
Well, that's a deal of whoever order of operations who says that their
Yeah.
character does think first. So, and
princess.
I would consider opening a small sarcophagus of free action because it's really tiny.
Speedy.
So. All right, so sorry, I got
It's a staff,
sidetracked.
yeah.
Staff.
Magic staff.
So this is going to be a staff that contains both evocation magics and abjuration magics. This one in terms of naming conventions, so that if you want to put it down for anything, although whether or not you're going to keep it yourself, you haven't bought it yet, because it's still technically part of DeCarlo's stash, unless you just take it and run right now, which, that's a possibility.
Look over there.
I fall for that every single time.
Damn it.
Let's see. Go to campaign 2. Magical items. It would be considered a weapon, I guess, or miscellaneous. No, it's a weapon, because you can bonk someone with it.
Pop, yeah.
Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and look at the staff. So I'm gonna list off first the name, of course, and then I'm gonna say all the spells that it has. So just if you're gonna write these down, just I'll put it in the thingamajig eventually, but just if you want to write it down immediately. This is the Staff of Sweltering Heat. It's got the spells of the following level 3 spells that are Fireball, classic. It has the Abjuration, Glyph of Warding, and that's all for level 3s. This staff has 2 charges of level 3s, so between Glyph of Warding and Fireball. The second level spells are the following. Let me see. For this one, it is... Wait, as an abjuration? Hold on, let me just double check the spell. That one is...
Abjuration.
I just want to make sure that I'm not saying the wrong one.
Next character name right there, Andrew. You go. Abjuration.
Abnormal.
This
Fly
one is
in.
the level 2 spell, Abjuration School, Warding Bond. That's a Abjuration School.
Mhm.
Next one is Evocation, level 2, Shatter. And the third one is going to be the Evocation spell, Gust of Wind. Sorry, no. Flame Blade. Excuse me. Different. Very different.
Yeah.
And it has a total of 5 charges on its level 2s. It gains 1 d4 charge for the level 2s upon recharging at dawn. It gets all of its level 3s back, also at the same time. And just to top it off, it also has the level 1 spell, of which can be cast upwards of 5 times as well, has the shield spell.
Oh, really neat.
It also has the following passives. Any flame damage dealt through this staff ignores resistances, but not immunities.
Damn.
But it unfortunately only applies to spells that deal fire damage cast through this staff. It does not apply to your own, if you're casting it from your own list.
And then what am I thinking at this cost? Yeah.
You're assuming from this thing that it is considered a
What's it considered? Rare?
Let me just double check. What another staff in the similar thing is Staff of the Woodlands. Staff of the Woodlands is considered to be a rare item.
Ooh.
So in the vein of our calculations for that I sent you earlier for enchanting specifically, rares can be anywhere in the span of money-wise, could somewhere between 5,000 to a maximum of 4,999. Sorry, 49,999, and that's in gold pieces, by the way, not Samir.
Carlo, how much were you going to sell this one for?
That one, I am not entirely sure on the price tag. While many of my folks are very adept at casting magics for the purpose of rituals, no one has been able to use that staff in my company, so I am relatively uninformed. If you would be so kind as to illuminate me, considering you just took a look at it, I wouldn't mind.
Of course, no. And I'd want to give, if I was to give it an approximation, I want to say in gold, probably around 15,000 gold.
How does that translate to,
Samir,
Samir.
Give me a second. Let me take out a piece of paper and my quill.
Roughly triple it and then take away 10%.
Well, 10% is for when you do
about
an exchange at a bank.
About 45,000, Samir.
You see if he could do that comical jaw hit the floor kind of thing. And although his face is covered, so you can only see his eyes, but they go wide. Wow, really? That's a lot of perfume.
That's, mind you, that's also a rough estimation, and might be a little bit more, might be a little bit less, but around that area.
I'll take your word for it, and even if it's the minimal amount, I can still get a lot of things for my people with that, so.
Well, that, I don't know if my family would buy that, because I do not think that there's anything wrong with it. It's more to the fact that we generally deal in gems. So I would have to ask. I don't know too much.
Well, that's still quite good.
Still pretty
regardless.
penny.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that keep a good handle on that.
Right.
Yeah, they let this one too far from you. And I give it back gently.
Let's see. What else?
The plot twist. The plot twist.
What is it? What did you open? What did you release into the world?
I suppose I should find out.
I want to tell you. You released the souls of 3 really cool guys.
You released the soul of 5 Yon men that were head generals in the conquest of
now they have their bodies
world.
back. You've enabled the end of the game.
They were the ones who were banished by the masters and the...
Yeah, they were way worse than the bad guys that we're dealing with.
You think the Yon men are horrible? God damn, you should
the
see
Yon
these
guys.
motherfuckers.
These are
Alright,
these are the
lay it on me. What did I do?
These are the Yon chads.
What have we done?
Hey, don't put weed in that moniker.
This is the, the
whoa, there's all this weed we're throwing around. You
did this
that classic
you
high school musical
motherfucker.
song, we're all in this together.
What is now collectively our problem?
No, I could just leave.
No. I could just leave
princess. Yeah, what's it all about? Is it fun?
So this is a magical item that translates to the small king's tomb. It does not mean that the king himself was small, but the actual
My small
tomb.
king.
Yeah.
Okay.
Short kings rise up. I don't prescribe to that.
As
you are a short king.
I am. Shut up.
He's a king. No, he's not.
He's a
short
king. You're still
He's
a king.
No, he's not a king. We went over this last week. He's an overlord.
Overlord.
Oh, right. He's an
Short
overlord.
stature.
So
As Laszlo starts
He's overlording
this,
ants.
So the small king's tomb is a small necromantic device used to store and house the souls of a number of spirits. What you can do is, upon killing someone, you can have this thing prepared to essentially capture their soul before it goes into a particular afterlife. That's it. It doesn't tell you
Soul
who
gem.
it doesn't tell you who the souls were in there though, because they're gone.
If
Mr.
and they're not-
Morgenmoth.
And they're not inherent parts of the magical item. So
John Morgenmoth was in there.
Okay,
Uh,
so the item.
we got-
the
Got a
item in
Ghostbusters
question-
machine, pretty much. I ain't afraid of no ghosts, but there were souls in there. Yeah, this is a soul capturing device essentially, and you could like designate like, hey, I want your soul in there, and then when you die, guess who's in there. This might be useful for you, Callus, if you need to do anything other with possibly exchanging and upgrading Krios any further. You could like put them in here for a time and then put them back in. I don't know, but this is what that is, and I hand it.
wait,
put it back where
but
the
wait,
stat-
there's more.
Oh, there's more. He's let us in with the first half.
Well, if you are in possession of this item,
Mhm.
it can hold a total of 3 souls. Can't overcap at all, unfortunately. It's not like you guys with
Triple
magical
souls.
items.
Mhm,
It
mhm.
can only hold 3 at a time, and at any given time, whenever you cast a spell of level 5 or above, you
Okay.
can choose to consume one of the souls,
Mhm.
and it doesn't cost you a spell slot.
Only take humans.
I might need to have this.
And it
Sounds
does
kind of
requi-
crazy.
It does require souls of creatures whose intelligence is above 5.
We kill
so you-
plenty of people.
so you cannot-
okay?
All the humanoids. Humanoids with an intelligence of 5 or above. So,
Only humanoids with intelligence.
Well, you
How much we dealing with on this? I mean, that sounds quite useful just around the board. Above 5, 5th level.
has to be level 5
Sevenths
or
are coming.
above.
Sevenths are coming along fairly on
it
the
has
way.
to
I
be
could be.
prepared.
I just have to have a soul in there, you know.
You know,
Well-
just sacrifice someone's immortal soul for a level
You
5
threw
spell or
3
above.
souls
Well,
out.
here's
of there,
what
but-
here's what I'm asking though.
Mhm.
Let's say someone dies, and we
Okay.
catch their soul in it, and then revive.
I use
them.
it. Well, like put their soul somewhere else.
Well, so that way, because a big contention we've had early in this campaign is like if someone dies, it's like, oh, soul's gone, body is just an empty body. It's like, well,
Yeah.
we could just catch their soul.
I mean, collectively as a group, this might be really useful. If I mean, it's just lastly like scroll through his book. Like if I
When you
cast,
die, so I can use your soul as a fucking
I
battery.
eat it.
Or like,
I'm
if
like
we were-
Rick, the guy. What could I do? I
Pickle Rick?
could
What?
no, because his engine his battery is just like a universe.
Oh, didn't know
Yeah. There's stuff that
him
we could
Woody
use it
Lore.
for, but I mean, if we want to uphold our end of the deal of just appraising these things, and then, but yeah, I mean, it might be useful. Is it attunement or is it not?
it does need to be attuned because it can only be the soul can only be consumed by the person who's attuned to it. So you can't just hand it off to your friend like, here, eat this.
I relay all this information to the group. What do you think? Do you think this is something we should have, or do you think it's worth passing on? I mean, I could
Fact
get a lot
that-
of use about it, but
Where are you go? You need a supply.
yeah.
Not like
Yeah,
you
I'm-
can do that thing you done.
Imagine hypothetical, you know. There's nefarious folk that we have to encounter and deal with, such as those orcs that took Olvaris's hand. They would be prime suspects to be put in there and used because they're assholes.
Well, all right. To save on time, I don't necessarily agree with that. I would think, and then I just say I give my whole spiel again about the saving someone's soul so they don't just die.
I look at Daedalus and I agree with the princess on this one.
Sure, okay.
Your
Yeah, if
morals, I
everyone's
spit
of that
upon
mind, then souls are souls. But you know, I guess
You're packing
I,
a lot of heat, buddy. I don't know if you need a little
Well,
chest.
the kitchen get a little bit warmer, okay?
I'm not so convinced.
Well,
It's just that
I do the De Niro like the
I
wry face, like. All right, well, I'm not one to argue, so I'll put it down.
well,
Based on what I said, how much do you reckon that's worth, Callus? What do you reckon?
I'm assuming that's a very rare item, DM.
Correct. You are, sir.
oh,
That sounded very expensive, so I'm gonna go with like I want to say in gold it'd probably be around 300,000
Million.
oh.
just because of how useful it is. So in Samir,
A
give me
fortune.
give me a sec.
So I did not, in fact, break it.
Yeah, it's broke.
In
See
Samir,
the inflection in your face of like.
you're looking at a
Optimistically.
900.
If anything, in your eyes, Darlis, you did those guys a favor.
You freed their souls. Yeah.
Carlo, you're looking at almost to $1 million.
You've been carrying
Samir.
around a lot of money. You could do Antiques Roadshow, Callus.
How many zeros is that?
So that's put a 9 and then put 5 zeros behind it. That's how much money you'd have. You'd be able to get a lot of perfume and probably be able to retire. To be quite honest with you, probably explore the world with that amount of money.
I do have a duty as my tribal chieftain to stay with the tribe, but I see what you're going at.
Tribe on tour. What's the harm in that? Go on a little journey.
A group of 16 people all in a foreign land. None of us know how to.
You're preaching. You're preaching to the choir right now.
Yeah.
We may not be 16, but you know. So
I
knock it
suppose,
till try it.
Yes, but many of you folks can defend yourselves, and I'd probably say only about 30% of my tribe is trained in martial combat.
Well, if I'm gonna be honest with you, Carlo, you're probably not gonna be able to find a buyer for this one at these parts. I don't know how deep the money goes with the Mordremoffs, but
Very. That's why I went to them.
Okay, all right, never mind. But yeah, that's the amount of money you could.
Whether or not they want to
for
buy
that.
it is also a point of
Of course.
contention, but if it's as valuable as you say it is, and I do take your word on this, we will be able to essentially live for several generations without having to worry about money, unless something horrible happens to the economy.
I mean, I wouldn't argue the value of it. I just don't know if my family could buy that. They're not generally.
Well, I have these other goods that I know for a fact your family would like, and they are bits of jewelry. Some of them still have their gemstones, so there's value in those.
DM, I was looking for a plain necklace. Do I see one on?
There's plenty of them.
There's plenty of them.
Some of them just look like just like a stamped out bit of metal for the most part.
I'm gonna take out Carlo. I don't have much to trade you with, but I take out one of the less elegant pieces of jewelry, DM. Even though they're all bougie, I'll pick the less elegant one in my head that I've gone through.
Bougie-less.
And I take it out and I say, would you mind trading this for that chain right there?
Is that one magical as well?
This one? No, that is purely mundane. There's no arcane writing or anything. And I show him, and I go throughout the whole chain, and I show him that there's no.
I do not intend to question your appraising capabilities, but as he points to one of them, obviously more decorated than the other, I'm not sure that it would be a fair trade on one end. If anything, you are stubbing your own toe. I
am, but for this type of enchantment, I need a very mundane looking.
Ah, yes. Well, I seem to be dealing with an expert here, so I'm not one to pass judgment, as my second opinion would probably be very little.
This guy knows his stuff.
I don't see why not. If it's going to be sold and if it's going to make more money for my tribe, then I don't see any harm in it. By all means.
I take it and I put the less bougie one, the necklace that I'm going to give to for that one.
Okay, so just take care of that in your inventory.
Yep.
And there is a final object, by the way, that is a magical whoozy what's it. It was not in the pile.
Oh.
Rather, it is actually DeCarlo's bandages themselves.
Oh.
Bandage man. What school is that?
Yeah, what school is it?
I'm going to tell you right now that it is not, in fact, the N-word.
The N-word.
but
He's
rather,
dead.
let me just double check this one.
The dead guy. He's a mummy.
He's a mummy.
It's
Didn't even click. Didn't even make that
transmutation.
connection.
Transmutation.
And use a soul.
I'm gonna keep that little piece of information to myself. And besides that, is there anything else?
No, that's it. Everything else in this pile is as mundane as the sand it rests on. Poetic.
Well, I don't necessarily need magical random garbage. I just need random garbage.
Well, there's plenty of it.
And worse than me.
Some of these
Just eat
things
regular
that
garbage.
are in around here are very much random garbage, such as the we got one sandal,
Uh-oh.
Mhm.
Not
most
sandal.
of a
You need
glove.
that. You need most of a glove. You
No, I've already got 2 pairs.
Wait,
of
I'm
gloves.
sorry. That almost sandal. How big is the How big is it?
just what
a
I've been looking for.
humanoid-sized foot,
You need that.
one sandal.
Mr. DM man,
most of a
Overlord Adam. Throughout all this collection, is there anything of potential historical or religious significance that we may be able to glean by looking
Why
through
don't you make a roll for it, Bucko?
it? Sure.
I'm not sure I did that. I was just pinching my nose because it's itchy.
Like squid. Word.
I hate all of you.
I'm going to roll. I got 20. I got a 27. Squidward.
Let's see. All of these things have some sort of low-tier significance in terms of the cultural across all of
Sorry.
Sanctus. Some of them, if you were to say take them out of this environment and place it onto a table anywhere else in the world, it would be very easy to tell that, yep, that's a foreign knickknack right there. You don't really get much from the single sandal or the most of a glove.
That sandal.
One of them looks like a belt buckle that doesn't have any particular historical reference to it, but is definitely made in continent, judging by the style. There is a large so there is a scabbard in there, but it doesn't have a sword to go with it. It's just like some of the junk that they picked up is just the scabbard.
Really?
You notice that one is potentially extremely old. The wood is beginning to rot. It's not completely decayed, but desert preservation. Well, I mean that's a good reason why mummies are a thing. Yeah, it's decently preserved, but you surmise that now it's been removed from its.
It's on its way out.
Yeah, it'll decay
What,
faster.
does it have anything on it? Like,
Unfortunately, no. Any paint
like
or
so old,
designs
but-
would have been literally sandblasted off.
Okay. Old.
Other than that, everything is just equivalent of what you would find if you went to a beach and just combed through it with a metal detector.
Wee. Old.
Oh, is that a
coin.
bottle cap and some guy's odd
Does
ring?
that bottle cap say Nuka-Cola? Oh shit!
Oh, it's got a blue star on that. Who's that NPC running full sprint at me?
Give it here, Hello. I need them. Okay, cool.
No, I don't have any bottle caps.
I don't have any. What do you mean?
Kill him and just file on his
Bottle-
body.
Bitch.
If you didn't know that.
Lore drop. Okay, that's awesome. So we've done an appraise, done a religion look and a history look. What now?
Well, okay. What was
Mr.
the
Madam
general?
Princess?
What was the general roundup on a lot of the jewelry? Because that's.
Oh well, I'm not a jewelry expert, so I don't.
We don't have the old Thackeray with us.
Yeah, we don't have
the old Chuck.
Perfume Man, are you you trade a lot? Do you
Able to get most of this stuff. With a bit of spit and polish, it'll be good as new, but selling it for right now, before any labor is taken into account, if you piled all this jewelry into itself, and, the lowest going price would be if you smelted it down, and the highest going price would be taking it as is, after polishing it up again. So I'm looking somewhere in the range of minimum 3,000 Samir worth at the minimum, if you're just taking it as raw materials. And, top end, about 24. Yeah, 24. At the top end.
About 350.
Okay, so to get the best selling price on your wares, DeCarlo, I imagine you would have to have like a once over with
Professionally cleaned by a jewel master or something.
Yes, but
Jewel
if
guy.
you guys are saying what is true, the small amount of money that would relatively cost to get these things polished up, relative to some of these magical items, assuming I can sell them, I'd be making a profit for my tribe either way.
Oh yeah. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
that's true.
especially with that. Yes.
But like I said, I'm focusing mostly on the jewelry just because that's the domain of my family.
Yes, I can see that.
Stitches, we'll
But,
get stitches. You sell that shit?
I suspect that, well, it's more than I thought we had on hand, to be honest, and I thank you for appraising these things so thoroughly. And, I'm sure future generations of my tribe will be living lavishly thanks to this. I'm keeping my head held up high for optimistic purposes, but I understand that...
Before hatching.
Fair enough. But what I'd like to do now is see if our friend here would like to take any items for specifically the perfume. I'd assume I'd be getting... Once your caravan gets here, I could potentially buy those in as bulk quantity as possible, and we can get a decent price going either way. And then I can go about trying to sell the rest of it to whomever is available. It'll require a very, very influential person to have the coin, or in this case, Samir, to purchase those rarer items that you were talking about. But, I guess that's the most we can do for now. I'll probably pack up this stuff and then, see what happens in the future. If you don't mind, I still do want to touch in on that Morjamoth outpost here in town. See if we can't at least...
Absolutely. I was just saying you may want to, if you want to get the most... If you would like to trade your wares for the most that they're worth, I would clean them up first.
I plan on doing that, assuming that I can also get a guaranteed buyer on those more expensive items. That way I can afford to have them done in the first place. Otherwise, I might have to settle down for the mid to low tier.
Understood.
Which is still a decent amount of money and will be well worth the trip away from the sandstorm in that regard. So, either way, I hope that the people in my tribe will understand that all of this was for our benefit as a whole.
Understood.
Oh, one final thing. I would keep all that information very close to your chest, as in, potential prices things. May draw attention if it gets out.
I look at the perfume man and I say, I hope that all of that goes for all of us here as well.
Yeah. I'm just trying to remember how much perfume we had on the wagon, if I can even afford to give him that much. I think he might empty us out, to be honest. Minimum out. Not saying that we can't do business again, but I'm not entirely sure how often our paths are going to cross. I don't usually make my way towards a sandstorm if I can help it.
I'm gonna lean into the princess's side and just whisper, like, "Would you say that this suffices a little bit of the work done on our end, and might be an amicable way to split ways and be like, hey, well, we did all this for you, got it all praised, and be seeing you. Hopefully, when we get Annapolis, we can put a word in, but then we'll be done."
Well,
How's
let's
that
try.
sound?
I want to try and take care of the jewelry thing. That we make it everything completely above board, and then we're all just good to go.
And I sort of then I go back.
Would you be able to go to the Morjamoth outpost now, Princess? I would not want to go there by myself. If they even let me in.
Yes. You know what? Let's just take care of that as soon as we can.
as soon as we can after we take our recess, because it's 3.5.
Whoa.
Right.
Time is
And plays at
1:52
7
EST.
hours.
Let's go ahead and say come back at 2:05 if you can help it.
I'm gonna run into the shower at breakneck speed. And
Break
not slip
snack.
over. No, I'll be fine. Be right back. meme. Found it straight
What?
away. All right, this is possibly without that one of my favorite videos of like I don't know.
Possibly.
Came through with the
I don't know why he's
got
saying
hit.
cut at the end of it.
Goddamn cut.
Is that cousin? Like, is that,
God
Who came
damn,
through with a
cut.
little dirty Honda
mate,
City
you think it's
Cut.
funny there, but
bumper hanging? They left the bit running. Cut airbag. Cut. How about the bit left shoulder? Goddamn cut.
Why is he doing this?
don't you worry, mate. Keep watching. It gets better.
God damn, cut.
Bald ass tire short. He wasn't going nowhere. That's why he got smacked cut. He tried to bend the corner. He wasn't going nowhere. Bend it right there in the middle of the street. So.
Also, I finally found out what KS23 is in real life.
Hey, cut. We got the goddamn. Cut. We got the goddamn.
And we got the goddamn Mario Kart.
That gun running on AAA batteries.
Only in Cleveland, show.
I don't know. Yeah, it was in Cleveland.
Watch this
Ohio,
if you
right?
want to know how big a 4-gauge shotgun shell.
4 gauge.
Yes, it's a Russian shotgun.
Oh, nice.
Or something like that. Okay. So we're gonna be using a couple different.
Pick.
12
That's
wasn't
a
enough.
big boy.
There's so many like types of shot, isn't there?
If you want to know he does it, if you watch the whole thing, you could fit a 12-gauge shell inside of that shell.
It looks
Oh,
like
what?
a toy gun.
I wanna go
It is.
haha,
It's a
funny
bit
toy,
because
and,
you can't buy these, so he bought like an equivalent and modified it. Whoever made this.
KS23. Oh.
Illegal.
I mean, this thing looks like
In the U.S., it would have to be registered as a destructive device
Neat.
It's a weapon of
because
mass
its bore
destruction.
is over half an inch. With the one exception being 12-gauge shotguns and 50.
I feel like this would just hurt.
You know, they say it is very painful.
You'd hope
It gets really painful to be shot.
Yeah, it kind of hurt. Man shot.
Let me find.
What are you
it.
gonna do? Shoot me? Man. Ah!
And then I took that personally.
Yeah, this looks more like you're firing a fucking fist at someone. It's more. It
How
does
does that not sound badass? That sounds way cooler than just I shot them with a shotgun.
I mean, it does, but it's more like blunt force trauma.
That'd fucking take you out.
Dude, the fucking the shot itself, the thing that holds all the pellets, just that could probably break a rib or two.
As he says,
One
when
rip,
you load it, it sounds like you're like a grenade.
or like a 40 mil. Like.
Yes, that's actually no. What they says in Russia, it's used more as a grenade launcher. Like it has like tear gas rounds, flash rounds.
Fuck you round.
Apparently, they use it in prison. Like if you load it with birdshot, you can like cover like an entire prison yard with one shot.
Silence.
Silence.
Oh man.
This one,
Guys, we could just combo those two events together and we'll have an artificer that lives in a little car, he's a gnome, and he also has a giant fuck you shotgun.
Oh, and just watch this. This is when he shoots
that down.
at a 4-gauge slug at a ballistic dummy head.
Us being the ballistic dummy head.
I feel like it would just like blow
Pretty
up,
much.
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Oh my god. That's like the Sniper Elite videos, you know? Like when
Yes,
like,
it's gone.
no, that's like fucking Gears.
Yes, bloody mess perk. That's Andrew every time something dies.
Nothing but bits.
I don't want any materials that we can use and possibly profit from, okay? All that blood and tears for just an
Oh
explosion.
my god, the face just
That's
exploded.
nuts. There's like nothing left inside. Like
All of his insides just became outsides.
that'd be the elevator pitch for that gun. You want to
Okay,
see
so
the
hear me
insides on
out.
the outside?
So hear me out. You know how there's things inside of your body, right? We're gonna make those things come
An
out.
express way to see them on the outside. Big ass gun. Is there a 1-gauge shotgun? Or is that just a bullet? Have you ever seen those big hand mortars that they used to use in Japan in like civil wars? Ever seen them?
Oh, like the tiny little ones.
Yeah, but there's a record of a really big one being used, and they're like, "Whoa, that's a guy of this size would have to have used it." Yeah, that shit. I'd fire like a big old cannonball.
Okay. Well, we're not in Japan, so stop your weeb stuff and let's get back into our
Adam,
cool nerd thing. Well, the items are on the Discord, even though none of you took them, so.
Was that just a painful reminder that
Yes!
no one has 900 million, whatever it was?
Alright, let's go ahead and jump back in. So, we were going to the Morgemoth outpost here at the settlement. There are none of your family members here, but they just have a representative. Highly well sought after to be a Morgemoth. Oh, yep.
No, I watched the Fig
Blow up.
or 9mm versus ballistic shell.
See
Got
that?
the goddamn.
That's gonna be your face when I...
Goddamn, cut. Those tires were bold and cut. You were going nowhere, cut.
Guys, I think we all need to adopt that vernacular.
Cut.
Yeah, cuh. Come on, cuh.
I'm walking over
Fella.
here.
Got running on vegetable oil, AA batteries.
Let's see. Let's move. Which one is this gonna be? This building looks important. We'll do this one. It's got fucking cacti in the front. That's more of a...
That means it's official.
Actually, I like this one better. It looks more different enough
I gotta mess
architecture.
with people. Hold on.
Alright, let's take all of these guys. Select all. And yoink. Oh, accidentally took this orc too. Alright. Mosey on your way over. Easiest thing to find because it has a sign with the Morgemoth family crest hanging from a sign above. You guys are here to open up some negotiations between the Morgemoth family, at least a entry-level position, and the nomadic tribe helmed by DeCarlo.
Has it been an hour?
Scary dragon person. Scary dragon.
Yes.
I'm going to roll 95. Far from it. We're good. I'm going to be shadowing the princess.
You just
It's
come with
silent.
us and you just accidentally immolate in front of them.
Also, are we all with you at this point, or is it just you, the perfume man, Laszlo, or is it all of us?
Well, honestly, I would corral you all because the traveling story is that you're my bodyguards.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure, just for
The gang's
from going
all here,
forward.
as
Gang's all
SpongeBob
here,
once said.
everyone.
So, I
Damn it, I'm going to have to reuse that gif. That's a...
Oh, with the fingers.
Hell yeah.
I stride inside.
All
The rain
important,
in
like
Spain falls gently on the plain.
gently on the space.
Spider-Man 3 walk.
Pop my collar.
You know who I am.
Finger guns, women laughing at you behind your back, and tight pants.
But you don't realize they're laughing at you, not with you, so it goes right over your head. You are
Yeah.
not.
Gleeful
Doesn't-
optimism.
See, I've actually
just-
come around on that scene. I really like that scene.
Great film.
What's there not to like about it? Besides
Well,
the secondhand cringe.
I get the
Right.
but the secondhand cringe is intentional because it's like it's Peter Parker's idea of what cool is,
Yeah.
and he's a nerd, so it's like he's gonna think popping my collar, showing the finger guns, that's cool.
Dude,
and it's
finger
like-
guns are cool. I don't want to hear it.
Spider-Man 3 is fine if you like. The problem is you have to watch it with like, oh, this is a comedy. This is a parody of the first two. That is how you watch Spider-Man 3. And
I mean,
then-
I don't know if I'd say
Or you could just go really high and be like, "Oh man, look at Toby go! What a Chad!"
Well, but
I wanna
that's the
be
thing.
just
in,
like
his,
him.
in his mind, he is being a Chad, and
That's
that's kind
why.
of-
you want forgiveness?
Manifest
Get religion.
Chadness. Punk. He's got religion. He's telling them.
But it's like that's what
I'm gonna
Venom
put
does.
some
It
dirt
just
in your
kinda-
eye.
It heightens what's there.
It's scary how quick
Does he
he's
say that?
referencing
I don't
this.
remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen that movie in...
I know it
Probably.
off by heart.
But you've probably seen the memes online because Bully Maguire is
Yeah, but they don't come with
like,
the audio. If anything,
Please,
it's different
God,
audio.
strike down my enemies.
I need you to kill Peter Parker.
I love that's so good.
You like
Perfect.
sand? Another classic line.
It's...
What's the matter, little Goblin Jr.? You gonna cry? So dumb.
Say that to an actual goblin we see now.
That's gonna be Alex's new character.
What,
Goblin?
just being mean to goblins?
No,
That
just
gonna
be Tobey Maguire.
I'll be a little goblin, and you can
Hey,
be.
we'll see.
I'm not saying it's not disallowed, but I'm not encouraging it either. I'm just saying it's there if anyone wants to use it.
Well, being a goblin, I mean, if we fight a sphinx again and ages you up 10 years, you just drop
I'll
dead.
just implode.
Are we still
Really
10
old.
years older, by the way?
Yeah.
Actually, that is a
Okay.
good point.
I thought like it was residual magic that just
Well,
went
not
away.
okay, not to delay the Morgemont thing, but like we never got like what happens now that we're.
Like you're
10
doing
years
it now?
older. I know, but this is kind of important. The 10 years older thing is like, it's kind of a big deal.
Well, Callus
some.
probably just has actually
you're an
one
elf.
of his locks probably just turned white, I guess.
Well, I genuinely don't know what the fuck would happen to me because I don't know how old I am. I don't know if my brain ages differently from my body.
Oh my god, you can't have kids anymore.
That's another.
He's missed the
question.
menopause. No.
He's
a dragon menopause.
Oh no, I can continue to not have children.
Well, no, you can
Ah.
still, but you're getting closer. So, like, a second you get back, baby making time.
Baby time.
Yeah,
You'll be
okay.
changing all your emotions. You're like, you want something to eat? Yes.
Mr. Dolan's gonna be like, baby, look
Quick,
at your
Laszlo,
red
fake
scales.
death.
I missed you.
Oh, they died.
Oh man, everyone I don't like committed suicide. Ooh, shit.
Everyone that I didn't like was in the room with me at the same time. Oh man.
They're saying women having children after 35, the amount of chances that you have to have birth defects and retarded children goes up exponentially. So
But wait, but this is a dragon lady. Is this,
It's
is this
even
the
worse.
same agent?
no, because they live shorter
They
than
live less?
humans. Yep,
Uh-oh, Andrew.
they're
Get
about
them
10
going,
years
I
shorter
Sway.
than humans.
I can start
the
making
deed.
jokes off the cuff, but I don't know how demonetized you want to become, Adam.
I'm
Oh,
already
fuck
not
it, you had them
monetized.
ready.
You can't get more negative. I can't
The
give
most-
them money.
Say it then. Say the
I
line.
mean, this is Google and YouTube we're talking.
Don't naturally
They
say
find a
it.
way if they could.
Sending the kids back to
Oh,
thank
no.
this, and it's like, I'm a Morgemont.
Jesus Christ, I think you go that far with the voice and everything.
Andrew. You fucking moron.
There are different kind of flags though. You could get for stuff like that.
That's a
Forget
flag over there.
demonetized.
I'm a trade prince. I'm here. I love to stare.
Oh my god, please stop.
Please don't
Call
do
that
that.
out there. He's got it out. He's just-
You're literally putting that on video for the whole
Can
world
you
to
just
see.
cast like cure
That's
disease
true.
or something?
Are you
does that
implying
work
that
that
Down
way?
syndrome is a disease, Pat?
Or are you saying
don't know.
menopause is a
I don't want
disease?
to get into
I'm a-
whether or not
guys,
genetic defects can
Guys,
be
let's
Okay.
go
Can
see
there
someone's
look like,
family, okay? Come on.
Let's do
Regeneration.
our
Oh
half
man,
of
what
it.
happened
I
to the
don't like
pod
this.
for session
I don't like where
96?
we're going with
It's
this
just
conversation,
gone.
guys.
I
I'm
don't
with
agree with
Dad.
this.
The pod for 96 is just not there. We just.
I
skip
want
straight
it
from
to be there,
95
so don't go
97.
down this
It's
road
weird.
further. Silence. I'm gonna eat this Corona bottle out of protest.
Alright, so you waltz in like Tobey Maguire in that one Spider-Man movie with the symbiote
Spider-Man.
and the what's
That's
it
how this
called?
conversation started.
I blame
I don't know how it went down
Tobey
there.
Maguire.
I love Spider-Man, guys.
Spider-Man's been referenced 3 sessions in a row.
Listen, if Spider-Man isn't canon by the end of this campaign, I don't think we're doing. I don't think we're
Spider
doing our
You
adjacent
jobs
mean
right.
Arachnid Lad?
Individual.
I mean,
Well,
I have-
we fought Spider-Man last session. We let him. We became friends, and
He
you
was
know,
a
he
Chad,
helped us
yeah.
rescue that
I
kid
saved
from
their
that
lives,
cave.
yeah.
Oh hell yeah, we
And
were
they're already
like,
dead, but so
we were like,
check
oh
it out
yeah,
on
we're
Soot,
fucking heroes. Dude, that was the best line of the last session, by the way.
whatever, kid.
I think my favorite
Get
part is he
busy
didn't
dying.
stab us in the back. Like Adam had him. Like no, he kept his end of the bargain. He only took the 2 that he promised.
Yeah,
and it's like,
I mean,
okay.
I was so persuasive to this freak that
Well, kid, what can I say? Bad things happen to good people. Have a nice
You're not-
afterlife.
well, you're already dead, so this is
Our-
just another layer of it. So I'm just speeding the process along.
No, we're not heroes. We're heroes.
If anything,
to
I'm doing
anyone
you a
but
favor.
you.
Like, he's got a point, and gets eaten.
Besides the mental hoops that you guys have to go through to justify your actions, let's go ahead and find ourselves into the Morgemoth building here. You waltz in, all head held high like a princess should be, and everyone takes notice of you. All the employees begin to bow their heads, avert their gazes, and you are presented with a series of very kowtowing individuals. The first thing you do is you come up to what is apparently some sort of front desk. The secretary is averting her gaze and looking straight down at a piece of paper. Her spectacles are fogging up from constantly breathing really hard, and it's, you know...
Good afternoon.
Good morning, Princess. How might we help you?
I need to speak with the representative from my family.
Ah, very good, Princess. If you don't mind waiting, I will fetch them for you post-haste.
Absolutely.
She gets up, and nearly falling out of her chair, she turns and hard pivots on her heel, sprinting into another room, and so much so that she almost cracks into the doorframe. Not but a few moments later, she comes back and immediately plants herself in her original position at the chair, and sometime later another person does a fast walk, exiting their office complex, from what it seems, and is currently making their way over towards you, and by proxy, the League.
What race?
Does that really matter?
But yes, if it's Dragonborn.
They're not a Dragonborn.
Okay.
Instead, they are a very well-dressed and well-groomed individual that goes by some sort of dwarven heritage.
Oh.
Either that, or he's just a really wide gnome.
Tacking on mass.
But it's safe to assume that it is a dwarf. And judging by the amount of jewelry decking his beard, that is probably adding at least another 3 to 5 pounds onto his face, he is wealthy enough to be a Morjamoth family representative.
The most important question: whose beard is better, Zan's?
That's not a question.
Right. All right.
That's
Cool. Never mind. Don't even answer because we know the
quality
answer.
of, I'm not as like jeweled.
Oh no! I'm saying just
This guy
like
won beard of the year.
This mother, exactly.
This guy doesn't
What
have
am I?
these, though.
You know
Doesn't have
what? I'm
these.
sorry. Why did I even ask that fucking question? I'm fucking retarded. I'm
This
sorry.
guy has to compensate with jewelry. This guy, let's think of it that way.
All right. Well, when he sprints over to the desk, I good morning.
Princess Swalong, it is a very pleasant surprise that you are gracing us with your presence. This is a very out-of-the-way outpost, but I thank you for taking the time to greet with us.
No, the pleasure is mine. You run a wonderful establishment on behalf of my family, and I give them the chin bow. You're a very helpful assistant here. I appreciate her pulling you away from what I'm sure is a very busy morning. But
I am never too busy to make your acquaintance. And for all intents and purposes, my name is Brokris, and I am the representative here in the Drywatch settlement.
Much appreciated, Brokris. Do you have a moment if I could speak to you in private with an associate of mine, and I motion to DiCarlo?
This individual is with you, Princess.
Yes, I can. In private, I would like to explain to you why I'm here and why I find myself here and how he factors into everything. If you have a moment.
I have as many moments as you need, Princess.
Very good. And I start walking towards the office.
He goes into his office first so that he can kind of grab any kind of chair and make it as hospitable as possible. He gets a ceramic earthenware jug and begins to pour out cups of water and places them within arm's reach of both you and your guest here at the establishment. He kind of feels with the back of his hand if his hair is nice and cropped and groomed, and he sits down at his desk before offering a hit of a pipe.
I use
Yes?
my right hand to take a sip of the water first, and then I accept the pipe, same right hand.
It is.
That's dwarvish fruit. Do you want some?
We're just gonna stand at attention in the meantime.
Yeah, you
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
can
We're
stand in the
standing.
lobby like a bunch of NPCs if you want.
Yeah. T-pose.
I still
Your
think I
eyes
have
depend on
increased strength from earlier.
No, it's over.
I still think I have it though.
It's all up here. It's mental.
Yeah.
Until you pull a hand.
Feel my bicep.
Wow, it's like a pool noodle.
It's like that SpongeBob image. Right?
What, the fucking inflatable
It's
arms?
just, yeah.
Anchor arms?
Yeah,
Alright, so
exactly.
in the office, after you take the refreshments into your body, that's a weird way of saying that, what's the first thing that you do? Because he's kind of staring at you, waiting for you to start the conversation.
I'm not sure. Has word traveled? I mean, obviously you've heard of me, but are you aware that I've been traveling across continent?
I have not received word on your most recent activities. If
Okay.
anything, the last thing I heard of your relation to what you've been doing is that you've been missing for quite some time. Our updates are typically not about every single Morjamoth family member in that regard, as you have been essentially changing hands of responsibility to your betrothed across the seas. And while your health and safety is a prime concern of the family, and by proxy myself, I am woefully ignorant of your most recent findings and happenstance. My condolences for my ignorance.
No. I
No.
wouldn't expect it. Don't worry about it. Being back on continent, I was traveling with the Soft Peaks perfume company when we were attacked out in the desert, and that threw us fairly far off course. And my friend here, DeCarlo, was able to assist us with getting back to civilization. And in return, he asked if he would be able to sell some of his wares to our family.
He gives a very incredulous look over towards DeCarlo, and then shoots back and changes his demeanor to be more respectful when addressing you. Again, not looking directly in the face of you, but he did make direct dagger not like eye contact with daggers in his intent, not literal daggers, at DeCarlo, but then back at you, at which point he averts his gaze once more. This is a representative of, from what I can tell, one of the groups of people that lives out in the desert and does things with the sandstorm. Am I correct?
Yes.
Can he be trusted that his wares are legitimate and not pilfered from reputable locations?
I trust him, as if I did not trust him, he could have very easily left me for dead and just stolen what I had on my person, and none would have been the wiser.
If I might be so bold as to put forth the idea that he is seeing a very, very powerful individual in a series of stressful situations and was merely taking advantage of it for the purpose of his own gain. Is that a consideration that might fall upon your ears?
I had considered it. However, he has been nothing but hospitable, and has, in a rather expedient manner, gotten me back to civilization, from which we will pick back up with the Soft Peaks Perfume Company and be on our way. There was never any hassle or any real kicking of feet on his end.
Okay, and he wants to do what specifically?
To resupply his tribe, he was looking to sell some goods that they had discovered.
Okay, what kind of goods does his people have?
I looked to DeCarlo.
He goes over in very surface level detail, not specifically saying what is or is not in the caravan, but just gives brief descriptors of them. You notice that he is keeping certain extremely expensive items. He's choosing his vocabulary very carefully.
Mhm.
And he starts and ends the conversation on his part with mention of the jewelry and jewel crafted wares that would be the primary source of sufficient income if they do not have enough coinage, or in this case, paperage, to buy out those more expensive items. So he's trying at first to sell the jewelry, mentions the more expensive items, and then goes back to the jewelry just to really cement his position here. In any case, as soon as he hears this, the individual sat behind the desk is going through some mental math, as you can see it written on his face, and the fact that he's doing this thing with his finger as if he's doing arithmetic in the air. As he considers it, the first thing is, one, he wants to inspect the items in question, of course. That is par for the course. And the second one would be the fact that at the mention of the Soft Peaks Perfume Company, he does tell you that there was a caravan with that particular company that stopped by approximately 14 hours ago. Whether or not they're still in the city, he has not taken that into account.
Very good, actually. Then. Okay. I'll have some of my men look into that. Do you have the time to look at the merchandise now?
If the number of items is not particularly high, I'm not sure how much jewelry this individual has managed to scavenge from the wilderness. If it's not too many, or I can bring in some of our appraisers to help the process along a bit quicker. And we'll see about the quality of this, and if some of the expensive items are as well to do as he is describing them as. We can't see if we can't dip into the funds to see if we can even facilitate such a large deal. If not, then maybe I can write a check that you can cash at a particular location where we have that much capital investment.
All right. Glancing but not looking directly at DeCarlo, does this suit, or does this deal sound appropriate on your end as well?
I don't know what a check is.
It's a piece of paper. It's a guarantee.
Why don't you just give me the money? It's paper too, isn't it? Why do you have a different piece of paper?
Think of it as a piece
money.
of paper that essentially it's a piece of paper that's a stand-in for my family's name. If that makes any sense. And you would be able to use it.
But your family makes the money.
Yes.
I'm kind of confused here. So you print other pieces of paper, but aren't money itself.
Well, let me ask you this. What value does the money itself have?
I can take it to places and people say they want this much.
Yes, but what does it mean exactly?
They have numbers on it. And
yes.
Some of them have faces on them too.
But
most of you Dragonborn.
The number correlates to the amount of faith, essentially, that my family puts behind this dollar.
Okay.
Same thing with the check. It's just under a different name. And you could put larger...
Is it more money then?
Yeah, it could be multiples of this. You wouldn't have to carry 5 of these, let's say, or just one check that stands for 5 of these.
Why doesn't everyone just do that? It's less paper.
True, but to each his own.
I don't understand economy, but okay, fine.
Good.
Let's have you look at these items then, and then you can give you the check. The almost brazen attitude that DeCarlo is giving this dwarf kind of is taken aback how bold he is being in terms of saying, "Give me the check."
Give me money.
Give me the check, bitch.
Basically, give me the money.
The dwarf stands up and grabs a pair of very high magnification lenses from a little head bust that is kind of looks like the one an optometrist would use to inspect your eyes. It's got like several different lenses that can be folded in and out for magnification purposes.
It's called a loop.
I'm gonna go ahead and just say I'm gonna call it what I want. Overlord speaking here.
One of those.
Oh damn, he said it.
Oh, I'm doing it. I'm mad with power.
Is it like one of these, Adam?
Huh?
Little Germa. Hold on.
It says TikTok on your thing, Dan.
Yeah, it says, is this...
The fucking Labo thing? Sure.
Oh.
It makes that sound as well.
Yeah, he grabs his
He's got
loop, multiple, and affixes it to his brow, and doesn't put the lenses down because it'd probably be very hard to walk with high magnification lenses on your face, even though that's what glasses are. But these are really high magnification lenses. He goes ahead and follows you guys out towards wherever your stash of goodies are, which in this case is the caravan, which is on the outside of this building, so you do need to do a bit of a walk. He takes 2 other personnel with him, both of whom are assumedly highly skilled in appraisal, have their own loops, as you call them, and they make their way over towards the caravan.
As we're all walking,
Sure.
I kind of lean down to Laszlo.
Are we there now as well? I thought we were in the...
Well, you were in the lobby of the place.
I'm in the lobby, yeah.
If we start leaving the building, you're not just going to
Okay.
stand there T-posing.
I might... I still think I'm quite strong, so...
I
yes,
kind of lean into
Princess.
Laszlo. I'm like, can you have word with the DeCarlo about being a little more respectful? Just because it
My
may
middle
sour,
name, yeah, absolutely.
may sour the deal. Just I don't want to
Okay.
fuck that up for him. Thanks.
Alright. I
So
can
I'm not
interpose myself.
well,
I'll
just
walk
so that way
tandem
I'm
with
not directly talking to this guy. Maybe like, hey, you should treat my family nicer. Fuck
I
everything
mean,
up. That, but
okay,
like, I'm not. I don't literally say that to you. I'm saying like that as an explanation.
Let's
As
do
to
the
why.
Tard voice again.
That's not a Tard voice.
Is it? It's highly hard to distinguish between whether or not you're doing Tard voice or not.
You'll know.
Get wrecked, Andrew. Sure. I'll.
Just a droll about it.
I will. So is it like a little lobby piece, and he's walking? I'll like go.
Well,
onto
like
the
in my mind, the reason I'm saying that is I imagine we're all walking as a group with like the jewelers at the head of the group, me, you guys, DeCarlo, and it's like, hey, just like.
Is that how that is, or is he like so brazen? I'm leading the way. I'm up in front. Come on, guys, I gotta get this check.
The
What's
Pied
the situation?
Piper of the desert.
If I can find an opportunity, I will. But considering the circumstances of where we are, I may not be able to do that.
Good enough.
And he's seeing me in a different identity, so he may be like, "Who's this guy? What?
Who the fuck are you?
Where the fuck is that
He's
guy?
gone fucking Boston."
Look at the
real
cut of this.
desert out
Look
here.
at the cut of this giant's jib.
Jib. Yeah. So if I get the opportunity, I will. So.
Going down towards where the wagons are parked
You're
is
right
not a very large distance. In fact, it's basically the equivalent of going down the street, turning the corner, and whabam. That's where the thing's
I get him.
parked.
I punch him in the back of the head. No.
He said,
if there's a reprised moment of I can pull him aside a little bit or slow the pace that we walk at in some sort of conversation. I'd like to try and follow orders.
in the formation that the guys are walking, it is more or less a weird grouping of DeCarlo and the princess at the front, followed by the jewelers / appraisers, what have you, and then the rest of you can be speckled around because you are, in fact, the bodyguards, so if anything, you want to make a huge donut shape around the princess as to prevent people from coming into the inner circle, so that walking formation is enough to cause people in the streets to give way as to not be trampled by the large entourage of important-looking people. So...
Is there anywhere along the street where I can pop to the side and quickly pop off a cantrip message to the DeCarlo?
The DeCarlo.
Or
well, you certainly could. You could pop into a street and do it quickly.
I'll do that, yeah. And I'll be like, Princess says be more cordial and respectful to the dwarf. They would like that very much. It may make the deal better.
He kind of takes one ear and kind of shoves his pinky into his earlobe and scratches it.
Say it as Laszlo then.
He looks around and like
says the voice of Laszlo.
he looks around and tries to inspect where the source of this information is coming from, almost completely stopping in his tracks to look about, confused.
I rejoined the group.
A raised eyebrow, and before he just continues pace. At the wagon, DeCarlo goes ahead and with help from his company, not you guys, his tribe, he goes into the back of the wagon, and in a very, very hurried display, very synonymous with what you guys have seen of these guys packing and repacking their tents, goes into the back of the wagon, and you can see, almost comedically, a large assortment of things being flung out the back door. The rest of his tribe are basically standing there, in the same way that in a penalty shot in football, people are just kind of like ready to get hit in the face with things and are just covering important bits, but then when something flies at them, they...
I'm standing behind the jeweler and the appraisers with like hands behind my back, trying to be as stone-faced as I can.
As soon as a large pile of metallic objects are flung out, eventually DeCarlo's head pops out once again. I think that's everything. And he climbs out. His entire body is obscured by bandages still, and only his eyes are available. But you can see from that little slit that he seems to be relatively excited about being able to sell off all these goods. It takes a decent amount of time for the jewelers to begin inspecting everything as thoroughly as they're able to. It's more of a it's more quantity over quality in terms of the actual price range total relative to the number of items here, so it's somewhere around the time that it would take to get all of these things properly appraised. It's probably going to be about 20 to 30 minutes total of just these guys picking up a thing, inspecting it, putting it down, and then in some cases might be getting a second opinion from the other appraisers if it's really, really shoddy and any of the jewelry pieces or specifically the gems are scratched up, dinged, dulled, or otherwise imperfected. So if there's anything you want to do around while you're waiting for almost half an hour for 3 guys to sift through a pile of crap.
Absolutely. You said that well, you didn't actually. Have you regaled any information to us of that the other group were near here, Mr. Dauntless?
He is gone.
Yeah. So he wouldn't have. But I'm saying if he had, we would have talked to the stable hand. That's because we're at the stables now. To see if they are still here, or if we can spot their wagon.
Well, we're not even we don't know to
Yeah,
look
we
for.
don't even know.
Problem.
So
Yeah.
we don't even know that that's a thing. So what do you want to do in the meantime? We should probably just guard the princess.
Rock, paper, scissors for half an hour.
Yeah.
Do the job that we pretend to have.
Yeah.
If that's the case, and we're just going to sit in silence for half an hour, let's go ahead and pretend to do that in real time. Okay.
Wait for Andrew to get back. It might be.
I'm back.
No, he's back. He's back. Nice.
We were having a discussion, and since it's
Dispute.
in game time, it's going to be like 20-30 minutes to appraise all this stuff. Did you share with us any of the info in regards to what you learned about the caravan?
Oh yeah, no, I totally fucking would, because we need to know that.
Okay.
And I said I would send one of you guys out, or 2 of you guys
Well,
out.
we're at the stables, so we were thinking to ask maybe the people that own the stables to see if, or even to see if the wagons are here.
Yeah, I would have
aged camels or something.
I would have given you guys a heads up. So
I could scry as well if you'd like, Princess. Just to be like, who's this the city? Like, and sort of pull Perfume Man with me, and we can do what we did last time.
Varys, you take Uptown. Zen, you take the Caribbean.
Well, maybe if I scry first, then you may not have to split up because.
Yeah, if you want, use the scry ball. Whoever still has that.
I will use my own ball.
All right. I'm gonna keep watching over to make sure nothing
Sure.
goes.
Perfume Man. I'm going to look to see if the group are in the city, or outpost. Come here. I'm gonna scry.
Come here.
Come hither, friend of.
I'm going to roll a dice.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
7 minus something is less than the
92
DC.
is what I rolled on my thing. What do I see, and what did me and the perfume man see?
God, Tower Fantasy.
I would have scryed on Alexander.
Uploaded February.
You see Alexander. He is currently stood outside of a market stall. He is currently trading what appears to be some sort of large object in his hands in exchange for a loaf of bread. The large object in his hand looks like what is essentially amounts to a large glass ball that has been hand blown. Almost resembles a planetary heavenly body almost. Some sort of moon, you might say.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is
he's
that going somewhere?
Is there a
No.
market in this place, perfume man? Or where you can get bread? Because that looks like he's getting some bread.
Yes, most towns have marketplaces if they
Well,
can
let's
help
get
it.
going. It could
It's
be
good for the economy.
Could be
It's
good.
good for the economy.
There's
I
a
don't know where
Jumanji
there's
seem
a-
there.
I don't know where there's a bread stall around here.
Okay, where's the marketplace?
I
Go to the
don't know.
marketplace. Well, I'm gonna ask one of the appraisers. Hey,
Hey,
we were gonna grab some
Hey, I'm
food for
busy
the
here.
princess. I know. Is there a marketplace nearby? we
Yeah,
could
it's a
pick up some
marketplace
food?
nearby. Just go around where our shop is and go 2 doors down. You'll find
Oh.
out a nice street corner. If you're looking for a farmer's market, then that's where you're
Is
gonna
there a
find it.
bakery?
I don't fucking know.
I love this guy.
I like that. I also like
so
that.
much attitude.
I also like that in every continent there's some
Pally.
a vaguely
I guess some
vaguely
fuckers not getting any
Boston,
bread then.
New
All
York,
right, and
someone with
I
a
go,
vague urban accent.
Hey, fuck you, buddy.
Hey! It's a global economy.
Guys,
It's good for the
tell him,
economy.
Princess, this guy's a prick. I'm gonna go get some bread for you, because maybe Alexander is in the marketplace trading a glass bowl for something. Do you want to wait, or do you want to go there afterwards? They'd have to come here for a wagon if they want to leave.
I give you 25 Samir. Why don't you just buy them lunch? Because
I'm gonna look. Is the wagon here? Perfume man. If they've got their wagon or any camels, they'd have to put them here. If they're here.
Okay. Look, I pressed 25 Samir to just buy them food if they're to the point where they're trading items. For
I don't want to
There's 2
leave.
different stables around here. I saw one at the west gate, which is where we're at right now, and there's another one that faces over to the east, which is going
Okay.
towards Sanopolis.
Okay.
Why don't we
Look,
instead-
division of labor. Just figure it out.
What the
I'll
princess
go.
said.
I'll take the 25 Samir and I go with Chris.
Yeah, it's in my hands. Is my money that I have for bread and whatever.
I'm going with
Are
it.
you
money
gonna
and
go
my
and get
money.
bread, or are you gonna stay here with the princess, Laszlo?
I don't want to kind of leave everyone.
Well, I don't
I'll
mind
go
leaving.
with I'll go
I
with
lean
I'll go with
over to
Kalos then.
Varys. I lean
Would
over
you
to
guys
Varys.
kick already?
That's what I'm saying,
We're not in
man.
this conversation.
Okay,
Appraiser man. Look at the gem.
I lean down to okay, literally everyone but Zen, go. Just
Yeah,
go
you guys
fight.
are bickering about here. I'm trying to look at this diamond. You
We
won't
could bicker
shut
about a little
your
bit more.
yaps.
All right, I'm gonna just
Alright,
before
go,
we
go.
leave, I'm gonna lean in to Varys. He's trading bread.
Okay.
You know what that means, right? Bread. I don't want to leave and split the group. Okay.
Okay.
I don't wanna
It's at a
leave.
market. It's at a marketplace. We're
Bread.
gonna go.
I need the rest of bread. Okay.
In accordance to the particulars
bread.
of the location, you go back towards the Morjamoth thing, and according to the guide 2 doors down, you can find a open market square. It is very much a square because all the stalls have been set up into very straight lines, and everyone has essentially their own row. You look throughout the area, and it's not going to be for free. You got to see if you can find them. Where's Waldo?
I'm looking.
Where's
Perception
Bucko?
check.
Okay, I'm gonna make one of those too. Do I want to use my D6 for this?
I'm paranoid, so I'm doing it.
I'm gonna use my D6 for this one.
The whole
16
gang.
for me.
D6 in it.
Let's roll that
No,
again. That,
I'm
roll-
not
that
D6
landed.
actually,
That landed
but
crooked.
I'm gonna save it.
Okay.
I got a 6.
I got a 19 total.
The Varus is the first one to spot the group. There's a large, according to what you saw in your scrying, a large ball, approximating the size of, say, like a volleyball in real life. It is translucent and blue, and it has very, very interesting markings on it that make it so that it is not a completely flat and smooth surface. He is doing something like a man presenting, or trying to sell, rather, this thing in exchange for a loaf of bread. This, of course, is Lysander, and at the moment he is by himself. He is dressed in the way that you saw before, however he is now wearing a new hat. And that's about it.
Is it a cool hat?
It is fashionable, but you don't think that you could pull it off yourself, despite the fact that you are
I
incredibly
definitely
handsome.
could.
Look at character you're talking.
Come on, man. This is key here.
In any
as-
case, you go ahead and Varus is the first to spot him.
I'm back.
I'll point it out. I'll before saying, "Hey, let's," and then I'll lead the guys over.
What's the market look like? Is the name of this place?
The part of the market row that you guys are currently in is strictly for essentially consumables and food items, including, in this case, bread, bugs that have been cooked and are been placed onto sticks for easy consumption, scorpions and desert spiders of the like,
Breaded bugs.
and even this really large ant whose head has been split open like a coconut, allowing you to feast upon the interiors of its brain. All the soft stuff is on the inside, as you can imagine. Other rows in this market involve wearable items, such as hats, clothes, half capes, robes for bathing, because bathing is still a very big thing, even around here. Although they don't have as lavish of a bathhouse as, say, Anupolis or other places you've been around Sanctus. And other stuff that we can get to if you want to do shopping. But right now, the Alexander is right there. And he is going to be moving as he has successfully traded his glass orb for a loaf of bread. And is currently beginning to move away from you guys. There is a small crowd of people in the same way you would in a market stall. So you can push and shove, or you can get really violent with it if you want to get through there. Or you can just, walk like a normal person.
Walk like a normal person on a way in a direction that would intercept with our friend, unless someone else has another idea.
Fire my gun.
I actually take out my gun.
I fucking kill him. Trading bread, motherfucker. People eat bread. He's gonna die. I followed the lead of the group, but I'm very cautious.
Squeezing between people, shifting your body so that you don't shoulder check the nearest person, and doing all sorts of things like saying excuse me when you accidentally feel something brush up against your side. Either way, you pass through and eventually intersect with Lysander. He is currently holding the loaf of bread in one hand and is going to tear off a chunk that he can presumably eat.
Nice hat.
Halfway through the bread in his mouth,
Nice hat. What's up?
Hey.
Good to see that you survived.
I could say the same thing about you folk. I haven't seen you in literal days. How'd you get here?
Long story.
What was that thing you were trading?
Been hella
Hitched a
back
ride
to get
is the
here.
short version.
That was a bit of junk that we came across on our way over here.
So besides the perfume man is with us, is everyone else okay with you, or
I'm
did we
going to
lose?
pickle away and pull a page. I'm pulling a page from that.
Interesting
I got
use of
paranoia
it if
running
you didn't
through
want to
me.
use it for the guy named Morgoth the Deceiver, but you'll use it on this guy for a loaf of bread. But
It's in his name that he's deceiving. You give me.
well, I'm not going to stop you or tell you when to use it, but this is certainly a use of it. So go ahead and
6.
subtract a page from there. Specifically, so you're going to first tell whether or not he is fibbing. He is in the same way that when you come home from school and you have a brand new video game and your dad asks you, where did you get the money for that? And all you have to say is,
Chores.
That's the equivalent.
Okay. Well, so I'm trying to get the description of it. I've written it down. It does other stuff. It's not just. I can left line current mood, demeanor, and surface level thoughts for 10 minutes.
Wow.
So
So
again,
mood is let's see. The describing feeling would be equivalent of when you're looking for your phone and find it underneath your pillowcase. It's relief, but also, man, I feel dumb for not finding this thing. Let's see. If used out of combat, tell if the target is lying, current mood, demeanor, surface level thoughts, and the effect ends early if you cast something or enter combat. Surface level thoughts is, let's see. I wonder how they got here. Do they want any of my bread? And where is my boss?
okay. Well, that's 10 minutes, so you guys can continue your conversation.
How
I imagine
audible?
I'm just.
How audible is him ripping a piece of that paper? By the way, Nia.
It's as much as you would ripping a regular piece of paper out of a book in real life. If anything, because it has leather bindings, it's even louder because you can hear like the snapping of the little.
I don't like do it in front of his face, like. I sound
No,
like
of course,
peel
but
away.
I'd like to know if we heard it.
Yeah, but even if
That's-
you turn around, just still like sound.
Whoa! I just stepped on a bug. No way.
Did something explode? I'm back in for a minute.
And so yeah, so we have the perfume man. He's all good. Is the how are the rest? Are they all with you? Or did you lose any?
Thankfully, no, we didn't lose anyone.
Perfect.
A little bit of a trouble with the Sphinx thing.
How'd that go?
So when you guys disappeared, we ran.
Perfect.
On the way through, we nabbed some stuff from its little. It had a little pile of crap nearby, and we grabbed some stuff. When you guys left, we could have waited to see if you would get back or not, but frankly, if you just see someone completely disappear and 6 other people completely disappear with no warning whatsoever, I kind of just took the reins and just
Honestly,
said,
Lexander, if you had any inkling as to where we got disappeared to, you probably wouldn't have waited that
The
long.
perfume man will probably tell you. Just
let
know
him
that
tell
he's
you he's
just
okay.
know when he tells you everything that he says is true.
Okay, I wasn't gonna double check, but sure. Now you're making me double think though.
He got a little roughed up, but I think he's recovering. We all kind of
we
all came
Where'd you
out
guys
of that.
go?
Maybe not maybe that's a campfire story for when we're not in.
Let's get traveling again.
I guess so.
We'll jail you.
The rest of the guys are kind of just eating around town. I don't know where everyone is, but every once in a while we just reconvene over at the East Gate. And I guess we can go get the boss man.
Do you guys have all 3 wagons, or you guys only have 2, 1?
No, we got all the wagons. As soon as the boss man got transported with you guys, we just had someone grab the reins. But we hauled it out of there, and like I said, I nabbed a couple of things. It's collectively agreed to nab a couple of valuable-looking things from the Sphinx's nest, I guess you can call it. Yeah, and some of them looked kind of valuable.
Yeah, you know what? The way he was not very curious to us. You know, it's one thing like we failed the riddles, that was on us, but I think he took I think he took things a little too personally. So
I
I'm
mean, you
not.
guys were hitting him, so you know.
Oh, I think we had him on the ropes. I think that's why he did whatever he did.
Well-
But listen, let's get everything together and hopefully we can get on our way to.
You guys
Did
want to get anything to eat while
anything
you're
else
here?
happen on your journey back? Did you meet anyone? Or are you pretty safe?
No, nothing terrible happened. We needed to repair the wagon at one point. We hit a huge rock that was not as stable as we thought it would be. It kind of collapsed underneath one of the wagons, so that's nothing that you guys need to worry about. Just we swapped out a wagon wheel. Other than that, it was smooth travels. Around those parts, depending on where you go in the Badlands, really dictates whether or not you run into some bad shit. And we're not from around here for the most part, but we have enough knowledge to navigate relatively safely and know to look out for signs of hostile activity. Kinda. Sphinx not included.
Did you happen to trade in one of those items for a piece of bread?
Yeah. Why?
It could be very valuable. Maybe you have undersold that item greatly.
Well, I don't have any money, and I have a lot of junk. So, food's food.
Sure.
Can't eat magical items if it is magical. If it's jewelry, can't eat jewelry. Well, at least I can't.
I guess, yeah. At any point throughout this conversation, has he had any good thoughts or any lies?
Let's see. Let's see. The part about running into no trouble whatsoever was not the right truth. Any surface level thoughts include, boy, I wish they would stop asking me questions about magical items. And
I'm gonna push fraud.
And the third one is gonna be, boy, I wish I could gotten my pay advance before we broke up.
I could get bread easily. I mean, from what I've heard, that part that you've through that place is pretty rough, according to Jumanji. Are you sure nothing happened?
Nothing we couldn't handle. We got here safe, didn't we? Just a couple of things on the road, you know. You see a lot of stuff when you're traveling around these parts, but we couldn't not handle it.
Is it like those bugs again? They're pretty gross.
Nah, it was not bugs. It was, you know what? Can we talk about this later?
What's his surface thoughts right now?
Shut the fuck up, old man! Shut the fuck up!
Stop asking me shit. Fuck.
What is this?
You
20
want
questions?
You want us to lead you back to the perfume man, or you want to go to the caravan first? It's up to you. Where?
Tell you what. Where are you guys right now? I could run towards and let everyone know where I am, and then if anyone wants to come, like Jumanji or something, I can tag along. So if you guys are gonna be staying put around here for a bit, I could run pretty quick.
We arrived at the west gate, right?
Yep.
Yeah, west gate, west stables.
Okay. I'm gonna meet up with anyone I can who's over at the stables, and I'm gonna run over to the west. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. And as the guy runs away, the last couple of surface thoughts are like, man, stop asking me so many fucking questions. Goddamn, leave me alone.
It's just
I'm alive, aren't I?
That's just Adam's inner monologue. It's like, fuck.
I mean, if you think about it, all NPCs are me.
All NPCs are technically liars because this is a game of pretend.
Dude, that's too meta. And eventually he gets really far away, and you can go do something else.
He'd have been fine if he didn't get bread. That's what I'm saying.
Just why are you so upset on the bread?
Why am I upset about bread?
Obsessed.
Oh, well, I mean, just look at our recent history. All I'm saying is, it's a kind of a red flag.
A bread flag.
I turned to Kalos. Am I forgetting something? Am I forgetting something that happened?
The last couple of days have been strange journey, an
Don't
eye-opening
try to fucking
journey.
disparage me. We had
Oh, I'm not,
fucking,
but you know,
we
it's
had a
just-
situation
getting-
in the other continent where people were
just-
faking to be bread salesmen, and
Oh,
has
okay.
resulted.
Okay.
And recent recollections of a place we're going to is about a bakery and a market square.
Well, I'll
So
put,
I just
let's-
a
he's
little
had-
bit of mini alarm bells going
let's-
off in my head.
let's-
Forgive
let's
me
be-
for that.
we've been sleeping with these guys for
Yeah, but you
camping.
know,
You
we haven't
didn't-
seen
you
them for a
haven't used
couple
the
of
hut.
days.
You haven't used the hut every day. I'm just saying.
We haven't
I'm
seen
just
them for a couple
saying.
of days.
If
Guys
they
got a
wanted
new
to
hat.
stab you, they could have done it at this
Guys got a
point.
new hat. I'm saying
Oh,
new hats do things to people, and maybe sometimes they're masks, but
Uh-huh.
going crazy. And I say nothing more. Let's go back to the Westgate. Food for thought, and it's not bread.
Ooh. Gronk's not even here for any of these spicy puns.
I know he's gonna take them all and use them.
Imagine he's like watching the stream, and then when it's just over, it's just, I'm gonna use those on the same people who said it.
And then we won't react.
Honestly, I'll give him a fake golf clap. You hear that, Gronk?
You get a golf clap. You get.
I know you're that
recognition.
person who just followed. Thank you,
Not
Flex
Gronk.
Smart, for the follow.
It's
If
him.
that is your real name. Anyways, let me see. So you guys go over to the Westgate, and sometime later, Alexander and Jumanji, and even your favorite soothsayer, to whom you've only had one conversation with, but either way, that is Isabella, come over, and they greet the first person that they care to greet, their boss, followed by anyone who wants to receive a greeting. None of them like embrace or hug or anything. That's just their boss. After all, he's this guy who writes their checks. So not necessarily worth hugging. But considering there are child companions at the same time, there are a couple of kinder gestures than just a handshake. In either case, as soon as everyone's reacquainted, maybe about 5 minutes left until all the appraisals are done, and everything is sorted into these really neat piles that the appraisers have put them into after having exchanged everything and looked them over. You can wait around for a bit and then have that done in a few moments. In any case, as soon as you get here and everyone is reconvened, I think it's safe to assume that the what's it called? Soft Peaks would
The league is back on track.
Full
would
capacity.
be
We back.
everyone is at full capacity. Yes.
There's no one missing.
Where is? Oh God, we lost Davicus.
Jumanji. Oh, Moss. Force of
Moss-
habit. Sorry.
When they reconvene, was anyone hurt? Does anyone need medical attention?
Jumanji speaking comes forward and places a little finger on his lower chin. It seems he has a bruise there.
A boo boo.
Yes. The same kind you would see if like a kid fell off his skateboard and wasn't wearing a helmet
Chin guard.
and a chin guard.
Well, I reach out and poke him in the chin and give him some lay on hands.
Clock him with some heat.
How many points do you give Jumanji?
Yeah, 5.
5 hit points, and you see the blood that surfaced beneath the surface of the skin begin to go away. He says, "Oh, that feels better. Thanks, princess.
Yeah, don't mention it.
What happened to you guys?"
We told Alexander. We'll give you the full story, but we went on a little detour of our own, and it's a long story. That
What's happening over here? You got a big pile of loot.
got some friends.
Is I don't want to be presumptuous, but is any of that for us?
Fortunately not.
He puts on this shit-eating grin.
I
Unfortunately,
like the way this
not.
guy thinks.
All right, I just thought I would ask. Yeah. Other than that, we didn't get into too much trouble.
Alexander said that you encountered something along the road.
Oh, you
After
encounter a
you
lot of
got
things
past the
around the
Sphinx.
road. Well, yeah, we hit up the Sphinx. We dipped into his little storage. Found some neat things. I got a new pair of socks.
Hope you swiped enough for all of us.
Oh,
Good socks.
yeah, sure. He begins to like pat down his pockets to look for something, and he pulls
I'll
out
take
like
your socks.
he pulls out what appears to be like a was this essentially a quill pen? Here you go. He hands it to you, Kalos.
Thanks.
Like
Thank
daily,
you.
like, there you
And
go.
I inspect it, and I'm just like,
Wow.
yes. And just, And
That
then
actually
I just,
stores the disintegrate spell, Henry.
and I just little put it in like make it like a lapel looking thing, and just put it right there.
He gives you like a little toothless smirk.
Got him.
That's enough for the lot of you, all right?
Wow.
I didn't
That's totally worth it.
I didn't swipe that much. Just
Well, you may change your mind when you hear what we went through. So
I didn't get as much as you think I did, but
well, life. Well, you got your life.
Running
which
for
is
your
important.
life from the Sphinx.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Kyle.
And then I got a bump on the chin from some cool things, but we're all fine.
Cool things.
We're
What
all
cool things?
just fine. Yep. I have said too much.
You've said too much. You have. You know
And
what I'm
he-
gonna be
he-
doing right now.
He turns around.
Insight.
He just turns around and doesn't face anyone. You can't do insight. You're not looking at me.
You can't see my face, bitch.
Turns around. I'm like, I'm fucking like twice his height. I was like, loom over him like crazy anime eyes or whatever they, when they like
When they're going
they
insane,
go
it
crazy.
zooms in.
Yeah, yeah. Nothing, huh? Yeah. I mean, the fact he said I'm saying too much means that something's gone down.
Well, something went down for us, and considering we're in civilization, we don't want to maybe tell the story and then it looked at
Hey,
like
how about-
crazy people.
How about
could be
we
along those
just
lines.
how about we
I'm
just
gonna just
get
I'm
on the
gonna-
road and then we swap stories.
Still turn around. You can hear Jumanji say, "Yeah, I like that idea."
There you go. See,
I got an
Jumanji.
18.
He is visibly sweating, and
All
it's
right,
not because of.
I'm gonna just loom next to him this whole time now.
He keeps
just stay
glancing
near
at you, just like, "Bro, give me some space." He kind
Oh,
of does this.
Lord.
He does these really subtle.
He said, "Bro." He said, "Bro, don't make me ask why you don't speak halfling anymore."
He does these really subtle half steps that shimmies slightly away from you every couple seconds, and just like eventually you can see that he's made at least like another 2 to 3 feet gap between you guys. You're feel free to follow him, but at this
No,
point the
I've
dwarves
made my
have.
point.
At this point, the dwarves have finished their inspection, and everything is in these really neat piles on the side.
Oh, I fell and kicked one.
DeCarlo, the perfume man, and the entourage of people, including Bokris and the other inspectors, begin to converse between each other. The conversation involves pointing at things, speaking about prices. Some of the pile are like really crappy and really have to just be scrapped because they're too poor of a condition, and the cost that it would take to refurbish these things would outweigh any kind of
Can I weigh in on this conversation and try and help things move along smoothly?
How so, princess?
Well, no, I'm asking you that, the DM, because
If you want to.
because we're kind of the only reason I ask. Otherwise, I would just try and actually like talk what we're saying, but we're kind of brushing over the broad strokes of the conversation.
What's that fucking plus 5-10 thing you have?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is may I weigh in onto the conversation to try and make the deal go smooth?
You may certainly do so.
Dungeon Master.
I am responding only to Overlord.
Okay. Overlord.
It's going to
Overlord,
his
I
head.
have a request for you, sire.
You may
my.
speak in my presence.
Just getting all more to
Adjust
us.
I
glasses.
swear you're getting drunk with power, my friend.
It only took
Henry,
96
you need to-
episodes and an entire other campaign to do so, but yes. What do you want to do?
I just want to do a persuasion check, if I may, to try and just make things go as smooth as possible. No one steps on each other's
There's an
toes.
emissary. of
Everyone
peace.
dots their I's and crosses their T's.
How many points of exhaustion do you still have?
He's clear.
The
Right?
emissary
I'm
of
at 1.
peace.
Oh, never mind. Well, then you have a point of exhaustion, which translates to an ability check penalty, I think.
Penalty or disadvantage?
Disadvantage.
which is
All
the
right,
ultimate
then
ability.
I am gonna use my channel divinity and just give myself
If
+5.
if that conversation is happening within 30 feet of me, I'll give him a +5 as well. DM. I don't know if I am.
Unless you went out to do something nefarious, and I don't see why not.
I went to go actually steal. No, I'm just like. So add a +5 to whatever you're rolling to.
All right, and like I said, I'm using my channel divinity as well, +5.
I like to
Mute
think
myself
that
'cause
your
it's gonna make a lot of noise.
I like to think that your channel divinity is the equivalent of like, you know, when Ra uses his 2.
Oh, the Flash.
Yeah.
He blinds
Bang.
someone.
He
What?
turns-
Just
he
flashbangs.
turns- He turns into a personal flash grenade.
Oh,
Oh
Well.
man, fuck.
what a social situation! What a tone setter.
It's a 25, but it could have been a 40.
God damn.
Oh no!
Whoops! You'd have give it away for free. We'll give you all our money.
So yeah, 25 to just try and make things move smoothly and no one causes like.
Now I do
blood
want to
and
ask,
hatred.
in terms of this conversation that you are helping out in, are you taking any personal sides as to maybe you can try to make it more beneficial for your company, make it more beneficial for DeCarlo in terms of his transaction so that he gets a bit more money, or are you going to remain a neutral party and just make sure that everything is going equitable and no one is throwing hands?
Oh, neutral as fuck. I don't want this thing to go like
Switzerland, got it.
thermonuclear. That's all. I just to help smooth things along and like, let's say the dwarf gets a little sniffy about random desert folk. It's like, hey, why don't we cool that? And if DeCarlo is just like,
It's cold.
hey, bud, not enough dosh, and it's like, but we'd be a little more respectful on your end too.
Guys,
Like,
we ended racism.
And it all
One session. It took. Yeah. Holy shit.
Wow, this is how easy it is, guys.
All it
man,
took was
over.
Eddie Murphy and Jonah Hill to make a movie together.
What movie is
That
that?
film
Some
was
Netflix
fucking
movie.
shit.
Oh.
They
I
CGI'd
heard
a
it was
kiss
bad.
because no one want to kiss
Um,
Jonah Hill.
Okay.
that.
Well, I was gonna plan on ending my Netflix subscription soon, but now I have to watch this movie.
Yeah.
Mostly just because I like Eddie Murphy, but still. In either case, you help to smooth over the transaction. As soon as anyone gets kind of more out of line, where they're showing their prejudices or otherwise, or ignorance on the side of DeCarlo, the princess is there to make sure that everyone is being very nice to each other. Even so much so as they even end with a handshake that the dwarf doesn't totally just wipe on his shirt as soon as it's over. In either case, you see them exchange all of the jewelry. Not any of these super expensive magical items, though, unfortunately. Those ones, they do not have that much capital to just have on availability to give away for magical items. Although the magical items have been appraised, and their prices have been appropriately set, in terms of the actual quoted prices, if you want specifically, and you are listening in on the conversation, it would translate to the rare item, which was the staff, clocks in at what is pretty damn close to what you were saying. It is 30,000 GP, which, you know, conversion rates times 3 for Samir. And the very rare item, which was the Small King's sarcophagus tomb thingamajig, that one clocks in at just under 200,000 GP. Only 500 down, give or take, plus or minus.
Would we have been able to write them like some sort of like note that says like, hey, it's been appraised by the Mordremoths and this is what we figure it is, so that way they could sell it to someone and
Well,
get a
not
deal?
taken care of at the stable you're currently at. The appraisers would have to go back to the office and get these nifty little tags in order to put on these items, but if it is the princess's will, then they can do that.
Yeah, if we can't buy it, we can at least say like, hey, that's how much we figure it's worth.
You have a small dispatch of the other 2 people who came along with the dwarf run back to the business, which is only about a 3-minute to 5-minute walk away. So at sprinting, you can get there in half the time. So they run to and from, coming back out of breath, but they have these nicely printed tags that are wrapped in these nice leather, essentially a border, and they can slip a piece of paper in there that has the price tags on it, and then loop those price tags around said items. and in the case of the staff, fastened around the neck so that it doesn't slip off. The price tags are left, and the items are still in possession of DeCarlo, of course. The jewelry has been changed over in exchange for a fat wad of cash, in cash, Samir. However, no checks have been written yet, although negotiations to actually have those actually written out so that they can be exchanged for actual money over in Anupolis. DeCarlo is still contemplating on whether or not he actually wants to make that trip, because he's been away from his beloved Sandstorm, essentially, for quite some time to make this trip. And although he does want to make all of this worth it for his family and his tribe, he already has a decent amount of money in pocket and has already exchanged some items for perfume. So with most of his grocery lists taken care of, he does break away from you guys just to do a bit of shopping to buy some cool duds from around the town.
I bought this outpost. The whole thing.
Guys, this guy said he would sell me the star, and he put my name on it. It's mine.
All it cost was all my money. Oh, wow.
This brand new guy is trying to sell these pictures of monkeys and funny hats.
I bought them all.
And he says I don't actually own the monkey, but I own this receipt. Anyways, what of the rest of you? You have DeCarlo is away for a bit, so you can find him in the market doing some shopping, and he has taken some of his tribe in with him, the ones who are allowed through the front gate after negotiating with one of the guards because he only has one pair of hands. But he does eventually get a couple of his people to come in so they can hold some stuff for the tribe. So he's going to be away for a bit. Of course, that leaves you with the Soft Peaks company, and I'm sure Laszlo wants to get in on the fucking the lowdown on
I'm
what
just
the
gonna.
fuck is
I'm gonna just preface by because obviously Princess was busy, Varus was kind of busy. I'm just gonna be like to everyone in the group, right? I'm just gonna play the old paranoid guy in this, but something's up, so just be careful about this evening. See how it goes.
Plan. It's always the plan.
Wait, you tell that to me or just?
I said to everyone like individually when there's like quiet periods and I can like whisper in, just play it.
What time of day? You said it only took like half the day to get to to this outpost. All right, so it's like early afternoon is basically where we're at.
I'd say right now it's basically like 3 o'clock p.m., more or less.
Varus, when this whole thing concludes, you want to get back to
Try our best. You make it work.
You still need another about 4 hours.
I actually look at Dottie. Princess, would you mind if I borrowed your scrying eye?
Yeah,
there's something I want to actually look at.
Just don't lose it.
Not in your possession right now.
Yeah, I pat down my pockets. That's one of you guys has it though.
I got it. I had a use for it tonight. I didn't know if we were.
Oh,
I was also saving the charge in case.
I could charge. I could do it tomorrow. Would you mind if I did it tomorrow?
You want to borrow my ball?
I only have one more thing I want to try. I have one more.
I got the divination ball. Oh, you? Can I do it for you, or is it?
It's something.
Or is it personal knowledge, isn't it? Or
it's personal.
Okay.
The balls together.
Shut the fuck up.
That's exactly what it would be. Like if you put one ball in front of the other one, so it acts as like a.
Also, DM, I just want to ask you a quick question real quick. I had an idea for that brick that I got from the Hades, right? From the Shadowfell, I think it was like a very dark brick,
from the temple.
Basically. Yeah, definitely that one. So, is it long enough that I can cut it in half and then make magical stones from each half? Would I be able to? How big are
magical stones supposed to be?
I'm trying to enchant them as message stones.
Is it going to be like this, Henry? Is it
no, they're more than big enough. Because message stones only need to be like the size of your palm.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to.
Like
Henry's making the first iPhone.
No. No, this is Yes, I'm making the first iPhone. But
That's
no, I
fun
just
to
wanted to
see.
make sure that
The
it
rock
was
iPhone,
big
so
enough that I can cut it in half and then make sure I can.
Yeah, it's the
use
size of a.
message stuff.
Gotta
You've seen
get
a
you a
brick in real
turtleneck.
life, right?
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that
You
that
can
was
hit with a
big
brick
enough
in
to
real
do
life.
it. Like I just wanted to make sure. Okay, cool. Just that's
I
it.
love that
That's all
so
I got.
much.
Touch brick.
Touch brick.
Touch grass, my guys.
But other than that, you guys can relax around town. There are large local, essentially, I wouldn't say playgrounds, but just like recreational areas that are not necessarily like for anything in particular. You just see people reclining, relaxing, and whatnot. This is one of the few locations that has a little man-made oasis that has enough space that people can kind of relax and idly gossip around. You see plenty of the townsfolk around here just going about their business now that the peak market hours are over. You see a lot of the locals just converge around here, and this seems to be the social hub of the settlement. You can reconvene here, or if you don't want to, you can also go to the East Gate, which is where the caravaneers for the soft peaks are. If you want to do any kind of buying things, you could do that too. They don't have any specialized, well, too specialized of a market variety around here. Unfortunately, they don't have a magic shop. Because
that
that's...
bread guy's got.
I
he's got a
actually
magical
hold on.
pool.
Actually, now that you
I'm
mentioned
gonna
the bread
open
guy,
my own magic shop.
in that same princess, would you mind and I say this and I say when I kind of whisper this to you, I kind of need you to use your authority on something. Is that okay?
Depending.
Okay. And I tell you what Alexander did and what he traded, and I tell you. So, just in case if that's something really bad.
I missed. What did he trade?
He traded a glass globe, the
With
size of a
markings on
globe,
it.
and it had a whole bunch of markings on it, and I say to you, we can go to that bread lady, and you can use your authority, and you can give her, for in exchange of that, one of the jewelry pieces that I have. You know, you kind of still need to use your authority to make her trade it to you, though.
It's a fair trade.
That's why you need Laszlo nearby, Henry.
And I'm whispering this to you, right? And I'm just, yeah.
Let me give it a shot. Let's not burn a bridge we don't have to potentially. Let me see the
No, bread lady.
I put out I don't know. I've been calling them like mediocre bougie, really bougie. So just mid tier bougie. Like I'll take one of those out. Like it'll be like a bracelet.
Tier list. Henry's tier
list. Like really bougie, mid bougie, and low bougie. So like mid tier bougie.
Yeah, it's like when my kids ask me if I have a Rolex. I'm like, nope.
Casio.
This thing is probably like 100th of the price of a Rolex. If actually, probably even less.
All right. Well, looking at this thing, does it have any markings on it?
What thing? The bracelet?
The mid bougie that he has pulled.
These have already been inspected. Not magical at all. And while they don't have any particular markings of the craftsman, I believe we determined that many of them were old enough to be pre-establishment of the power structure that is your family.
And we're from a squid.
Real quick then.
Taking my jewelry from outer space.
Talos, can you carve some symbols on there that kind of look similar
break
to yours?
This?
What do you mean?
Like
chisel them in?
Yeah. So I don't think we need to just start throwing weight around because that would give everyone that would potentially mess with the Mordrebaths and just piss everyone off. So can you put some carvings real quick on that, or some markings? Because we could just say like, oh, I sent someone out to get some bread. We lost all our money in the desert, and they exchanged the wrong thing. This was what they were supposed to. And if it looks similar in terms of like markings on it, much more believable.
Okay.
Okay.
So I go to Varys and Laszlo because in my head, you two would be the ones that would know draconic iconography. So I kind of need you to give me two to three symbols that look like, conic things.
What for?
So I have a janky plan.
Can I ask
We
a
all
question?
know.
Is this this is about that orb, right?
Yes,
2
I
questions.
am not leaving that here.
Okay. Do we actually know it has any value?
Well,
Or we go
apparently
to
they took
Red.
it from the Sphinx, and it does. At this point, anything that was in that Sphinx's lair or nest or whatever the hell we're gonna call it, it's old. It kind of seem old.
Well,
Yeah.
it was a pile of bones, so yeah, all old shit. Maybe you might be right.
What is it?
So
Okay, then the
I
follow
don't know what it does. You
value.
saw it.
What is its value to us, and also what is the harm in just leaving it here? Like,
Well, what happens if
if
it's
we had if we had answered those riddles correctly, we would never know it existed. So
Yes, but at the same time, we would have just crossed by and not have gone anywhere. But now that it's out there in the world, we shouldn't let people that don't know what they're holding, uh, let's pretend that it's one of those really massive explosion bombs, fireball things.
saying is you're making it a point that the common folk shouldn't be allowed to handle magic items.
No, I'm saying that we
Or
shouldn't
maybe more
give.
nefarious.
I don't think we should give a sword to a monkey. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I mean, if we know anything about bakers, they definitely ain't monkeys.
If you can make this quick and simple, don't make it complicated.
Go in their back.
You're
kick
the
them in
one
head.
that's gonna be giving me the symbols. I have to just carve them in.
I
The
know.
princess is gonna be the one that's gonna be, not me.
I mean, I speak the language, but I also don't. As far as the relation to magic, I don't use draconic language and
That's
magic
why
I
it
cast.
just has to look. What's a
Says soy
fancy letter? I don't know.
Says
Fancy
soy
script and
sauce.
draconic.
Like those Chinese tattoos, they don't know what it means.
Soy sauce.
I don't know. What's
Soy
the
boy.
what's the symbol for power in draconic?
It looks very foreboding.
Powerful.
Yeah.
That
You
could just
will-
be it. Just give me that. What does that look like, Varys? And you just write it down, and I'm just like, all right, I could do that. Take out the bracelet and DM. I'm not proficient with jewelry's tool, but I have them because I can make jewels tools when any tool I need at any specific time. Am I able to do this?
Without proficiency, because reasons.
Of course.
But you can roll for a dexterity check plus a d20. And if you have any bullshit that comes with the result of being some sort of master of none, jack of all trades thing,
Even
I don't
John.
No, it's just I'm gonna give myself +5 though. 12 plus bonuses. 19.
It is not your first time doing fine, small, delicate work, although this is kind of comparable to what you do for enchanting, even though yours is not draconic text. The idea is still somewhat the same. If anything, this one is easier because the font is more spread out, unlike deep speech, which is all compressed into really, really tiny, refined characters. So if anything, this one is slightly easier due to the different alphabet that you're using, which doesn't involve guttural gurgling noises when you try to speak it aloud. If any case, you get it done, and you inscribe what Varys gave you, what it says. You're not entirely sure. You're assuming you asked him to say powerful in Draconic, and he gave you that. And unless it says dumb bitch in Draconic, that's what you inscribe on it.
Here,
It
take
says,
this.
"What has my life come
It
to?"
says what?
And I go back to the princess, and I tell the boys that and everyone what the plan is. They want to come along.
I got
Here's a thought.
52 on my hourly doodad. I'm going to
Can you
still
is there any
roll
way
it.
you can identify if it's
And you don't
magical
blow up.
first before we go?
I could
harass
pass
a
by it, I
baker?
guess.
Yeah.
But sure.
Oh, why don't while I'm talking, you do your thing.
Okay. DM, as we get closer, I'm just gonna crush a little gem so I have detect magic going on, and I will give you.
Varys, to make this seem more
Right now.
official, you hold the bracelets and you present the bracelet when I talk. Okay.
Me and Zen could always
Sure.
go around back and just
Thank you.
note the thing.
You get him around Malpush.
19.
Zen could crouch down.
Right. You also don't explode with magical energies. And did you know that? I didn't know this until recently, but if you have a wild magic sorcerer on your PC team, the DM can just call for it whenever they want.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yep.
I didn't know that. That's wild.
That
do
is
what you want.
truly
That
wild
is
magic.
wild.
That's fucking wild.
You can do whatever you want.
That's knucking futs, as they say, you know?
Introduce it, and I'll cry. But
Do it and call for it. That's
Dan,
amazing.
every other
Well, that's
minute,
wild
make 'em
magic
tech.
sorcerers. This is a custom rule set for overcapping, so I've already established the rules. Pray that I don't alter the agreement again.
Uh-oh.
What was that Darth Vader saying that, you know?
Yeah.
I am not Darth Vader.
I'm the
I am
Overlord.
the Overlord.
Henry's like,
But you
I
will
gotta-
call me Darth Adam. No, okay.
Darth Adam.
That sounds awful, actually.
Hi guys, Overlord, also known as
It's
Adam,
the kazoo version of the Imperial March.
What, the Dominoes theme?
No, it's gonna be the fucking box sound that I was trying to get. Alright, so you guys, with your plan and magical sense up, you go towards where you found the baker's stall over in the market district where you initially encountered Alexander. There you can see a very nice looking old lady, probably a human woman in her late 60s, early 70s. She is currently sat on a small bench, and on one part of her stall she has a display where all of her breads are laid out in a little row, and off to the side is a miniature oven that is not quite portable but can be wheeled around, although it is, you know, portable in a different sense. And she has a workstation that is completely covered in flour, and is she currently kneading a large loaf of uncooked dough. Although market stalls are starting to close down, this woman is very much trying to make sure that she doesn't have any excess bread, or at least raw dough, and is planning to use every bit of it before the stall closes for the evening. You approach with authority in your step, and an entourage of your bodyguards, and a shiny bracelet in one hand. At which point she crooks her head in such a way as to see you in her peripheral vision before turning the rest of her body suit. Oh, hello. Are you folks looking to buy any bread?
Yes, potentially, but I do have another quick matter if you have a moment, ma'am.
I have many moments before the stall closes this evening, young lady. You know, you look kind of familiar. Have I seen you around these parts before?
I just came into town today, but it's...
Oh, never mind then. Maybe I've seen someone of your kind around these parts before. Your skin is a beautiful color, and it's not something you see quite often, so even in my failing memory, I know a dragonborn of your bloodline when I see it. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, young Morgemoth mistress. I do not know your first name, but you'll please forgive an old woman for not knowing every member of your family. Please, don't hurt me.
Of course. No, there was a small mix-up earlier I wanted to address. A servant of mine traded an heirloom of mine for some bread. And I wanted to know if I would be able to swap payment, if you will. I have.
Oh, well.
I wouldn't ask for the heirloom back empty-handed. So.
Well, what does the heirloom look like, young miss?
A glass orb with some glyphs on it.
Oh, that young man came by, and he said that it was a worthless piece of junk that he found out in the sands. So I said, well, if it's a useless piece of junk, I'll give you one loaf of bread. So he gladly exchanged it, I didn't realize it was an heirloom of yours. I don't mean to call your heirloom a piece of junk. Please don't break my legs.
No, of course, ma'am. No, it's the thing he mistook was
Give me
this
that bread. I'll give you a
bracelet.
knuckle sandwich.
The thing he mistook for useless piece of junk, and I
Ulrich,
give finger
no,
quotes.
bad.
Fuck you, old lady.
I slap him in the hand. No,
no,
bad.
I'm joking. No, I didn't say that. I'm joking.
The thing he mistook as useless piece of junk was heirloom. Instead, I meant for him to trade this bracelet for it.
Oh.
The similarities being the glyphs.
I
he
meant
mistook.
boy's soul.
Well, I certainly understand when a mix-up like that can occur. Although he has many years of not losing your headspace to old age, the mistakes happen, and I certainly hope you don't punish the young man too severely. It was a honest mistake, I think. Also, can you please make a persuasion check? Never break character, no.
I'm old. Bread. I can't go into a baker in like real life now. I don't trust him.
Are you going to stab me?
What are you going to do? Stab me with a piece of bread? Yes.
Said the victim of a stabbing crime.
Yeah, local baker.
All right, I'm still at disadvantage. 25 though.
Holy
Boofing.
schmoly.
Nice.
The old lady looks over at the pile of things that are her personal belongings. Inside of there are things that she's bartered for, and sometimes Samir. So you don't have to do barter around here. If you got money, you got money. And she looks over, and you can see resting on top of a little cushioned portion so it doesn't roll around, is the blue orb thingy that is in question. It is, again, slightly translucent, and it is a dark robin blue. Well, dark robin blue. Robin blue is pretty light in the first place, but
So it's blue.
so it's blue. Yeah,
It's just blue.
yeah, it's just blue. I'm not sure why I was trying to make it so fancy sounding.
The tallest midget.
I mean, that being said, a tall midget would still have disproportionate limbs, so it would just look like a interesting
9-foot
person.
midget. Huge.
Giant shrimp.
Tell me a shrimp fried this rice, lady.
She looks over it and waddles on over. She holds it in both hands very carefully, as it looks relatively fragile, considering it may or may not be made of blown glass. And she places it onto her countertop that has an open space where there is no bread.
I motioned for the bracelet from Varys without looking at him.
Oh, this is a beautiful bracelet that you're offering, and while I do understand the transactional error, I don't know if the sides are exactly equal on this, ma'am. If you don't mind me saying, you could take some bread if you want in exchange to make up the difference. That being said, it would probably be only about 1/50th of the price. But I don't have much else to give besides bread.
No.
I am not that kind of shop.
Like I said, the orb itself is of sentimental value to me. and
I
would
see.
not-
I see.
I
Well,
would
that's the
not have-
case.
I hand the
Part of
necklace,
it,
but I
no.
don't take the orb. I motion for Kalos to grab the orb because this was his.
He's
game.
already detected magic as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
did I
see.
detect it? As this whole conversation goes, and I'm just like, fuck, this is probably nothing, because I can't fence anything.
Okay, have you seen... Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't use this thing, because I know not everyone's seen Overlord, but...
I haven't.
Okay. Imagine you were in a cave for the last 10 years of your life with no light whatsoever.
Okay.
Now, someone forcibly yoinks you out of your cave and turns on their headlights of their SUV directly in your face.
Oh, so you'd see like nothing because you'd be blind at that point.
Correct.
Do I go
Not
blind?
blind?
It's a blinding light that appears from it.
Oh, okay. I thought you.
I was gonna
Oh
say-
my god! I thought it
Yeah,
went
that's-
blind.
Oh,
Get his cane out.
Holy
But it
shit,
is-
Adam! You scared the shit out
It
of
is
me.
almost
I'm blind.
impossible for you not to just wince and recoil back, immediately turn your head away from this thing, as it is, as the kids would say, hella magical.
Oh, you mean blinding light as in it's glowing, not as in it's like the assassin.
blinded.
Yeah.
No,
That's
it is
what I
not
was
the
like,
apple of
ah,
Jesus.
fuck.
It is not the apple of Eden. No.
I was just like, ah, fuck, not again.
So you guys know that when I use King's Mind, like it glows purple. Like
Thanks.
there's like little like purple
That's
like
okay.
little glyphs that like light up because I'm
about the guy-
concentrating on something. And like as soon as I see it, I just drop the concentration. I'm just like, oh fuck.
Well,
I
if
just
she
pick
puts
it up.
if she puts the orb down and accepts the bracelet from
What
Barris, I
school
would
though,
pick up
my
the orb.
guy?
I don't give a fuck. I'll identify it later. You don't know. And I'm just like, ah.
If the bracelet is in her hands, I would go to pick up the orb.
Oh,
This is
you.
This is a
Of
beautiful
sentimental value.
piece. This is a beautiful piece. If you'd like to take any bread from the shelf here, by all means, have at it. I need to clear out the stall anyways, and I don't want them to go stale.
Oh, how was the young man? What was his demeanor like when he traded you this?
He wanted
troubled?
to. Well, he seemed very hungry. So he was in a hurry to make a purchase of bread. Had no money, unfortunately, but I accept trades of other goods besides Samir. So he fished around, and it was the first thing he produced. And he said that it is as I quoted before, a worthless piece of junk, which honestly, if you're trying to sell something, probably shouldn't be the first words that come out of your mouth. So that employee of yours, you might want to have a word with him about selling products. I suspect that he might not be a salesman of your company, however, so that's up to his job description. But as I was saying, he came in, he wanted to get some food, he looked very hungry, and wanted to buy some bread. And I have this really nice thing of making sure that everyone can smell my freshly baked bread. It attracts a lot of customers, you see. And as soon as he saw this nice loaf of bread, he wanted to buy it, reached into his pockets, and produced nothing but a sigh. And that's when he whipped out the item. Anyways, I said, well, this bread is not entirely going to break the bank, but I would like something in exchange. He talked about a little story of where he found it, out somewhere in the desert, and I thought the sentimental value was enough to exchange the young man a loaf of bread. What I was going to do with this thing once I got home, I honestly have no idea. It doesn't even look that good as a mantelpiece, nor would I put it on my coffee table. It's kind of gaudy and a little bit too big for really anyone to comfortably have on their mantelpiece. It would probably roll off.
Most days it just sits in my chest, but...
Well, it's your item, and its importance is sentimental in value, so honestly speaking, it's priceless to you, and I wouldn't say useless to me, but not nearly as important. In any case, if that's the exchange completed, and if you want any bread, then by all means, you can grab some before I close up shop in about 2 hours from now. But either way, I'm glad you got your item back, Princess. It's a pleasure to see you. I don't get the pleasure of witnessing any of your family in person, let alone at my stall. So, hopefully maybe your presence will drum up some customers in the future from just you being present. So, if anything, you're paying me.
May I partake a piece of bread if you don't mind?
Grab as much as you would like, honey. All of it is for you. You've already paid for it several times over, so grab as much as you want. And if you want to wait just a few more minutes, I have a couple in the oven as we speak.
I take a bite of the bread.
Okay. It is one of the ones that is on her thing, so it's not freshly baked, but it still has a bit of a aroma to it as you bite into the surface. As the crust breaks and you can feel the soft inner parts of it, they have a different texture to the bread here than they do compared to, say, in Rutash. In Rutash, it is kind of grainy and consistency and taste-wise, it's comparing whole wheat bread to potato bread.
This is delicious.
I'm glad you like it, honey. This is what I make on a daily basis, and it's well worth the patience for me to do this. I cook it in a relatively low temperature just so that it browns evenly on all sides. And if you'd like any more, or if anything, tell your friends about me. I would love to see any of your companions here any day of the week, except for on Saturday when I take a break.
No,
You see-
madam. You know what? You may tell everyone that my name is Princess Hu Long, and this is my favorite bakery in the...
I hate you so fucking much.
You did it! It took 96 sessions, but he finally did it! He did it!
Adam's gonna explode right now.
You got the name right. You did it.
Can I get that in writing?
You got it right. That's around. Bow, everybody.
Well,
He's
I don't
standing up to
mind
bow. He's
at
doing
all.
it. Is he saluting the flag? What's he doing?
Well, I think he's just standing up.
Yeah, no, I had to sit down for that. Okay. Yeah, you start describing that. You started describing this stall. I'm like, wait a minute, this is perfect.
The land of the free.
In any
whatever they
case,
say.
you have the orb, you exchanged one of the bracelets, got some bread, delicious, and she even has a little a pat of butter on the side if you want to do that. But whatever you want to do here, you can conclude your business with the bread stall lady.
Is it a franchise or is it just a one-off?
It's
Is
a
this like her own little...
no, it's her own personal thing. She's a local from here. You surmise that her house might be nearby, and if you want to speak with her at some time, as long as you're not doing it in weird non-business hours, I'm sure she'll be happy to see you.
Hi! I'm trying to pay for their home.
What the fuck?
Hi, this is Princess Long, and this is
on behalf of the princess. No,
you just leave a plaque there, intercom.
Oh, sorry.
know.
It's Sundays that she has off, not Saturdays.
Well,
because today's Saturday.
Sundays for the Lord.
Once we've concluded our business, I say we start heading back to the caravan.
Enjoy the rest of your day, and have a good one, everyone.
Quietly to Kalos, do you want to identify this thing first so we can have all these...
yes.
I'm holding it under one arm.
Football.
I just
guys.
walk up.
Where are you guys
Put
going
your hand
now?
on it for 10 minutes.
I would lean down at some point and say, all right, so is this worth it lying to the little old lady?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and
I don't
holy
trust
fuck,
acres anymore, so yeah.
I kind of look at the orb and I shake it a little.
Don't
do that.
Can you?
Did we learn nothing this morning?
Chaos.
No, not even this morning. An hour ago?
Hey, princess, please hand it
Special
over.
crown.
They would look suspicious if I handed over my priceless heirloom to you right now. Can we wait?
The guard,
just
so you
please.
It's suspicious when you sit there and shake it like a snow globe.
It could be a snow globe.
Let's keep walking.
Yeah, it seems to be stressing Kalos out, so just hand the orb over and then they'll be not stressed.
And as you give it to me, I want to just like, I'm sorry, but, and I look at you, and I don't look at you, right? Because I forget that you're the princess. It was blinding. Blinding, Donnie.
Like a little bit, man.
It was blinding. And I
Smidgen
get it
of
from
magic.
Like we throw it at people and blind them?
I don't know. I couldn't even identify the school because it was so blinding. It was too much.
Well, while we walk and talk,
I want to be with Kalos when he's doing this. It sounds amazing.
I activate my divine sense.
I activate my trap card.
Known location of celestial fiends or undead within 60 feet of me, but I can also tell consecration and desecration, and good rings like a bell, and evil is like dead fish.
Dead fish? What does that sound like?
It smells.
Oh.
Flippy floppy.
What does this dead fish sound like?
Nothing. They're just maybe flies. I don't know. Like...
Am I getting good vibes, bad vibes?
Well, evil is subjective.
Well, doesn't like Kalos now just have like a brand of evil?
Oh yeah, you would detect.
If you have a literal like death god,
I have a literal devil.
A little bit of evil. You got a little tramp stamp.
It's not on his tramp stamp area. It's on his chest.
Oh right, it's on my chest. It's on my pet.
Yeah.
It's right where the man boobs would be if he had any.
He's swole, okay?
Oh, Kalos is not swole. Kalos is cut. Kalos is, he's not swole. He's getting cut.
He's not in his body phase.
He's Bruce Lee cut.
Oh, that's cut as fuck. Yeah.
Oh, he's dead though.
Okay.
That type of cut.
At any rate, is this orb being evil or good? Or
I would argue this thing is simply doing its
most
job and is not
evil.
evil or good.
okay.
Evil.
No, that's fine. So I kind of look at Callus. Okay, as far as I could tell, it's not particularly evil and it's not particularly good. So
So that's why you shook it. It makes sense, Princess. Yeah. To
well,
shake the
see
evil
what
off.
it does.
Don't give him that much credit.
And you
Benefit
can
of the
give
doubt.
and DM looking at it. Can I just take a quick look?
Evil.
Can I turn it around, look for markings, see what kind of markings they are?
Can
if
I
they
give you an
are.
assist on this?
I
'Cause
mean-
it
And I'm
sounds
just
so
like-
fucking cool.
Callus,
but-
maybe like wait to futz with it too much.
Oh no, I'm just
If you're
like
saying I
turning it in
can't
my
shake
head.
It's that dangerous. Where it
Just
even
turning it in my hands, like
It does look kind of cool.
Well, I'm just saying if it's literally dangerous enough where like
coming
me
from the
even
guy that
shaking
shook it,
Yeah, I know. If you're telling me I can't,
and I
shake
just
it,
keep turning it.
I'm like just as Callus
Two
has, I'm like looking at it as
wrongs
well.
make a
Like,
right.
I just what kind of symbols we got on here? We should look at this later.
Can I have an intelligence check from the man playing with the object?
check or saving throw.
It's going to be a check,
Oh, okay.
like in when you
Okay.
pay for
Is
a
that
meal.
is that for Cal Owls?
I'm not sure we're talking like this, but yes.
I'm going to give myself a +5 on this because this isn't an ability check nor saving throw, right? Just a
It
regular
is
thing?
it's a
Check.
It's an ability check.
Ability check. Okay, so I'm going to add a +5 to that because I can. Which I
Mihoi,
needed
mihoi.
because
Oh, it's not an orb of stupidity.
in total 30-20. That was a 10 plus bonuses.
Thankfully, it was not an orb of stupidity, but I am going to write that down.
Uh-oh.
Technically already,
Don't pick
though,
up orbs in the
I've
future.
already
people.
done that though with the card, with the
Well,
idiot
I got
card.
it.
Well, yeah, but the orb of stupidity was like a radiation thing.
I didn't pick that up.
You picked
spat
it.
upon me.
But
I didn't
so,
want that.
as you roll it around in your hands, you inspect it and look for small grooves and indentations. You are very familiar with the fact that these formations and mounds are very much like if you took all of the continents and placed them onto a circular object. For all intents and purposes, this is a world map, literally in your hand.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Ooh.
And I look and I'm assuming
I'd be
okay.
drooling
You'd be next to me,
anyway.
and I just like
I'm licking it.
I'd look
Cool.
and I point at Rutash, and I'm like, tell me that doesn't look like Rutash. That's
Looks
Rutash.
like that piece of shit place, yeah.
That's that.
There's,
Holy
there's
fuck!
my little house there.
I look
And
at
then-
the orb. I mean,
And then
I'm
we
not
keep
sure.
walking, and then I don't say anything else.
Sure enough.
Kind of
Um,
badass. Kind of badass, Carlos.
As you're
Good-
walking
good
with it, where are you
idea.
guys going?
We're heading back to the caravan at this
We're on a
point.
caravan and then identify it later.
Callus, why don't you like put that away? Like,
I'm like whispering
I'm just
to Carlos,
carrying
I
it.
lean
I'm
in,
not.
so-
I'm not gonna put it back. I'm not just gonna put it away in my bag of
Mhm.
holding. I'm just carrying it
well,
I'll put it because
Could
I
be
have
your
that
own
half
mini
cape.
world.
I have that half cape.
You're
So
like
I'm just
Batman in
gonna-
that, like-
I'm just gonna put it on. Like I'm gonna hold my half cape that it covers my hand, my arm, and I'm just gonna hold it. So it's basically carrying like a basketball on my.
By the way,
left hand.
Carlos.
Yeah.
Did that pen that you were given, was that magical?
I don't know. I
with
will
Jumanji?
tell you later because I forgot to mention to the DM if I can mention that. I forgot to check, so I will tell you later once I have a moment to identify stuff.
when you get some water.
As you guys are walking back
It's
to
free,
the
isn't it?
caravan,
In this
you are
land.
passing by some closing
be
empty
nice.
stalls that people are starting to shut down for the day.
Agua.
Various people kind of just give
I
very
mean, I do
friendly
apologize, Carlos,
waves.
for my caution and paranoia, but you know, when it comes to bakers, just the track record is
Well-
it's not good for us.
It was only
I
that
don't-
one.
I don't mind the paranoia. It's
Still
distrust the thing that I don't like.
I can't trust a baker. That's not that bad.
And yeah.
Never know. You never know.
You soon come back to the caravan. Specifically speaking, the soft peaks, not the nomadic tribe one. Over at the east gate, you can see the entirety of the company has been waiting around, idling and sitting on their thumbs.
Adam's muted, so I don't know. This
Oh,
Yeah,
I
let's
was
be speaking
speaking the whole time.
Oh, nice.
And I was testing a filter, but I forgot to unmute my mic.
A new hand touches the beacon.
No.
You guys walk back to the caravan, specifically the Soft Peaks, not the nomadic caravan. You can find all the company there is sat around waiting for everyone to reconvene. Specifically speaking, the Perfume Man is gotten there before you guys, but eventually you group up with them as well. Exchanges are made. Questions are like, "Oh, how have you been? You've been okay? Was the desert nice to you?" Sarcastically asked by some of the people.
All right, I would in that time I would like find if anyone's hurt and give them the old lay on hands.
I'm trying to just see what Alexander and Jumanji are doing. I'm not going to be going up to them, but I want to just see what their demeanor is like.
Alexander and Jumanji are currently just sitting around the water cooler wagon specifically, as they are wont to do, chatting it up, and from what you can see, they don't seem to be having any distressed conversations that
Are they
involve
together?
constantly looking around. Yeah, it's them, but there's 2 other people there too.
Yeah.
It's a very social environment. Go mingle, as you will. Or sit in the corner and just be like, the music's too loud and my feet hurt.
They don't know that I'm...
They don't know that the
Whatever
world
that
is being beset by fucking giant squids.
Squid. Believe that.
And everyone kind of reconvenes around here. The Perfume Man comes up to you guys, and, well, thankfully enough, they did some restocking before I even got here, so we can depart back to our usually planned trip to Anupolis as soon as you folks are feeling ready. I myself wouldn't mind taking a couple of hours to get some shut-eye. Not out inside the desert, but that's just me, and I'm currently on essentially your payroll, so that's up to you folk. We can bed here for the rest of the evening, which is coming soon, considering it's about 4 to 5 o'clock right now.
Why don't we rest up here for the night?
I agree too. It's
Yeah.
All right, well, for housing implements, we are allowed to sleep in our wagons. We don't have to get one of the rooms at one of the local establishments. There are a couple of rules, though, according to Alexander. If you are going to sleep in your caravan, as to not be a public disturbance, you are to turn in at 9 o'clock. And if you make too much noise, they will ask you to take your caravan and leave.
Adam, DM question for you.
Howdy.
So, are we aware that we aged 10 years?
Well, some people wear it better than others. As you can imagine, the elves don't fucking change in a span of 10 years, so anyone who has elven blood, you honestly haven't noticed a single difference. Shorter lifespan creatures, humanoids, dragonborn, orcs, the camel. I mean, the camel is...
Oh, I have a question. I have a follow-up to that.
I wasn't even there.
Yeah, he's escaped.
Yep. And he got out of it too, you know.
Are we like just chronologically older, or does our body like...
You are
I know we're
physiologically older.
I'm saying, did they like... Because I have the thing with the gray hair, and then like over... I don't know if that was permanent, or if like 10 years later...
Shadowfell, like, right?
I got Shadowfell, so I forget if that's
That wouldn't cause too much of a stark contrast. If anything, it kind of just evens out the tone to make it more bleached.
Well, my question would be for the Soft Peaks guy is like, are camels dead? Are they dying? Are they okay? Do we need
Could
elk?
we change them out and get new ones?
Yeah, do we need elk?
Do we need elk? No, we don't need
We
elk.
have three wagons. Your elk.
Elk eat sand again.
We were noticing some changes to the camels. Well, I say we, I mean them. On the trip over from where the Sphinx did that thing to here, the camels were complaining audibly, and you could essentially, what according to Alexander said, you could hear their joints popping as they moved.
Jesus.
So, while they can still move and they got the company here in one place, they required a bit more time to recover. They weren't leaving as soon as they were able to, and camp was completely packed in. Need to give the camels a couple more hours just to get some food, rest, and some time to sleep. So,
All right, so it
while I
sounds like
certainly think they could make the rest of the journey, it could pose some difficulties. Now, we are not currently in a location where we could get brand new camels. They don't sell them here, so even if we wanted to, we would not be able to procure brand new ones unless we bought them off from a different merchant, at which point we'd be stranding them essentially. And while that is not exactly skin off my nose, a little bit of guilt, selling someone a dying camel.
all right. So,
Hey, look, he's totally in good health. Nothing wrong with it.
Let me
Coughs
look
up
Perfume
like-
man, you can say that after the events have passed.
let me check something real quick. Then.
I had no part in that. Directly.
Yeah, he saw me and Laszlo go over there and trick those souls though, right? Like,
Yeah, he was there for that.
okay, cool.
He witnessed all of it. When in Rome kind of thing, though.
Yeah,
Oh, I can summon a camel. It specifically says that.
You can summon anything. It doesn't have to be
I
an
used
elk,
find steed, and I'm gonna make it a camel this time, but same spirit if I can. That's how that works, right? I get to pick.
You can designate the spirit, yes.
Yeah,
Could
so
be
same one as
fair.
usual.
My guy.
Hey,
But a camel.
Yeah, but a camel this time. Like same spirit, but forced into the camel vase.
Well,
essentially.
What does this do? Because
Why
we
did
have
you
3
say
camels
force it
already,
into
and
that?
only 3 wagons.
Yeah,
That'll help with one of the wagons, like Sandra
yeah,
says.
Across the journey, it's not like he's going anywhere, and I kind of pat Elk down. We
Camel.
can swap out a camel if it gets too tired. So we have one.
Okay, but
It's like a
by
spare
that
wheel.
by that logic, though, we'd have to stop for that camel to rest. So it really.
Well, what I mean is like the camel is pulling it. If I don't know animal husbandry.
I put a hand on Varys' shoulder and I say, he's just trying, Varys. Just don't ask too many questions. I get where you're coming from, though.
Could
But
the camel match pace? Like if one is especially tired or something from pulling.
Princess, thank you very much. How about we?
I will say, though, that you do have to stop the caravan to swap out the animals, so it is like a 5-minute process, but if we're constantly swapping camel to camel as soon as one gets tired, we might lose some hours.
Think of it like a spare wheel.
Yeah,
If it isn't when we need it.
If that's
Well,
the case, then yeah.
Yeah, Elk is there for us.
Is that its name?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Elk the camel.
I see.
confused
In
with
either
the
case, if you folks want to, there is a lodging house here in the settlement.
Damn it.
If you want
Threw
to,
the ball on the floor.
if you want to, you can get lodging there. It's not free, but it's
Are
a
you
bit
getting
more
lodging there?
comfortable. What?
Are you going to be getting lodging there?
No, we're gonna be in our caravan.
Okay.
No, it's gonna be a tight knit squeeze if we have all of you in addition to what we normally have. So I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying it's gonna be uncomfortable.
I got some Samir. I could lodge. Maybe not.
Varys, where do you plan on hanging out? And I take out my notebook and my pen, and I kind of want
Wherever the rest of the game is going.
to. Okay.
I have no Samir. I
Yeah.
have no Samir. Da.
Fresh out.
Either that, or you whack the
Sleep in the
boat
hut.
down, and I put the tent, the thing inside it.
Let's stay together. We just reunited. No sense splitting the caravan up again.
You can find your way over to the bunkhouse if you'd like. They are in a business of charging per person.
Wait, no, I thought. Are we saying no? I thought.
we're
oh,
gonna stay with the caravan.
I got no
okay. No money.
Old woman.
You're not
came back
poor.
and
You're
said,
broke.
Bread.
Well, I specifically Samir, right? Normal money, but
It's normal money for the residents. That's ooh.
None of your weird
Um,
paper money.
So around the caravan you guys set up. It's not in the same formation. It's set out into rows so that can be parked in a very ergonomically sound fashion. You can set up the hut anywhere in the proximity as long as you're not putting it in like someone's doorway.
Mhm.
which would be super inconvenient.
Haha, you cannot leave.
Well, I do still have my tent.
DM, I'll also once I have a moment and away from everyone, I'm gonna identify the globe.
I want to be there for that. Can I be
Great.
there for that,
And
please?
I mean, yeah, I'll let everyone know. It's like, hey, I'm gonna
Please.
I'm a step
Please,
away,
Carlos.
guys.
Wait. Before you
Figure
do
that's
that.
when the hut goes up. We're gonna do that.
Hold on. If this thing is as radioactive as you say it is, oh, I don't use that word, but
I don't-
This is the elephant's foot of magical items. I want to be there.
Now you're all in an enclosed space with it. Roll for cancer. It's not a saving throw. You're just trying to see which cancer you get.
Oh my.
Oh,
Super.
by the way, for that aging thing, since I'm a human, you'll probably see some like gray locks, because I have dreadlocks, right? So like I probably have some like.
You look like Kari Payton
it's
in Walking Dead a little bit.
No, I'm
Like
not that old,
Lucy
right? I'm
Joe.
37 now, but you can see that the grays are
Great.
coming in.
Okay, they're getting there. They're on the way.
They're on the way.
So, am I
Alright.
facilitating this hut, and then you're gonna do your
I
identifying inside that?
personally don't want to do it in an enclosed area. That's why I'm walking away from
I
it.
did the
walk
cancer
with
thing as
ya.
a joke. I'm just saying.
Oh, but sure,
Now.
put up the tent.
I'll
if you
put it
don't
up,
want me
and then
to.
yeah.
let me know when you're gonna go. How long does your cast take?
10 minutes.
To identify.
And I got 45. Nothing bad
I'm
happens.
gonna actually take my time with this one because it seems important. So
Careful,
it'll take
yeah,
me
yeah.
11.
Well, I was gonna bless you, but that doesn't last us.
Yeah, that doesn't
Okay.
last that long. And
Well, just
yeah, whenever the thing goes up,
It's
it
up
goes up.
right now.
It's
in
up.
10 yeah, I put it up.
And before I start identifying DM, I'm gonna cast enhance ability on myself, and I'll give you the number for rolling for casting. That's gonna be a 65.
Damn
Almost
it!
there.
That's not
I
even
know.
anywhere close.
oh,
You
go
want
with
to
God.
magical
Don't
items?
explode.
I'm gonna give
Go with
myself
God.
advantage on intelligence checks,
Wow.
Very smart.
and
Brain.
then I'm gonna start the process of ritually casting identify.
The long version of Identify held you all in deep suspense as Kalos begins to incant over this blue, magical glass-like orb.
Nah, I start studying while he's doing whatever.
As you're doing that, the interior of the hut begins to feel a bit clammy, as if someone is sweating profusely, but you all feel it.
Down on the...
You all feel very clammy inside of here. Specifically, Kalos, as you begin this feeling, you can feel like perspiration in your underarms and in other locations where you sweat. You kind of look over to see if Laszlo is fucking with the internal environment of the...
Yeah, I give him like a what the fuck,
You want me to
bro?
cool it down a little bit? You got a little sweat on the brow there, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, turn it down a little bit more, see if it helps.
Turns the AC on, but it doesn't seem to actually help. In the same way that you still feel hot when you have a fever, but this is the reverse, kind of. Actually, no, it's still kind of the same. You feel uncomfortably warm and clammy, almost to the point where you want to start removing articles of clothing, but you're in the middle of identifying, so now is not the time to be stripping. Your vision begins to kind of like, as if someone just dropped eye drops in your face. It kind of gets blurry for a second, and you kind of blink it out. Not sure if that's your own sweat or like maybe Laszlo is hitting you with a water gun.
Why am I'm not doing anything bad.
At this point, I'm just concentrating, and I'm just like you see me wincing and shit. Like,
I swear I'm not fucking with the thermostat.
As you begin to get to the end portions of this, you can hear something that sounds like someone is outside of the tiny hut, almost like a muffled voice. But it doesn't sound like regular idle chatter conversation, especially at this time. You do have the Caravaneers in close proximity, but this doesn't recognize as any of their voices, as it doesn't sound real at all, because it sounds like... You get that?
That's supposed to be.
yeah, it sounded like you were gargling water.
Yeah, no, that's what I
It
tested.
sounds like you're
Okay.
puking your guts out.
Yeah, no, that's what it sounds like. Let me just test this other one to see if
Did you say that we hear that, or Callus hears that?
That's Callus only.
Callus. What a fun thing.
Fun things. I have fun things going on in my life, guys.
Here's Eldritch Horror.
Testing.
Write
Oh,
that
oops.
down.
Sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Do I complete the identify spell?
You do complete the identify spell, and the first thing that happens is feels like someone took a baseball bat made of metal and clocked you in the back of the head as soon as it's finished. I need you to make a intelligence saving throw.
56, by the way.
How'd you get a 56 on a saving throw? What?
No,
This
no,
isn't
for
Pathfinder?
my because I finished this.
Yeah, I know. It's a magic spell. I was doing a
goofing.
You were
I was-
joshing. You were
goofing.
joshing me.
Don't forget
Your
your
numbers can get that stupidly high in Pathfinder, so
Does enhance ability cover?
What
You
you?
get a
saving
plus 3,
throws?
don't forget.
Yes. Thank you.
Enhance. I'll double check with you now. Just
Or is it just checks? It is.
you have just checks.
Just checks.
Fox Cunning. The target has advantage on intelligence checks.
Okay, so that's just that. Okay. Plus 9, 19. You said plus 3 or thing? 22.
getting hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat doesn't feel good. I'm just gonna say that as a statement.
Give me that damage number, boy.
Thankfully, you don't have any vulnerability to psychic damage, because this would have been doubled if that thing was still going on, but that only lasted a minute. So, go ahead and take the following damage, and then reduce it by a number. Hold on. Let me just see what the dice say. Instead of taking 29 damage from that dwarf woman that I'm controlling for some reason, we can round that to 15 points of psych damage. And you feel like there is someone, again, hitting you in the back of the head with a baseball bat. You even physically lurch forward, almost cradling the ball in your hand as you do so. And in the meantime, you can hear this really nifty voice asking you a question.
That'd be a riddle.
I swear to God, I hate riddles.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Riddle be this.
Are you?
Was it how are you? So I think it was.
Did you say are you or
Who?
how are you?
Who?
Oh, who are you?
Who asked? Oh.
Hello. Testing.
Who am I? I say a scholar.
You are not supposed to be using this.
Who is this?
Is he just talking?
I knew this was a bad idea.
Do I sense anything from this? It's like,
Zen crying right now.
What kind of sense would you be using to sense this?
Smelly smell.
I smelly smell.
It's me.
Sardines!
That's a good question, actually. Let me think about that. So during this process, so also I will say that to the rest of you, as Kalos is doing this, you see his eyes begin to change in pigmentation, and his basically the whites of his eyes blue screen.
They go blue.
Actually blue.
Okay. Yeah.
What time is it?
In real life?
No, in
Wampin time.
Oh. Well, this is around the end of the day. All the caravans are packing up, and it's 7 to 8 p.m., somewhere in the middle.
I'm missing another day at Dragon's Beach, aren't I?
Fuck.
This one I would have stopped trying to do the tutoring
And
thing,
this
so,
is
yeah.
what this
And
word means. Oh my god.
As you are also looking at Kalos, you can see that his eyes, mouth, ears, and anything that has a hole that you can see, nose, nostrils, begins to emanate a very deep blue light. kind of like the one that the ball is.
I don't think that's supposed to happen.
I haven't seen that.
And as for Zen, can I have you make a let's go with
Hit break tag.
No, hold on. How would this be?
Uh-oh, Alex has got
I would
a
say-
panicked look.
I would say you can either do history check with advantage or a wisdom check flat.
Alex is so
what is
stressed.
worse?
He's looking at things in his room.
What's
No,
better?
I'll
Sure
take
that I know
history
Zen.
with
Well,
advantage.
no, I thought there's something happening. No, he's just doing. He's
Wow,
just
this
doing the check
roof's
to
really
get
a
the,
roof.
get the lore dump. Looking for that spider from a few weeks ago. See if he
He's
has
fucking back.
moved out.
Oh,
He's here
man.
for the next session. He's hooked.
12 and second roll 4. That's still only a 10 with my.
Well, thankfully the DC wasn't difficult. You're just trying to remember some bullshit that happened in your past. And it bullshit is indeed. You remember back to when your olden days before you became the version of Zen you are now.
And
Before
2.0.
Yes, the previous version that got kicked out of his temple for his own safety. And this is one of those things that you are very familiar with. Mostly because if you think back to that time when you astrally projected into the astral plane and you got a little too close to the host, to the master brain, there were... Now, this is a brief snapshot into it, and you didn't have a good time to really look around the room that you astrally projected into. But, so let's imagine this. You spawned 10 feet away from the master brain. It is in a large, flat vat surrounded by a glass dome to keep its cerebral fluids intact. And
Brain in a
inside,
jar.
brain in a jar, but scaled up to like 30 feet tall. All around, there are very mechanical-looking gizmos. Not anything as familiar in terms of mechanical engineering that would be found in Gromnil. It is, for all intents and purposes of the word, alien technology. On several pedestals, you remember somewhere between about 5 to 10 of these things. 5 pedestals. Each of them had a version of this blue orb resting on top of it, and a little apparatus above it that shone a light. Now, you didn't have the chance to determine what were on the pedestals because you were in and out of there faster than you can blink, more or less, before the thing tried to swat your brain. But you remember seeing these somewhere inside of the master brain's chamber. Now, what they do specifically, you don't know. And having witnessed one of these things right now, and whether or not you feel like having some sort of PTSD panic attack at seeing one of these things up close again, that's up to you. But in either case, that is what you glean from this thing that Kalos is holding, and is causing him to turn into one of the planetariums at our school, where when you turn it on, you can see the planets.
As you see here, Orion's belt.
All right, I don't think blue is a good look for him.
You guys
I'm
also...
gonna tap Laszlo's shoulder. I'm like...
You guys see Krios get into a shift into a
Oh fuck! What you do? You recognize that? You don't like that?
With sense.
All right.
Desire.
Noticing
I'm
that...
gonna cast Dispel Magic on him.
Take it from
I take out the 10-foot pole.
Don't break it. It's important.
And I'm just gonna try and nudge it out of his hands.
Good work.
You nudge it out of his hands, and I want Kalos. You're going to try your damnedest to keep this thing in your hand. You're trying to communicate with this thing, and even if you don't want to put it down, something is currently compelling you to hold on to your precious.
Uh-oh.
Yes, okay, what am I doing? What am I rolling?
I need you to make a contested check against Daedalus, who's trying to poke this thing out of your grip. So,
What am I rolling?
contested roll. Dauntless is on offense, must use athletics. In turn of Kalos, you are on defense. You may use athletics or acrobatics.
Athletics is better. They're both the same, actually. +2 anyway.
Roll
19
off.
total.
Alright, hold on, I'm gonna mute myself while I roll.
Why?
It's a big roll. Look at him, he's building up power.
Can I use my D6?
This is something that you may use your D6
Uh-oh.
on. Just remember,
Watch
you
out,
can use your
Henry. The
D6
six is
on.
coming in.
Do it.
You can use your D6 on anything except for damage rolls in this campaign. And a percentage dice, because if it goes over 100, then I don't know what to fucking do.
I saved myself from triggering the thing.
10.
10 versus
maybe not
19.
then.
So you try
I
to
just
jab
swatted
the-
away.
I did it at disadvantage because I still have that, and then I rolled on like everything.
Aren't you clear of that?
No.
One more.
Oh.
Yeah, one.
okay.
So you try to poke
Zen-
it out of his hand, and Kalos quickly turns his body while he's squatting in the thing so that it kind of just like glances off the top of the ball, and you are unable to push it out of his grip. He continues to stare longingly at it as eyes begin to... the intensity and luminosity of the orifice lights begin to almost strobe.
Hey, yo, fuck that. I see
That's
Zen
not
saying
good.
I don't like that, and he recognizes it. I'm gonna
like
dispel magic, my highest form, in hopes to break free the blue boy, because purple's more his color. So
In this situation, DM, since
What's the cat doing?
the thing wants me to hold.
Mhm.
Could Krios tackle Laszlo to stop him from dispelling magic?
Let's see. That's gonna involve you first contesting your will versus the will imposed by the ball. If you are unsuccessful in not getting your way, which is not to be essentially mind sex with this thing,
why?
go ahead and make a check. Now this one is going to be for a wisdom this time, as opposed to int. Wisdom saving throw.
Wheeze.
Oh my god.
Nice.
20, 30.
That's good. Wits about
Let's
him.
see. Unfortunately, despite 20 being a high number, this magical item is incredibly powerful, and that is not enough to break its spell. So, you cradle it, and as soon as you see, you recognize anyone casting Dispel Magic, because it's a very easy thing to detect.
He says it. He has to telegraph. Piece of bread.
There is a telegraph, so
Yeah, I know.
if you'd like to, you can have Krios try to defend you. It's going to involve him making, I'm going to say, an attack roll versus old Laszlo here.
Okay.
And he's going to just, like, slap your wrist as you're trying to... Stop it. Stop it.
Stop it!
12 plus
21. 21.
That hits, yeah.
Go ahead and roll damage.
11 points of damage.
Okay. And now what I need you to do, Laszlo, is you're trying to cast a spell as someone is assaulting you, so you're going to make a concentration check to see if you can maintain being slapped across the face. Leviosa.
Gotta roll a lot of dice for this.
What's my? I got 17.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, that means it does go through. But you are casting a spell, so let's roll on that table to see if we can get
44! Fuck!
okay.
That would have been funny if something happened. But, all you in the
So
vicinity.
is the ball still stuck in his hands? The ball.
Yeah, I cast that at a
Ball.
6th level.
Unfortunately, the ball is too powerful for your tiny 6th level spell slot.
Okay, well, that was the highest out of the whole group that we could have done, so sorry.
Sorry,
I tried.
you're having mind sex.
I tried.
That is the phrasing that we'll be using, and we're going to go ahead and describe what happens inside of Kalos's head. This is not displayed for any view, it just comes off as the strobing lights beginning to intensify in the same way that you would imagine the, if you took an EEG meter on someone who is doing something very strenuous. That means the thing that read the electrodes on your brain. And,
Didn't work. I say
No.
to Zen. Cat's go crazy. Didn't work.
So,
All right, is he saying crisscross applesauce? You describe your thing, and then I have time to get this off him.
So, Kalos, you see in your vision, it is no longer that of the campfire or in the interior of this Liamon's tiny hut. It is rather you are now floating in the empty void of something. Space, might be. Could be astral plane or otherwise. You are floating aimlessly, and you look around to see absoluting nothing. Until eventually, you come across something that suddenly appears in your peripheral vision. Kind of like when you take a sci-fi warp drive travel and it suddenly kind of just yoink into existence when it finishes its destination. Instead of that, though, it is not the Enterprise. It is instead a large, unknown ship that looks incredibly like a scaled-up version of the ship in the hangar of the former dean, headmaster of the University of Solholm. So imagine that ship, but bigger, by approximating 25 times. It is also more blockular, you might say, in shape, and it doesn't have such a sleek design. Although you don't know if aerodynamics work in space, so that's going to be up to you to kind of put two and two together. It approaches and it looms over you with a dark looming shadow that almost feels oppressive in nature. You look down and you can see that you have that little ball thingamajig in your hand in this vision. It begins to spin of its own volition, and all of the continents, or perceived continents, the outlines begin to glow. And you can see a variety of little tiny pointed marks in key locations on certain parts of the globe. Not entirely sure what they appear as. Can you make another intelligence check?
Well, I could do fucking advantage on those.
Me smart.
Natural 20. 5 in total, 25. Oh,
You-
intelligence, that's 29 total, sorry.
Number big.
Oh, no.
Therefore-
Just, no, I'm fucking dumb. Nope, it's just 25. Just an intelligence check, sorry.
It's still high enough. So I'm going to need you to look at the globe. You turn it over in your hand. You look at the one on Sanctus, and you realize that one of these little pinpoint dots is in the same location as the pyramid. Now, of course, there are not just one dot on Sanctus. There are actually a semicircular ring. In the same pattern, you would see that if you were to take a look at the map of Sanctus, it would be in the general shape of where the giant fucking sandstorm would be.
Called it.
I fucking called it, bro. There it is. We
Go
fucking
around.
called it, Brody. See, I fucking knew it.
With the first instinctual thing, besides the fact that I knew it, the next thing you do is turn over towards another continent and looking for dots there. One location that is definitely a bingo kind of thing, or a Eureka effect, over in Rutash, in a general approximation of where you believe Valkyria's ascent to be, and more specifically the Temple of Odin, there's a ping. A little blip.
Double called it.
And let me see. There's one where you presume... Actually, you weren't there for the Thor shrine, so that one you wouldn't know. But there's a pip there for Henry to know, not Kalos.
Yep.
There's another one in a different vicinity to Valkyrie's Ascent, relatively close by. You've been studying in there for long enough that you would know this is somewhere within Valkyrie's Ascent, but not the Temple of Odin. It is...
Would I think that this is where the fight Jormungandr's fight was?
It is a rough approximation of that location.
Okay, all right.
There are other dots on various other continents. You're not entirely sure, as a player, what they mean because we haven't been there yet, but it's safe to assume that if you have a series of sequencing events that have to do with Yanmin activity, and you look at other continents, you can find many other blips on the radar.
Can I check Hecafates?
You may check Hecafates, yes. You turn it over to the Hecafates. Specifically, well, obviously it's Dominus as a continent. Hecafates itself has a total of 3 dots, essentially in an up and down position. One in, as you remember from last campaign, the continent is broken up into 3 countries, and it's almost like a sandwich shape where you have top, middle, and bottom. You have essentially 1 in each. The most northern one is very, very close proximity to a... You would know that there is a Temple of Zeus there. It is not specifically like the upper crust area of Hecafates where all the learned are, but it's very, very close. And obviously you can't zoom in on this thing, so you can't get a super precise location.
Mm-hmm.
But if you understand that the Yanmin are what you think that they are, that other people don't know that they are, but they know that they are.
That's a lot.
There's a
Kind of
temple.
deep at him.
There's a Temple of Zeus there that you surmise that if it's Yanmin related, this ball and the pings, then that Temple of Zeus is probably a hotspot. In other locations on Dominus, over say in like Rajendale, which is the middle part, if you don't remember, that location, there's a lot of fuck all around there, honestly. It's still very much like in Campaign 1, where it's like a giant Grand Canyon looking area. But there are some key locations, specifically the Piratolo Forest.
In Dominus.
Yes.
Yes, because that's in the I'm fucking dumb. Okay.
That's just one big
That's my
blip.
backstory, so I don't. That's my backstory.
And another one at the farthest end tip that you would know is the location in the Garden of Athos, which is a different geographic location.
We didn't get there.
No, you didn't. But I'm
We
just
saw a
telling
guy
you.
from there.
But yes, that is the key locations over in Dominus.
And remind me, that holy city that was at the bottom of Anotage, does that have
Anatage, whatever?
Does that have one too?
That is in the Garden of Athos, so technically speaking, they're like layered on top of each other.
Gotcha.
There's other
Take that for
locations in the
memory
other
retention.
there's other continents, obviously, if you want to check them out. You don't know as much as you do about the ones that we just mentioned. So, like, if you turn over to Gromnil, you got a total of 5.
Fucking hell.
Over in the Eye of Zosha, there's 3. Over in the Volatalia Isles, there is 1, but as you look closer, it's actually like 6 of them all in the same fucking dot.
Where did you say that was?
Volatalia Isles.
Bruh.
That was 1.
That's the not Japan location.
Equals how many? 6, did you say?
6 dots in a really,
They're
really
having
tight
a fucking
cluster.
They're having a truck stop there. Gather around the campfire.
As you glance at this, however, as you are taking in a lot of information, you look up back at the giant fucking spaceship that is looming over you. A large beam of light, to you as a player, it would be a tractor beam, essentially, begins to pull you towards it. And seeing as you have nothing to push against, you kind of are just caught in its pull, more or less. Well, what are you going to swim against? There's no air.
I have a question for you.
I might be able to answer it.
DM. So, when we discovered the Undercity, I stayed in the Underversity when we were doing the whole getting our mind blown because now we have a ship that we just have to construct. I stayed down. I'd stayed down to understand more of the astral plane of whatever knowledge the headmaster would have. Now, would I I know I can't tell that this is the astral plane, but would I have knowledge that in order to move myself, I just have to think it?
That is unfortunately not a thing that he kept in his archive.
Cool.
He was a denizen of it, so it kind of just like, I don't describe how I walk.
Yeah, no,
So
that makes
like,
sense.
it was just like,
Lift up my leg and
Yeah.
put it over.
No, it's just that
Definitely sound
you
like an
know,
alien there, right?
me, I as a player know that you can move around, but I wanted to have context. Got it. Okay.
yeah, 'cause he would not have recorded those kind of things.
Cool. Okay. Awesome. I guess I just in my
What can
mind.
we do on our end?
Yeah,
What
are
is
we
going
seeing
on?
Yeah,
any?
is it
Yeah,
back
what
to
are they
us yet?
seeing?
You
Yeah,
guys
fucking
see, as
beat 'em up.
previously described, he's got lights coming out of every orifice that you can see, and they're strobing really neat blue lights.
Alright, I'm
Laszlo,
putting it.
Laszlo, put him to sleep.
I was joking about a knuckle sandwich earlier, but this
Alright,
may be the time
I
for
take
it.
the 10-foot pole and I jab it in between his arms into the ground.
I was going to
Like he's holding like this. He's holding the orb like this. Pole through the hand or through the middle.
Jesus, right through
Into the
thigh.
ground. Into the ground. All right, someone hold that.
He's going to
Right,
lever it.
I run to the edge of the bubble.
Running start and everything. You know, the bubble's not as big as you think it is.
Yeah,
Uh,
I
and
can't
then
really
I
get out of this
use-
bubble. Otherwise,
I use the
be in
conduit
the-
of Zeus.
What?
Okay, sure.
And I'm going to
Goodbye,
try and
Henry.
yoink him 10 feet and try and use the pole to separate his grip on the thing.
Okay, so
Good
let me
idea.
see.
I like it.
This is all happening more or less simultaneously, but this is happening in the same way that dreams only actually last for a few seconds in actual real time. Some of these things are happening to Kalos in relatively short succession. So, let me finish with his little dream sequence, and we're gonna go ahead and finish off with the rescue mission.
Mr. President.
As you are being pulled towards the ship, you can hear those rambling voices. I'm not going to turn the zombie filter on again, but you get the idea.
50% of all my ship is.
The last thing you see before we tried to see if you guys can get him out of this is you are now standing on what is some sort of platform. It is circular in shape and has a bright light directly above you, the same color tone as the one that brought you in. You seem to be on the interior of this vessel. They're standing before you before some sort of control console, similar to that of the one in the archive of the university, the under one, not the above ground one. That one just has alchemy and bullshit. The underground archive, a hooded figure who has a large number of mechanical proxies and attachments that are not something you'd be normally born with, such as a pipe leading from the corner of his eye that trails down the side of his cheek, down to the neck, and then beneath the robe where you can't see it go anymore. He has a mechanical eye on one of them that is definitely not real because it has an almost like a crystalline ruby coloration to it and doesn't have a pupil. His hair is very, very disheveled, and you can see a number of mechanical components sticking out of his scalp, as if they have been embedded there surgically. He seems to be operating the device with one hand and holding onto some sort of staff-looking object on another one. Although it doesn't look like a magical staff you've ever seen, to the player it looks like a cattle prod. In any case, he kind of holds it on one end and points the sparkly bit in your general direction. Well. You're a lost little lamb, aren't you? You're free to speak.
I'm sorry. Did you say I'm a lost little lamb? That's what he said.
Bitch.
Yeah, I guess so. You know, I am. Yeah, I'm completely lost. I'm sorry. Someone asked me who I was, and I called them when I told them I was a scholar. Was that you?
Not me personally, but you seem to have a nifty little object there. Doesn't belong to you, kitten.
Oh,
I'm gonna ask you to give back what's not yours, and then we can send you back on your way.
if you don't mind me asking, I know you're gonna mind anyway. Who are you?
Well, I have no official titles from the high ups. I used to be a scholar like yourself. That being said, I went on to greener pastures. More knowledge outside of the realms of possibilities that you have nothing in your brain that you can even comprehend.
In
Look out that window.
I look. Is there a window? I look at it.
There is indeed a window.
Window. Hey, fucking window.
You look out the window, and it is a very small one, the kind that you would assume would be like on the lower hull of a ship. It's very small as to not create too much structural damage to the integrity. As the Geths say, windows are a structural flaw.
Structural weakness, yeah.
Yeah. But in any case, you look out the window, and you can see now that you're looking at a grand blue giant ball. Now, no one in this campaign would have any idea of what the planet looks like from an outside perspective, but congratulations, you're the first one.
I'm an astronaut. Oh, fuck yeah, bro. Do I know what the term astronaut?
It all comes full circle.
No. You look out the window and you can see formations that, you know, that kind of looks like the shape of Rutash on a map. It's not an exact replica because this one is obviously more precise. And you look around and currently it is spinning in place. From your own perspective and judging by the distance, you're on one of the moons.
I was just about to fucking confirm that in my head too. Okay. Now
where'd you get that? Where'd you get that little parcel of yours? That you're gonna be willing to hand it over to us so that we don't have to hunt you down.
Oh, this little ditty, originally it was, a Sphinx, you know what, I don't, well, I'm sorry, am I on one of the moons right now?
Yeah, let's say that.
Oh,
You're
that's
on one of
awesome.
the moons.
Okay,
Now, if
so
you want to
this,
get back down there, you know, down there, and he points to the window. If you want to get back down there in one piece, you're going to comply peacefully.
oh sure, but do you mind if I just answer the question that you asked?
By all means.
Originally it was a Sphinx, and then, a poor starving guy sold it to a bread maker, baker, you could say. Do you have bread?
He gives you a very concerned look, in the same vein of like when you go to the principal's office for something that you did wrong,
Mm-hmm.
and he kind of just looks at you up and down like, and you believed that. You believed that.
That's who it belonged to originally, a Sphinx. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We kind of, and I kind of picked up a language because of it. To be quite honest with you, I think I could speak Infernal now. But one of my favorite languages that I've learned, and I switched to Deep Speech DM. One of my favorite languages that I picked up in Hecafates. I can never practice it with anyone, unfortunately. It's too It does something with the throat, and at this point I'm just, deep speech gargles and shit.
You see the most heinous looking smile creep across this guy's face. His teeth are completely bared to you. Bore to you? Is that the right term? I bare my teeth. I bore my teeth. That be it?
Bared his teeth.
Bared? He bares his teeth at you, in such a way that you can see he even has some mechanical teeth.
USB teeth.
LEDs. He grins, and he reciprocates the rest of the conversation, also in deep speech. You know, you a sly little devil, you know, kitten. You consider working for something higher purpose than your own. We've been looking at yous. You are by far the most qualified of that little bunch of ragamuffins. If you want to have the knowledge of 1,000 civilizations coursing through your brain at the same time, and anything further beyond, as we expand our knowledge to the stars. All you gotta do is just let us in.
And still in D speech. You know, a friend's mentor of mine, he went to the same place, seeking more knowledge. Asaric? Do you know of him?
His smile, if it couldn't get any wider, does so, almost to the point where it looks like he's doing the fucking Joker smile. Yeah. That's a familiar name. Passed that away a long time ago, love. But that just means you're even more prepared to know what happens next. And all you gotta do, like I said, is let us in. He begins to slowly approach, menacingly. Taking one step at a time, little half steps, so much so that like he has got a little bit of a robe on that kind of obscures his feet to an extent, but as he steps forward, you can see like a little tip of his toe move forward, slowly.
Menacing.
It is quite menacing because he is sparking up his cattle prod at the same time.
Oh no.
How does the operation
Now we can go to the rest of you.
Oh shit! I wanted to say one more thing before you went.
We'll see
sorry,
if they actually
yeah.
pry it from your hands in the first place. You know, funny
All
things
right,
can
someone
happen when
hold
you have
this-
dice.
Call him a little bitch.
All right, someone hold the stick in place.
What
Someone
is
hold
this gonna
that.
do?
I'm
I'm gonna
weak.
try and yoink him.
What is this gonna do?
So he's holding the orb. I put the 10-foot pole and I jabbed it into the ground in between his hands. The idea is to separate his hands from it by just yoinking him.
But
So
like, if
someone
the orb's
hold
not
the
that
stick.
big, he could just pull away.
There are
And
ghosts in this settle.
and
Don't look at that.
Rescue team, go!
I don't know if that's on only DM screen because I think the guy's invisible.
I don't watch the
Okay, maybe
streams
he's
of the-
invisible.
Okay, it's not
let's
supposed.
do it. Who wants to hold the? Who wants to
You
hold
didn't
the
see
pole?
it.
Who
Don't
wants
look
to hold
behind
the
the
pole?
curtain, Pat. Okay.
So what's
So
going to
someone hold
happen
the
is,
stick.
Krios is still going to try to defend Kalos
I'll beat
from
Chris
this.
up.
So
But we're not,
you're
you
gonna-
gotta go at me.
we're not touching him directly.
yes, but he is noticing that you are. I mean, if I stick a giant 10-foot pole between your legs, and then someone says, "I'll get behind him," and you push.
We need to say that, Chris. What do you mean? I remember the time I got you a cool hat.
So
Bam!
Krios is going to try to defend his master.
Can
so in
I
this
try
regard-
and defend the group while they try to do some fucking crazy shit?
I'm pulling out my bow. If
So,
Krios is going
let's-
for an attack,
All right,
You roll for
stand middle,
combat.
and you grab that thing.
So what's going to happen is we have Kalos in the middle, main center of activity. You have the 10-foot pole wedged in between, and you're going to try to pry it loose. Krios is going to try and intercept by whatever means necessary.
Mhm.
And in this regard, it means that one, Dauntless, you're going to make another athletics check. And what's going to happen is Krios is going to try and intervene. So he's going to make his own check. He's on defense. So it's going to be another athletics or athletics. And then we're going to impose a penalty on Krios based off of what the rest of the party does. So hold on to your numbers. We're going to add the penalties, or subtract rather, as soon as we see what what Laszlo, Varys, Zen, or anyone else who wants to intervene wants to do.
All right, well, just to go over what I did again, I jammed the stick into the ground so it's between his hands, or it's in that little hole there, and then I stepped to the edge of the bubble.
Okay, so that's your end, and that is going to be part of your athletics check. So the rest of you guys who have not acted directly yet, what are you going to do to influence this contested roll?
who's going first?
You can go first.
All right, I'm gonna. I
Alright,
mean, if I'm allowed to double my throw in a bonus action with my action, I'm gonna use my bonus action to use my like force attack thing. I'm gonna like basically jab Krios with it and say, hey, just deal extra damage, and I'm gonna basically and then follow it up with an arrow at Krios. An arrow's worth of force damage.
Okay, so go ahead and make a attack roll, and see if it lands, and then we'll see damage.
Let's see, and that's a 22 to hit.
Does that hit Krios?
Sorry, yes, Krios definitely gets it.
Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
Gotta pull out some dice. Hold up. I need one more dice. Hold up. That's fine. Okay. That is not that much, but whatever. That is 7 plus 10. So that's 17 force damage.
Okay. Before we... hold on, 17. What about you, Laszlo or Zen? Anything else you want to add to this?
Zen, you want to do something?
I'm on vacation.
I was gonna try. I guess I'll try to restrain Krios.
Someone's
Right.
gonna hold the stick.
Oh. I'm not strong. I'm not holding the stick.
None of us are strong. None of us are strength-based people.
I'm the least strength-based.
Dex bros, ahoy. We are all weak as fuck. Anyways, so if you want to, you can try to restrain Krios. I'm gonna ask for another contested roll. Krios, of course, is on defense, so you can do athletics or acrobatics. And then
Acrobatics my way around him.
Okay, let me roll that.
26.
Yeah.
Acrobatics. Athletics. I choose 20.
Unfortunately, the sly little man uses some sort of drunken magic bullshit to weave in and out of Krios' legs. Unfortunately, as his short demeanor makes it so it's difficult to kind of like grapple him in the traditional sense. If you ever seen when a father tries to help their toddler walk, and they kind of like put the toddler's feet on top of theirs, and then they kind of move forward with that, that's kind of what it looks like. Okay.
Night robot.
Just holding onto his leg as he.
Yeah. And what about you, Laz?
This looks like I have to hold the fucking thing. So yeah,
Okay,
I'm gonna have to hold the thing.
All right, make a strength check.
Okay, got a sixth.
DM, can I
Sixth
intelligence this check?
More than me.
Taking a photo.
Oh shit! That much?
What do we got?
I got a 20, but -2, so 18.
He got a 12.
All right, so
you see that?
now let's go ahead and reveal the roles for Daedalus versus Krios to see if he can.
I had to do athletics, right?
Well, you already rolled before. That was the thing I asked from a long time ago.
Still got that. I think I'm still a strong guy.
I rolled. I have my cup over the roll. I'm just asking. It was athletics, right?
Yes, you're on offense, so you have to use athletics.
I got 18 plus 6. 20.
Well, I got 8.
Well, I was going to impose a -5 for every successful thing that the rest of the party did, but even with that, I think Krios still wins.
Well, he got 20.
20. You said 26?
24.
24?
8. 6 plus 18? 24. Yeah, 24.
24.
-15.
-15 is 9.
Damn.
He still wins, even with a -15. Sorry, Bucko. Your stick thing didn't work. That was a lot of bonuses, too, or penalties on Krios' part. So, back to the dream sequence.
But I was going to use the conduit of Zeus. How did that fail?
So he says, well, let me in, and in deep speech I say, my issue with this whole thing is that I like free will. I like helping people, and all you do is seem to destroy, and there is no life. I mean, have you ever even enjoyed, like, bread? Have you enjoyed cheese? Have you enjoyed milk? See, that's... I don't think I'll get any of that here.
Princess has never done.
I know someone
Oh,
that.
are you really? I'm sorry.
Second of all, that
What's
is the
bread?
same mindset of someone who is not yet integrated into the group. Those are very petty moral things. Do you honestly think you have real freedom? The freedom of will to just do whatever you want? Do you actually feel like you do?
You see, the past couple of days, it seems that has come into question a lot. You see, a little boy asked me if I was going to be his hero, and I said yes. And then 2 seconds later, I damned him. Do you want to know why I did that?
Because you're selfish.
Because I know that with me being alive, I can help a lot more people than when I'm dead. So I sacrificed
kill
his
you.
soul to save 10 million or 10,000 in
This
whatever.
doesn't kill you. I don't know what kind of misconception you have. You still get to be alive. If anything, you're more alive than ever. And you have the knowledge to do whatever you need to do. Thousands of years, if not hundreds of thousands of years of knowledge, all at the same time. Plus any future knowledge that we accumulate instantaneously in your brain at the same time. Now you say you want to help people, but what's the point when they die just as quickly as any of my masters blinks? They surpass all of your lifespans, even the little elfie ones down there that they think they're hot shit. Ooh, they live for 1,000 years. My masters are completely immortal. I like talking like this. I like talking like this because I can completely remove letters from certain words. Anyways,
You're doing a good job.
Fucking funny.
And when you help that little kid in the streets, the little street urchin, and he's dead in like 15 years from dysentery, what have you done for the greater whole of society? When you could create more with the accumulated knowledge of galaxies behind your back. Literal gods bend the will to my masters. And you think you have freedom. You're stuck down there.
I am stuck.
We have every plane of existence to delve into whenever we want, whenever we feel like it. Just because the pursuit of knowledge. You're a scholar. You said so before you came up here. That's what you told someone. You're a scholar. Are you gonna resign yourselves to only looking at books that a few mortal fuckheads, including my own archive? That's just what I knew back then. I know infinite more times than what's down in there. So you're willing to say that you can hard gate yourself from any other language outside of what a few mortals know, because you feel like you're being a good boy. You understand how short-sighted that is? You be a good boy, and those people die less than a century later, and then what? You feel good about yourself? That's selfish. That's selfish and ignorant. I don't know if I should speak out the
ignorant.
You're learning. Is he
Yes.
British or is this guy? Is he?
I'm trying to be an Aussie. I'm trying to be an Aussie.
Oh,
That's selfish and ignorant. If you
Right,
apply your knowledge, your thinking, your cognitive functions in tandem with the infinite knowledge of what is essentially the universal masters, do you understand how much more you can do? We've been keeping an eye on you, and don't think that we're not understanding what you're trying to do. Your little thesis. Don't think I don't know about that. I know a lot of things. I can see a lot from up here. I can see everything from up here. Everything. What you guys are doing down there. Specifically on the scale of what you've been doing. I can get on to a whole tangent. I'm going into a Bostonian thing now.
It does it. It happens.
It's
he's got the knowledge of the universe. He can slip into and out of accents. It's just the nature of it.
Come on.
Gabagool.
Flavors here.
I know the formula for gabagool.
Hey, listen, I got
the
I
Krabby
have
Patty secret formula.
You wouldn't believe the things I know.
And if you knew even a fraction of what we knew, you could put your theory, not even just to the test, you could implement it to the whole of that surface down there. Everyone could have magical shoes just like that. And he snaps his fingers. And if you want to get your little thesis to a grander scale, by all means, he says it a little bit more menacing and leans in a lot closer. Let us in. And there's a bit of a reverb on the word when he says in. I don't want to turn the filter on though.
Gabagool. Ghoul.
DM at this if throughout this dream, am I just me without the armor, or am I me with like my whole dwarvish armor set, or am I just like on regular clothes?
You are holding the ball.
Mhm.
Naked.
Naked.
Bro is naked.
Remember you had to manifest stuff? Well, that was in the
Uh,
dreams, right? That was.
Yeah, but I don't think I was
Yeah,
there
that's
when you
also
guys
Terra.
did that. That was at the prison. And you guys were experimenting. And so yeah, I don't know.
You're like Marmite.
Cam, yeah, I know the secret for Gabagool. You gotta believe me.
If any of you could
Better
put
on
that
this
into
side.
an AI generator, please tell me what it looks like. Gabagool looks
Christopher,
like.
let me tell you. What's his Tony's prayer sound like? Yeah, Christopher, let me tell you, he's Gabagool. It's crazy. Gabba the school.
I don't think you can turn it into a verb like that.
Well, I fucking did. Okay.
Liam, how close is the prod?
He himself is stood probably about 6 to 5 feet away, and the prod itself is not leading it all the way at you. It's kind of just like at a 45-degree angle in his hand. So slightly closer.
Yeah, slightly closer. Can I reach out and break it?
You reach forward and find that you're actually in a plastic tube.
Oh.
He hasn't raised the tube. You're still in the tractor beam.
Oh, I'm still in the tube. Oh, shit.
You're in a tractor beam housing sequence. Like when you port into a teleport thing, you're in the housing unit.
This.
Yeah, but there's a plastic tube
Maybe you
around
wouldn't
it.
have done that.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't have done that. I'm going to think. I am in my head. I go. I really want to be back with my friends in my head, and I say, I have people that care for me, so unfortunately, I can't join you. And I have unanswered questions that even
We could answer.
Even that you, I don't think, could answer.
Almost as if you were speaking blasphemy. He looks taken aback, like, "Oh, did you just say that?"
I don't know things. Well, I know loads of things.
I know everything.
Almost
like
taken
the
aback,
guy.
he rights his posture once more, and he goes over to the control console immediately to his right, and begins to off-screen touch buttons that you can't see.
Hey, hold on, I gotta get in my car. I gotta start driving, but I'm gonna put headphones on so I can still speak.
Okay.
Okay.
That's how we got away from the guy. You
He
can
just
see
left.
the
He
Honda
just
Civic
drives.
that I had off the side of this beam here. Can we continue to?
Yeah,
Yeah.
can they try to rescue me or something?
yeah. We're gonna
Because
I think we're gonna have to get more drastic. Break
I gotta
yourself
go get
here.
tacos. I'll be back. And then since I can't roll, Adam, would you mind rolling for me, and I'll tell you what the bonuses are.
I'll roll
He was
publicly.
+6,
Thank
right,
you.
on his things.
On his athletic is +6. His AC is 15, and he has 50 points of health left.
Okay, so, Douglas said he wants to use the Conduit of Zeus. So all in all, that whole shebang with Krios defending, he kind of got in the way for most of it, so that kind of prevented you from
That's
initially
nuts,
doing
by
it.
the way.
And now
play.
back into real time.
Oh, there goes gravity.
Can I blight the motherfucker? I might...
Conduit of Zeus.
Well, let's see how the Conduit of Zeus goes. Of course you have that, but if you need the item descriptor one more time, the DC is 15 strength saving throw, versus that particular ability if you're using that. So you can go ahead and roll a d20, and what he said to his fucking strength was?
Oh,
+5, I think he said?
He gets +6 on his athletics, so... just look up the stuff for a steel defender.
No, I thought he was yoinking Krios.
User
I mean,
joined your
Kalos, not
channel.
Krios. He's doing it on Kalos, not Krios.
Yeah, I'm trying to yoink him.
So then I'm going to be
User in
using...
your channel timed out.
using
I don't know. I don't think he's very strong, but the...
I'm going to go with a... Because athletics...
I don't know what it is.
Because this is not a athletics check, it's just saving throw. Oh, he's muted. Damn. I'm going to go ahead and assume that it's like a... Because he has... guaranteed +3 because he has the strength to actually even use the Dwarven armor. So that's going to be the minimum. The problem is whether or not he has proficiency in strength saving throws.
User joined your channel.
Which, by default...
Oh yeah, Henry, what's your strength score?
Do you have proficiency in strength saving throws?
Wait, are you guys still playing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
We're wrapping up though.
Do you mean for who? For me? For Krios or for
For you,
Kalos?
Kalos. Do you have proficiency?
No.
You don't? Okay, so it's just going to be the...
No.
Okay, so it is going to be the d20 plus a minimum of 3 from your strength score itself. So if I look at the dice history real quick, where the fuck is that? The book thingy?
Did you actually roll it?
Yeah, I did. I rolled it on here. I rolled an 11. So that's +3, so that's 14, and the DC is 15.
Boys getting yoinked.
So,
Yoinked.
well, we had a one-off disclaimer on the previous roll, but this one's only one difference in your guys' favor. So, you activate the Conduit of Zeus, which causes him to be forcibly pulled 10 feet towards the caster, which is you.
Yep.
And then you can follow up the ability by clocking him in the head if you want to. That's part of the ability.
Well, no, I just want to try and like...
Okay, well, you don't have to do it because that's just an option. And then I crack him in the skull for like 28 damage.
I'd have to follow that up if given the opportunity. You can't not.
So you yoink him out of the bubble. I'm going to do another check to see if he can hold onto the ball while being forcibly pulled. I'm going to do d20 plus the same thing, so d20 plus 3. It's going to be against the same DC of the ball.
Hold on.
Or Conduit of Zeus, excuse me. So it's going to be 18 altogether. Not sure why it's still on that Dwarven woman.
Wait, that the strength that you're adding, I only have a +2 to that. I have a +3.
Oh, well, it's 17 then. You yoink him out of the tiny hut, but unfortunately he keeps a grip on the ball. So now he's just out of the hut with the ball.
Is he on the ground holding the ball?
He's like if you take someone in a crisscross applesauce position and I'll tilt them 90 degrees.
He is.
We're gonna have to beat him up.
I'm gonna kick the ball.
Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Okay, don't kick the ball.
What am I adding to this?
You're making an improvised weapon attack. You're not proficient with unarmed strikes, so add your d20 plus your strength and nothing else.
16.
You kick the ball. The damage is equal to 1 plus your strength modifier, which is...
1 plus my... 5. Do I kick it out of his hands?
Well, let me go ahead and test something. What I'm going to do is just roll to see if he can hold on to it once more. And he said it's only +2, so... Negatory, my good man. That thing is...
it's been invented!
You kick it and it flies away from you and over towards some other object. It flies out of his
Go long,
hands,
Laszlo.
and all of a sudden, in
I start
your-
sprinting after the arc of the ball.
Okay, sure. Over
Make sure
in
no one else
Kalos'
picks it up.
vision, you see that you are suddenly forcibly yoinked as the person stood on the other side of this tube is glaring menacingly at you, and before you can exchange another bout of words, you are forcibly put back into the material plane here. You are back on the soil.
Your
Yeah.
hip
No
isn't
longer-
broken this time.
I'm in there. I'm in the thing with you. I mean, no, you're in there. You're outside.
I yanked him outside, and then I punted that fuck.
Now I'm still grappling Kurios' life.
So, because of that fact, we are going to probably look at wrapping up because Henry is away, and it does kind of involve him being a bit more active because he just got the ball kicked out of him. Not that one. Let's see. So let me just double check. We are on the evening of the 7th.
Yes.
All right. Thanks for coming, folks. I look forward to seeing your nifty recaps because this was a fun one.
I got it written up already.
Could be. Andrew had his posted within the first 3 minutes of ending last week,
No,
I think.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks
I
ago.
wrote that one too.
And
all I'm
So we're
saying
gonna